Chapter 1851 The Heart of Destiny lifts all veils. In a region of the past blue planet, Noah floated serenely while Dr. Hall was blessed with the sight of his transformation, the single concept this being owned guaranteed to go through a change soon enough, as he was among those who gained greatly from today's actions. As for Noah's current state, his past purple-blue stellar luster had faded as his body carried an astonishingly denser golden color. The Kainos royal dream cosmos in his body caused one to see him as a stellar existence whose body was made up of countless golden blue astral bodies. His strands of hair alone carried astonishing valiance and power, as his eyes were akin to luminous jewels of stellar clusters. False grottonakers and genuine grottonakers were being swallowed along with seeds of reality, as billions of these ridiculous cosmos were being forged constantly. Noah, seeing how much more loot he had to get his building, even a single one of the Kainos royal dream cosmos seemed to cost him immeasurably more essence and loot compared to his past origin, Kainos royal dream cosmos. Noah's terrifying will focused on these radiant stellar wonders filled with dream essence as their description finally came. Kainos royal dream cosmos, the integral components of a dream-dimensional reality seed that will spark the resonance to form a paramount Kainos dream-dimensional reality when a sufficient number is reached. Being 10 times as vast as normal cosmos, they carry 50 times as much power. The haki of the Emperor has already permeated through them as they allow the origin to release a sense of realm oppression against weaker origins. Currently considered weak origins, primogenial strata and below, wondrous and astounding cosmos, these were the stellar bodies Noah had to forge in the hundreds of billions. They made it so that the primogenial origins of legends were considered weaker as they would face a realm oppression. Since it didn't have clear quantification, Noah had to figure out exactly what this oppression would entail. But the arduous task of forging these cosmos with droves of loot still remained. But there is always a way forward. Noah's jewel-like eyes blazed with light as he thought of the millions of legends in the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest. That right there was boundless loot. He had to have the strength to take it. But all those existences and him using any of the 3 chances to bring to light resplendent treasure caches should give him all he needed to fully saturate his dream-dimensional soul, dream-dimensional body, and dream-dimensional reality seed. Thereafter, he would resonate his aspects of existence and proceed forward as he wondered just who he could rival in the stratas of reality, and exactly what layer he had to reach to match existences who had formed multiple realities, those at the Grotto Haven stage. He had many things along the way apart from loot to get him there. As he thought of this, Noah gazed above him where at this moment, the 51st and 52nd infinite reality passages formed sequentially and with utter ease 2 million units of the essence of reality being burnt up to make it happen as his physiques finished their refinement, particularly the cycles of one physique that continued to show its wonders. The 11th cycle of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique has been completed. More runic ecritures of dream begin to surround you as the completion of the 11th cycle increases your maximum reserves of dream essence to 550 million. The current dream ecritures allow for the passive daily generation of 275,000,000 units of dream essence. The maximum number of reality passages your body can hold has been raised to 520. His body buzzed with arcs of golden dream essence as the mana physique and all others also went towards their completion. His strength steadily rising as now that he only needed a stage to measure himself. How drastically would his strength increase be with 60 innate ascendancy halos and 10 artificial ones? With his 3 aspects of existence that each held the terrifying aspect of a dimension, as a second was about to pass outside the infinite reality, he would soon know. At the same time as Noah forged forward with his body slowly building up Kainos royal dream cosmos, the figure of a crimson existence bathed with ecritures of gold stared at dazzling natural treasures that vibrated with the essence of the mirror dimension. It was the visage of Ruination who at this moment in time waved her hands, causing the many dazzling stellites stemming from a dimension to swirl around her. And this wasn't the only thing as near her, one could also see a resplendent bone. A bone that Noah had attained in a forgotten reality that had traces of Commander Feng. It was the Kuan Peng's bone that could be utilized during the forging of relics, and it was now under the control of a relic that wished to upgrade itself even without bothering her master. Aside from this, one could also see the taboo interchangeable dimensional material that shone with a deathly crystalline glow floating around Ruination. Her gaze was firm and filled with longing as she felt like she would be left behind if she did not exceed everything about herself. So, crimson gold flames from her very core erupted as they began to burn the materials around her. The dimensional essence from 3 dimensions shockingly prevalent here, as there were also the dense seas of dream essence and the surroundings that were also pulled in, past many folds of spacetime continuum. In the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest, barely a second was about to pass after the heart of destiny had descended and erased away all falsehoods. The grey mist was first as the wall blocking the two sides was next, and what came after that was the unveiling of everything else. This included the authority of the emperors who hid their authority. The luminescent light of the heart of destiny descended. The surroundings of a few beings like Acarus and Ezekiel buzzed as many eyes landed towards them, but these beings were not even paying attention to themselves. Their eyes were actually on another being entirely. Chapter 1852. The Heart of Destiny lifts all veils. LL. When the dazzling star that represented the Heart of Destiny descended, many veils were torn down. Part of these veils were the authorities of emperors. Many weren't hiding their authority or didn't even have the capability to. But a few beings had their authority placed under a veil. The forefront was the visage of Acarus, with her pairs of wings even on her feet. Her body glimmered with authority as above her head. No crown could still be seen. Instead, it was further behind her as it took the highest point of a construct that still couldn't be made out, mostly due to the fact that one could only see 2 points of lights to the left and right of the spinning crown behind her, a spinning crown that held ecratures. Much different compared to what everyone else held. It was a wondrous and vibrant shield of dawn. The allure of incandescent gold surrounded it as it didn't state anything about the distinction of an emperor. It was instead something as abstruse as shield of dawn spinning around her. And others might not know the meaning of why her crown was behind her, but those more knowledgeable realized that even though only 2 points of light existed, she had somehow already begun working on the authority of her throne. What did she do? To be able to bring this to fruition? Why did the ecratures around her crown red like so? There were many questions, but no time for answers, as she wasn't the only one that the eyes of many terrifying beings glanced over when authorities were unveiled. Another being was in the far back among the throngs of pure-blooded primordials, but the grandeur revealed from him was astounding, as even the visage of Nefertiti that was beside him gazed up in shock. Akita's dimensionally, surrounded by waves of pristine purple light, it was a 3-word distinction, an existence with the distinction of an emperor, one who regularly just showed a solidified crown with no ecratures above his head. As his authority was revealed, he seemed unfazed as his eyes now revealed regal purple light, gazing towards a location that many eyes were locked onto at this moment. Because even as he and Acarus had their shocking authorities revealed, all eyes weren't on them. They were on a being that floated close to the transparent barrier that had begun to thin, the one being that stole the show. His dark hair shone with scintillating light as no crown could be seen above it. Its grandeur actually moved back as it floated at the highest point of a backbone of a throne that had many more points of light than the one Acarus adorned. The ecratures that dazzled the eyes of all beings flowed serenely and with shocking dominance. Ethereal dimensional emperor. With glory and majesty, this distinction revealed itself as it seemed to vibrate with regality, giving off a tremendous sense of pressure that forces others to look down before its visage. But the eyes of the even more perceptive beings were vibrating with shock and disbelief, as milliseconds before this, they could have sworn they had only seen ethereal dimensio emperor, as milliseconds later, the vibrant ecratures had filled up before the points of light that showed a hazy backbone of a throne formed. What did this mean? That this being had done something to cause a blooming of authority that completed his distinction and also began to form the backbone of a throne. It was unbelievable, it was incomprehensible. The eyes of Ezekiel released bright regal purple luster as he locked on Noah. The bleeding figure of Emperor Aegon trembled as his mind couldn't even form coherent thoughts. Caitlyn's silver-glazed eyes constricted as she realized this being she had been with recently still had too many layers that she didn't even imagine. Off in the distance, the visage of Genevieve developed a stern expression, but her eyes held a trace of dauntlessness as she gazed from Noah and to the stretches of lands that held Beta Strata commanders and primogenial Strata legends, her thoughts wild and unknown. Too many beings focused on the visage of the ethereal dimensional emperor at this moment as the eyes of Beta Strata legends burned with a domineering light on the other side of the barrier. A being situated on a dazzling throne while surrounded by magisterial Kuan-Peng Beta Strata legends also turning his gaze in his direction once more. When the Kuan-Peng upon the throne saw Noah's vibrant authority, he actually rose up from the incandescent throne and smiled. This was because his purpose here was a cluster of many ideals, but one of the central ones was to erase truly powerful genius primordials, an existence at the 9th firmament of ascendancy who had already begun. The backbone of his throne and one more who had just begun. It was more than what he could have hoped for. One thing to note was that even as this being saw this, he did not turn fearful. After rising a little akin to show recognition and a sense of respect, he sat back down as an instant later, the legions of millions of legends around him buzzed as a terrifying pressure began to emanate from them. The heart of destiny had descended as all falsehoods were unveiled, and this included the thin transparent barrier that was now fading. When it was entirely gone, a bloody massacre would begin. But without even understanding the shocking authorities that some pure-blooded primordials released from their side, most of the primordials still faced despair in their hearts, as even if there were a few astounding geniuses, weren't they still in the ninth firmament of ascendancy? How could they withstand millions of primogenial strata legends? Or the terrifying races of beta strata legends that led them? Their despair was further cemented when they gazed at their destinies. They saw them getting immeasurably dark, yet amidst all this despair, the existence that had talked to alpha strata legends as if they were equals rose ever higher as her luminous eyes were pulled away from Noah, once more going towards the faraway existence across the thinning barrier. As she spoke, I chose to come here due to the pull of the heart of destiny, even though I foresaw a 20% chance of survival and fortune. Her pairs of wings began to burn with golden light as shockingly, space ruptured as the essence of reality itself began to be drawn towards her body and started to form an incandescent set of multicolored armor. I had confidence even with that 20%, but due to certain unexpected factors, her gaze passed over the astounding visages of Ezekiel and Noah, who was gazing at the millions of legends with a profound and undiscernible gaze as she nodded with even more wonder. This percentage is increasing, 20%, with an 80% chance of failure and death. This being had stepped into the unknown that now held millions of legends. Just what power did she have to rely on that when she gazed at the endless enemies around them? She didn't fear for her life. Chapter 1853, the one who shoulders a great burden. Noah's will was moving and computing things at shocking speeds as the situation continued to unfold before him. The authority above Ezekiel and Acharis, the possibilities for this battle, everything played before his eyes as his main body in the bounds of the authority of the dimensional Holy Land finished the preparations. Apart from the continuing process of finishing the refinement of multiple physiques and forging of the Kainos Royal Dream Cosmos, there was the adaptation to the taboo authority of the Dictum Emperor. Noah's will quickly perused through its wonders that he would utilize from here on out as he pulled up its prompts. The quasi-venerable ancient bloodline of the celestial grimoire has been unearthed by the Dictum Emperor. The authority of author's viewpoint has been greatly increased. The abstruse mysteries of destiny become ever so clear to your eyes. Too simple unlocking and elevation of concepts. Author's viewpoint. He had already utilized its expanded authority as it aided Noah in forming his dream dimensional reality seed. Then there was the newly unlocked quasi-venerable tier bloodline, celestial grimoire. It was a racial bloodline that had many mysteries, with its abilities being entirely based on the destiny of the existence, as Noah saw a particularly terrifying skill amongst its capabilities. Recorder of history, the celestial grimoires were known for being the keepers of history, as everything that occurred around them was recorded to the smallest details. When they were sufficiently powerful enough, they could even record the thoughts and memories of those around them. The cost of this ability can vary depending on the usage, with history being written down passively without any cost, while peering to obtain the history of others will cost depending on the power of the target. Recorder of history. Its uniqueness was very similar to other usages of author's viewpoint, but it was much more straightforward and with its own intricacies, so Noah went forward to understand it, while his main body underwent its shocking changes. A true sanguine clone in the dimensional Holy Land called upon the form of the celestial grimoire, shirring, amidst the forming seas of dimensional essence. Rays of golden light weaved from Noah's body as he gradually changed. From the humanoid appearance, his body unfurled in size and became even larger as he covered the golden skies with a titanic form of an ancient-looking black and gold book. Its four edges held sharp corners shining in gold, while an enormous clasp held it closed. With a pair of black and gold wings erupted from the back of this grimoire as it released a unique atmosphere that Noah hadn't formed before. His will and aura vibrantly surged as the enormous clasp on him opened, the celestial grimoire opening at this moment to show variations of white and gold pages as vibrant waves of destiny surrounded it. While unfurled, Noah's will surged as he focused on history, not the current history of this location, but the history of an existence he was looking at in the Kuanpeng's cataclysm nest. From the eyes of Alexander, Noah silently tugged upon the wisps of destiny as clear gold words began to bloom on his pages. The essence of reality and dream dimensional essence could be seen dancing atop the celestial grimoire as they were about to make the shocking actions viable, with Noah having dense reserves of them at this moment, as it allowed him to pay the high cost due to the target he selected, the existence sitting amongst the thrones of primogenial and beta strata legends, HUUM. The thin barrier of light distinctly began to fall. On the other side of this barrier, surrounded by millions of legends that formed legions from many races in existence, sat on a blinding red and gold throne of flames. The majestic forms of many Kuanpeng surrounded him as his crown glimmered with the ecritures of Internuncio Emperor, as dimensional essence surrounded them. And yet this being wasn't a three-word emperor with the distinction of dimensional, yet when he gazed at the pure-blooded primordial geniuses and the terrifying distinction of a few in particular, he couldn't help but have his eyes release an astounding flash of destiny. He was surrounded by multiple Beta Strata legends who led their legions, and yet his aura was no less than theirs while he still remained at the ninth firmament of ascendancy. Why was this? For one to understand this, they had to understand the existence situated upon the crimson gold throne of flames. His aura and might were powerful to the extent that the level of danger was no less than Beta Strata legend stuff because he bore a great weight. He was Valdez Tepes, the Internuncio Emperor, and he shouldered a glorious purpose. As he saw the fading transparent barrier of light that had veiled the dangers waiting for the pure-blooded primordial geniuses until they had arrived here, his hand raised, HUUUM. The many legions of legends buzzed with power and might as his hand was akin to a signal, waiting for it to thunder down as this would commence the slaughter. With his hand raised, the golden glint of the heart of destiny flashed in his eyes as a memory played in his heart. It was a memory from an immeasurably far-away land in the depths of the Nibelheim dimension. Glacial mountains rose across the skies as cerulean stormy rivers ran below, the domain of their lineage having managed to etch themselves deep into this dimensional through forming an alliance with the royalties within it. The ferocious and fiery Kuan Pangs coiled their flames in these glacial lands as Valdez recalled the voice of his father before he was handed an extremely heavy burden. Tepes. Among those left untouched by the Emperor Deceiver, our lineage is among the minority. The Emperor Deceiver, one of the many titles of a being that rose from unknown and understandable means as he went on to leave a mark others couldn't even dare to imagine. Chapter 1854. The one who shoulders a great burden. LL. The distinction of the Emperor Deceiver. The gaze of his father was difficult when he spoke of this, but he continued nonetheless, but we still shoulder our own purpose and our own burden. And since I have a few million years left, I shall merely burn them all to pass down a great power to you, as well as a great burden. It will be a semblance of what I've achieved throughout my life. But for you it should be a defining feature to stand out against your peers. Receiving this from me also means receiving the will of the great commander who first stood against the Emperor Deceiver. As his father had said this, his lifeline began to burn as his very essence clustered towards one part of his body, his hand, a hand that detached from his body and floated towards Valdez. Will you carry this torch, my son? Will you do your part in the cogs of destiny to restore things to how they once were? To reduce and eliminate the forces of the Emperor Deceiver, BZZZT, the deathly essence of the Nibelheim dimension poured in at that time as it swallowed his father's very heart and origin. But what had been taken to be passed down could not be returned. Valdez had taken the golden glowing object that had turned into a skeletal hand with 5 golden bony digits that shone with astounding incandescence. He had withstood immense pain as it replaced his very own bones and assimilated into him with the final lifeblood of his own father. This was the hand that he currently rose in the air in this immaculately built Kuan Pang's cataclysm nest. This was where much of the terrifying aura was clustered in, with the weight of this hand being immeasurable. With it, he would achieve all means and goals, to carry out the will of the great commander that was the first to stand against the Emperor Deceiver. With such a weight and backing behind him, his hand thundered down. It was the signal for the start of a bloody war in this isolated space. Waves of resplendent essence erupted out on the side of the pure-blooded primordial geniuses as most had already pulled upon their authority and fused with their ascendancy halos. Most, but not all, as some weak-minded primordials still gazed on in despair at the army of millions of legends. They knew and accepted the hard truth that against such a force, they would not be making it out of here alive today. Shuring, in many areas of the glacial earth, waves of resonance were reverberating out as many broke into the stage of a legend when even the bloodied figure of Aegon slowly healed as he chose to break through among the prolific geniuses. But there still remained a few beings that chose to stay at the ninth firmament of ascendancy: Ezekiel, Acris, Juliet, and even the visage of Caitlin, who had left Anders' head and floated towards the direction of her sister, sensing the perilous dangers to come as her body also buzzed with dimensional gateways to call out her mirror beast legends. In the skies, reality passages of all sorts of colors and wonders brightened up the surroundings, but even their appearance was enough to point out the true disparity in despair as when one looked above the legions of primogenial and beta strata legends. The skies were dense with countless clusters of reality passages, so many more times above theirs collectively as dense seas of nourishment and essence seemed to be gushing down onto the enemy legions. Yet the hearts of a few remained steadfast as among those standing closest to the thinning barrier, Noah floated serenely as his body erupted with dazzling ascendancy halos. He had the vast majority shine with a golden light as at first 30 erupted, but then gradually, BZZZT. The buzzing waves of essence erupted out as 40.50.60 ascendancy halos undulated up and down over his body as they were reflected in the eyes of many eyes that constricted in shock once more as Noah fused with his halos. He was .at the ninth firmament of ascendancy, right? So why could he pull out the 60 halos that was an authority only privy to legends? There wasn't even time for one to be surprised as wings of aurora erupted from behind Noah. Taking on the archroyal human true form at this moment as he looked like an ancient humanoid whose very body pulsed with seas of essence, his eyes were luminous as he gazed forward while staring into the depths of the enemy, locked onto the Kuanpeng situated upon the throne of flames who released his hand at this moment, Valdez Tepes, Huum. The identity of this being was finally discerned as Noah thought about what he read through the celestial grimoire, his heart pulsing with destiny. As it seemed there were many more intricacies he had to understand about this current situation, but there was no time for this. The hand that bore a heavy weight descended, the masses of legions surrounded by the Niflheim dimensional essence surged as at that moment the transparent barrier entirely faded, and then hell descended, Roa air, chaos hounds, virulent drakes, abyssal gigantomachia undead, celestial moon nymphs, celestial sharks, deep-sea eldritch crocodilians, reality eater ants, glacial mushroom emperors, three-headed ogres, oblivion ursidae, moon luminoids, and Kuanpangs. These vibrant and powerful races surged out. Wills and bellows surged and roared out as the moment the transparent barrier faded. Hundreds of primogenial legends of the ancient races appeared towards the beings closest to the erased barrier, their bodies pulsed with power and activated abilities that caused space to tremble, our gaze becoming focused on a few specific figures of this unfolding battle. The forthcoming events occurred all at once, but they revolved around a few distinguished beings as the one to be targeted first purely because of her authority, distance, and because she was the most vocal and known enemy against them. It was Acarus. A cluster of tens of reality-eater ants and moon luminoids surged around her as they terrifically released waves of oppressive primogenial auras, reified abilities beginning to form behind them as blank personification were awakened, tens of legends dishing out RAFIED abilities. By all means, it was enough to shred apart any lone primogenial strata legend, much less in existence at the ninth firmament of ascendancy, yet Acarus gazed on coldly while adorned in an armor built by the very essence of reality. In her eyes, everything seemed to be moving at an extremely slow pace, as she gazed at the RAFIED abilities forming with each of them buzzing with 50 million damage values. She breathed out multicolored mist as her eyes flashed with activity, an abstruse authority surging with her gold iris as she uttered calmly, analysis, HUUM, a wave of authority erupted from her as wondrously. It was not a Tao or an edict, and yet its might left behind even a taboo concept as a shocking show was about to begin. Chapter 1855 True Geniuses. Amongst the primordials, there were many options and paths to take for what one filled their soul with. The Daos one learned took space within their soul. Nomological edicts took their own space in the soul as the higher tier an edict was, the more powerful a being's soul strength had to be in order to continue it, or even more edicts like it. The strength of the soul was crucial as among a few things. There was also the concept of constructs that were built with epitaphs within one's soul that could also occupy their space. These were systems. Some focused a great deal of their soul power on concepts of Daos and edicts while supplementing any areas they lacked with constructs of systems, and then others chose to rely on their constructs even more if they could create ones that were unique enough. And then there was Acarus' analysis. While her body was adorned with incandescent armor from the very essence of reality, she faced the RAFIED abilities of tens of primogenial strata legends confidently. ROIR, reality eater ants and moon luminoids. The luminoids looked like crooked humanoids made of stellar moons, their eyes releasing beams of light as behind them. Moons took fork in personification as they opened their cold eyes, silver chains being released from them ferociously. Meanwhile, the reality eater ants manifested a blank-faced stellar ant behind them that opened its jagged orifice to release billowing shards of destroyed realities. The attacks were utterly disastrous as they caused the extremely stable space and the surroundings to tremble, undoubtedly carrying over 50 million true reality damage values for each of them, as this was no beginner legend attack that most were used to. Yet Acarus had remained in the same spot as she uttered analysis. An instant later, her gold iris erupted and spun as if it was an isolated appendage locking onto every attack thrown her way. As soon after, it released a pulse of terrifying authority that caused the terrifying attacks to freeze before they even neared her. Time slowed in her eyes. Not even a microsecond had passed. Her golden iris spun maddeningly as from her vision she could see the countless lines of mana, essence of reality, essence of edicts, and even the essence of the Niflheim dimension coiling around the throne attacks. The authority that had pulsed from her eyes covered all of this in an instant as it then interweaved itself onto the very makeup of these attacks, golden runic magic circles covering all of them as their colors all changed to reflect gold. Thereafter, her visage floated gloriously as she uttered while her golden eyes shone with coldness, enhance. Rebound, the maddening debris of ejected rivers of reality cast by the reality eater ants. The chains from the moon luminoids, all of them instantly turned gold in the eyes of others a moment after they were cast, as right after, the RAFIED wills of these abilities had their blank irises changed to the unique iris of the existence with the distinction of the shield of dawn. Then, these altered reified abilities bore their wills against the beings who cast them, as in shock the reality eater ants and moon luminoids had their own attacks returned to them, and what was even more dreadful, BOM, was the explosive force that was undoubtedly much higher than what they had cast out. Even more terrific, the targets of these rebound attacks were the beings who cast them, as they focused on a third of the tens of legends surrounding Acarus. The concentration of these attacks that were enhanced uniquely smashed onto these enemies with fervor as amidst the wreckage of burning destroyed realities and chains of silvery light, a few legends dropped from the skies. Come on now, Acarus breathed out as if she had just finished stretching, her multicolored armament shining with waves of splendor as while she remained floating in the skies, her hands beckoned towards the remaining enemies around her, analysis, enhance, and rebound. She had dealt with the attacks of tens of primogenial legends in this manner as she even redirected them to greatly wound a third of these legends and even eradicate a few, the maddening light that had somehow broken down the skills of others and turned their attacks was a profound authority that many beings recognized as their gazes became stern. It contained an astounding authority that stemmed from Acarus's very soul. But there was also something else mixed in. It was the undeniable authority of a natural law of reality. The region she was in boiled with power and resplendence as all around her, primogenial legends rushed forth into the ranks of the pure-blooded primordials. Survive, the branches of a myriad of infinite willow trees erupted out to try and cover the skies in one area. We are destined, WAA, in other areas. The majestic reality Ursity and Coanpine moved as their bodies glowed of radiant glory, many of the newly advanced legends grouping up together to withstand the coming enemies. Let them come. We shall grow stronger through battle. In another area, the visage of Juliet glowed with astral splendor and stellar flames erupted around her. The geniuses of the astral bloodline grouping up around her for the sake of survival. Even though she still held a trace of her laid-back smile, one could see the somberness in her eyes as she erupted out whole, moving forward. If we die, we die. If we survive, boundless destiny and glory awaits. Radiant flames surged out, boundless essence gushed from above, the primogenial strata legends continuing to proliferate into the ranks of the pure-blooded primordials in a matter of microseconds, until soon enough, a group of vibrant celestial sharks led by a Coanpang appeared before the visage of Ezekiel, who was still gazing at everything coldly. While at the ninth firmament of ascendancy, groups of powerful primogenial strata legends surrounded him as wondrously, he didn't even spare them a glance. His gaze was elsewhere, his eyes were locked onto the swarmed visage of a single existence that held the distinction of the ethereal dimensional emperor, an existence that currently had the largest number of primogenial legends clustered around him. He wanted to see how the scene there would play out, but there are some fools blocking the way. WAA, his voice echoed out grandly as his sight was covered by the Coanpang and the following celestial sharks, whose bodies held different variations of the ecritures of Emperor, shockingly not putting them in his eyes, as in the next instant a royal purple radiance erupted out. A radiance that buzzed with a maddening light of dimensional essence. Chapter 1856 True Geniuses. Purple. This was the one thing that many would come to associate with the visage of Ezekiel, as a regal purple light suffused throughout his body as it locked onto the Coanpang and celestial sharks swarming him. Before their RAFIED abilities could form, this surging purple light pulsed and condensed into an authority that was held tightly within Ezekiel's hands. It was BZZZT. The convergence of the dense dimensional essence into a massive, magisterial purple greatsword, sword of Avalon. Ezekiel uttered out softly as a sharp sword formed. It was twice the size of his body, as it wasn't just a coagulation of dimensional essence pulsing at its depths and beginning to leak out from the blade, a dangerous authority that also didn't fit into an edict, law, or Tao bloomed, as it entirely had its source from a dimension. It cut apart the surrounding space and any authority it came across, as Ezekiel's body became wrapped in coiling purple tendrils of the same essence, disappearing from his location and flashing right before the majestic primogenial strata Coanpang as he swung down a massive sword that actually held traces of a decretum of a dimension. It was the regal and kingly dimensional essence from none other than the Avalon. Dimension, boom. The whole area around him splintered into purple waves of glory as crimson gold true blood bloomed, Ezekiel's visage facing multiple primogenial emperors coldly as the crown above him began to spin. Further behind him, Nefertiti bit her lips at this scene as her gaze was firm, her body already showing the illusion of a reality as she was among those that knew they would have a 0% chance of survival if they didn't even break through. She bit her lips as amidst Ezekiel beginning to swing the sword of Avalon, she saw him turn towards her with his kingly and majestic eyes as he gave a light nod. A nod that caused her heart to turn tumultuous as it meant the end of a deal she had made with him many years ago when the two of them met. Have you already found what you were looking for? She was disheartened that he really stood by his words without even delaying them, an aurora of winged light stretching out behind her as she prepared to face some of the swarming enemies as well. But, sister, the voice of the dimensional royalty buzzed in her ears as Caitlin came to arrive before her. The silver-haired dimensional royalty appeared before her with valor and power as Nefertiti couldn't find the words to say in the midst of all this. I am, with her bronze skin glinting in the dreary light. Her dazzling black hair flowed down on her shoulders as Nefertiti wanted to reply coldly or with anger, but with the threat of death. Many more unneeded emotions faded away. Caitlin saw the hesitation from her sister as her heart eased, choosing to stand beside her to fight against the coming legions as her authority was already flowing out with dimensional gates opening around her body. But in the next instant, at speeds that even Caitlin could barely follow, a figure flashed forth. No, she tried to move and release her shocking authority as she saw the mixture of insecurities, fear, and uncertainty from Nefertiti, but her sister didn't even feel that the enemy had locked onto her. The essence of the Nibelheim dimension silently permeated as an instant later, a claw had already cleanly gone from the back and to the front of Nefertiti's body. Her expression still didn't change, as if she didn't even feel it. This was how fast this claw was, as it was buzzing with a maddening light not possible in the primogenial strata. Over 100 million damage values bursting out at that moment and turned the body of this existence to crimson gold mist. A beta strata Chaos Hound legend appeared, who said that only primogenial strata legends would surge towards them, who said that the beta strata legends would stay in the back and watch things unfold. Even the powerful beta strata legends moved with speed as they already appeared in the midst of the pure-blooded primordials. And many had already perished as all those targeted by them so far turned into a cluster of crimson gold misty light. Nefertiti was no exception. Caitlin had a blank expression as she stared at the spot where Nefertiti used to be, the beta strata Chaos Hound before her having its crimson gold eyes flashing with a deadly light as before it made another move. A horrid dimensional wave of essence pushed its figure back as the small figure of Caitlin erupted out. Tears freely flowed from Caitlin's eyes as her skin splintered and cracked. Radiant silvery feathered wings erupting behind for miles as silver runic lines began to surge over her skin, a crystalline transparent armor beginning to form over her as it was a dimensional royalty taking on their shocking form. Shocking waves of essence pulsated outwards as this region merely became another part of this bloody battlefield. The ancient races within the Koan-Peng's cataclysm nest did not give a break, nor did they falter, all their forces moving like unstoppable waves as at this juncture the enormous obsidian skeletal hands of the abyssal gigantomachia undead beta strata legends also moved. The only one who had yet to make a move was the Koan-Peng in human form situated upon the throne of flames. His eyes were constantly shifting from the visage of Icarus, Ezekiel, and Caitlin as lastly they came to lock onto the swarmed figure of Noah, who was floating stably while shining with an aurora of radiant wings behind him. His gaze was steady as his body was undulating with contained pressure and power that was ready to spill out at any moment. Around him, the primogenial strata legends had topped over 100 as REIFAED skills bloomed from then in a shocking fashion, each one carrying tens of millions of damage values. As towards all of this, the tyrannical emperor opened his luminous eyes as he spoke out slowly, billowing dream dimensional soul damage values erupting out with his mere words. Emperor's Hockey, Chapter 1857 against thousands of legends. For understanding the scene that was about to unfold, one needs to gain an understanding of exactly where Noah's power theoretically stood at this moment. His power fluctuated depending on the true form he took, as if he took on his strongest ascendant unnamed Kainos Emperor true form. He attained a multiplier of 2,500 per 10 ascendancy halos. As for his 60 halos he was currently using, this would be 15,000, a 15,000 multiplier, but this form had a high cost as Noah could only keep it active for a short period of time. So he wouldn't pull it out right away. There was the normal unnamed Kainos Emperor true form that granted 1,250 per 10 ascendancy halos, making Noah's full multiplier in this form be 7,500. Then, there was the pure archroyal human form that Noah currently sported, Radiant white wings erupted behind him as his fair skin scintillated with stellar light, his dark hair waving in the skies filled with legends as he uttered out, Emperor's Haki, while in this form, his power didn't just stem from the current form he took that granted a 750 per 10 ascendancy halos for a total of 4,500, but also from something else that his main body was currently doing, back in the lands under the authority of the dimensional Holy Land. Noah's main body was ceaselessly using his accumulated resources to build more Kainos Royal Dream Cosmos, expand his dream dimensional sea, and strengthen his dream dimensional body as more and more physiques were refined. But while doing all of this, Noah was also currently sitting on an incandescent throne, shimmering with waves of golden dreamy essence and cerulean blue mana. The throne of unnamed tyranny floated grandly above the lands of the old blue planet as multicolored waves of power occasionally crossed its astounding visage. Noah sat on this throne for one reason and one reason only. It was due to a prompt that had appeared when his unnamed Kainos Emperor reached Taboo some time ago. The throne of unnamed tyranny has been elevated as all cast abilities are granted true dual enhancement. True dual enhancement. It was an authority brought about whenever Noah sat on his throne, and his true sanguine clones could take on this authority. It meant that whatever damage values stemming from the cast abilities of the true sanguine clones after undergoing the multiplier of his ascendancy halos would go on to further be doubled. Thus, the current reality came to be. Just to utter the word based on the nearest targets around him, the cost was high as 1 million units of the essence of reality burned. Emperor's Haki, WAA, his eyes opened as the over 100 primogenial strata legends around him felt like they weren't moving at all. From his body, billowing stormy waves of golden dream dimensional soul damage values erupted in all directions, their passage turning the surroundings gold as the REIFIED abilities shot out by the blank personifications came to a halt. The little sentience they had became utterly shredded and disconnected, as even though these beings were somewhat surrounded by the Nibelheim dimension, the dream dimensional soul damage values were so dense and destructive that they lulled REIFIED abilities to sleep. Noah's Haki that carried his domineering will smashing into the bodies of the multiple existences from ancient bloodlines as his will carried horrific damage, just from the measly 4,500 damage multiplier of his current true form, his base damage values of 5,000 from his dream dimensional reality seed and the over 3,000 base damage values from all his physiques, allowed him to attain 36 million damage values. Over 36 million, mind you, a legend's base attack was 5 million, and Noah had yet to even resonate his aspects of existence, and still, he went further ahead with his ridiculousness as due to the effect of the throne of unnamed tyranny. This damage value was doubled. 72 million dream dimensional soul damage values was what his billowing Haki that painted the skies gold sent out. This area of effect ability smashing into the nearby legends and affecting them the most, as it was bound to be the deadliest attack carried out so far. This was because the damage values was a rare one that was focused on the soul, and then it was further a dimensional soul damage. None of the beings nearby had sufficient protection against such a unique damage as it seamlessly shattered their innate barriers and sunk into their souls, an action whose result was made obvious an instant later as the buzzing and vivacious group of over 100 Chaos Hounds, Moonluminoids, Oblivion Ursidae, and Celestial Sharks that were closest to Noah had their bright eyes turned dim as their bodies began to listlessly fall towards the barren glacial earth below. Those slightly further away moved back as their foreheads split open and nearly cracked. The intensity of the Emperor's Haki dying down the further it went as this area of affectability still injured a few hundred more of the ancient races that were rushing over. Their eyes buzzed with shocking light and somberness as they watched the unbelievable scene that had come about from an existence uttering two words. Akris had killed a few dozen with her unique means. Ezekiel was swinging through Sword of Avalon and cutting down all those before him steadily as he seemed unfazed. And then Noah merely spoke once as over 100 legends had their souls irreparably shattered as they dropped from the skies like mere flies. His visage and gaze became the focus of the eyes of many as the massive Beta Strata Abyssal Gigantomachia undead turned their flaming sockets towards his direction. His dazzling dark hair and toned muscles that shone with astounding radiance was ingrained into the minds of all beings here, and yet he seemed unfazed while a ridiculous number of prompts blasted his mind showing the downfall of ridiculous levels of loot, concepts, and bloodlines from over 100 legends. Take that in for a moment. A single cast of his ability that released his domineering will somehow manage to dish out over 72 million damage values soul ones at that, and he caused the downfall of existences that had lived for millions if not billions of years. He, who was merely an F-rank hunter over a year ago, he, who was just on the first stages of his journey, chapter 1858 against thousands of legends. LL. As Noah conducted an action worthy of the highest accolades, his gaze was valiant and that of sharp tyranny as his eyes released beams of terrific light. This was because with this single move, the eyes of multiple Beta Strata legends focused on him. So, not enough, his current form and strength were not enough. He didn't grow complacent at the ridiculous fact that he had just killed over 100 primogenial legends in a single move as his will gave a command, take the form of the unnamed Kainos Emperor. Cerulean blue and gorgeous gold erupted along with multicolored splendor as his current true form changed, his dark hair buzzed as it turned into blue-gold flames that burned the very surrounding space. His many ecratures being hidden as the surging blue of mana and the gold of dream could at times be seen flashing in and out of existence due to how many of these ecratures there were. Massive golden wings of sandy light erupted from his back as they began to form surging cyclones of dream essence. His whole body looked like a celestially built muscular visage as his skin was painted with a hue of gold runic markings, his eyes painted liquid gold as seas of dream essence began to surround this area and turn it into a terrific domain. Fluttering loose golden shirt and pants covered him with utmost majesty as he adorned the form of the unnamed Kainos Emperor that could actually take on many different looks since it was the accumulation of all of Noah's bloodlines. This time, he merely allowed it to be more humanoid to match a royal human as even with that, his visage was unlike any other that a royal human could display, a form with a 1250 multiplier for every 10 ascendancy halos, with 60 halos. This was a multiplier of 7,500 as when applied to the mere base damage values of 8,000 without putting into account anything else. Noah's attacks reached 60 million damage values, and after the true dual enhancement from the throne of unnamed tyranny, this value spilled over 100 million. It spilled over to the territory of Beta Strata legends. Before he even utilized this strength, he was given a taste of just what would be possible with the masses of legends here. With it, he could definitely finish forging all the Kainos Royal Dream Cosmos and expand his dimensional soul sea to the utmost while refining his dream dimensional body. The taste of loot for just over 100 legends falling was too maddening. 6,400 primogenial blood pearls have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 640,000 physique refining pearls obtained. 6,400 liquefied soul dues have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 6,400 liquefied soul seeds have been obtained. 6,400 seeds of reality have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 6,400 false grotto nacres have been obtained. 12,500,000,000,000,000,000 skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 1,250,000 reality resource points obtained. The effects of absolute looter are applied. You have attained the taboo edicts of Lunar Emperor, the Deep, Three-Headed Emperor, Plasmic Chaos, the olden bloodlines of the Chaos Hound, Celestial Shark, Oblivion Ursity, and Moon Luminoid have been attained. This was for merely over 100 primogenial strata legends. What would the number be for the millions that lay waiting out there for Noah? What would the Beta Strata legends grant? His expansive space was glittering with grandeur as multicolored crystalline treasures filled it to the brim. With all of these not even having been quintupled yet as when it came to loot, Noah planned to alternate from these types of loot to loot crates as he moved down legends. His current damage values were already ridiculous enough to achieve this, but this still wasn't the most maddeningly ridiculous aspect of him just yet. There was also the innate dimensional barrier surrounding his body. A barrier that granted a defense value based on the strongest form he took, and that was based on the Ascendant Unnamed Kainos Emperor true form that granted the 2,500 multiplier for every 10 halos for a ridiculous 15,000x multiplier with the current 60 ascendancy halos, when taking into account the vitality ecratures that had grown into 205 swimming in Noah's blood that now granted a base boost of 2,050 in the 3,000 from his physiques and 5,000 base defense values granted from his dream dimensional reality seed. Noah's base defense values had easily spilled over 10,000. Under the 15,000 multiplier, he gloriously had an innate dimensional barrier of 150 million defense values. His defense alone exceeded peak primogenial strata legends, as the only worries he had were the beta strata legends that could dish out hundreds of millions of damage values, but this was just accounting for the innate dimensional barrier. He still hadn't called upon his defensive skills. He still had not even called out his RFIED abilities, as the number at this moment was more than just Ascendant Reality Fireball. Ascendant reality sever, ascendant illuminating soul star, bloodfied, ascendant lich's armament of devotion, ascendant celestial lich's smite of retribution. All of these stellar abilities had finished their reification after ascendant reality fireball, as it was a foregone conclusion which ability would be used first to fully start the decimation of thousands of legends. It was RAFAED, ascendant reality fireball, May 5, an ability that has undergone the process of reification and attained individuality as the Saintess of Fiery Damnation. Calling upon her requires 500 trillion units of mana and 1 million units of the essence of reality as she remains on the field for 5 seconds to decree fiery judgment. The ability can currently deal 1000 base true reality damage values and 500 dimensional damage values with its independent attacks, with the variations of fiery justice being innumerable, as it is perfect for mass immolation. His surroundings were empty as the primogenial legends swarmed a few more paces away, not moving forward as they began to circle him in the thousands. And then from their folds, Beta Strata legends of these magnificent ancient races began to step out. It was a formation to utterly and brutally decimate the enemy, as who could stand against multiple Beta Strata legends, much less thousands of primogenial Strata legends, hung from the distance. The sword of Avalon could be heard buzzing as a regal existence tore across dozens of legends, his goal apparently being this shocking location. The luminous eyes of Acarus and the eyes of a hidden figure were among many gazing at the swarms of legends surrounding Noah, who at this moment went forward to utter a few words once more. Ascendant reality fireball, the bleak skies changed color, a massive infinite reality passage appeared as tens more bloomed beside it. One of these passages shining with a particularly deadly light as the Saintess of Fiery Damnation opened her glorious eyes. Chapter 1859 One-Man Army. In the core of the Koan-Peng's cataclysm nest, time was moving extremely slowly for the existences embroiled in battle, as even microseconds passed slowly for them, yet in their eyes, things still happened at high speeds as within less than a second. Drastic changes could have occurred in the battle, but some events took the spotlight in eyes of all beings. An event like now, where one existence surrounded by thousands of primogenial Strata legends from a distance and Beta Strata legends that were coming forward. Such an existence brought down constructs that caused all others to gaze upwards just for a brief moment. It was the grandeur of his reality passages. Massive and vibrant with the colors of gold, blue, red, purple. Every single color one could think of, 50 immensely huge mountainous reality passages bloomed with such dominance and authority that all those shining in the skies were forcefully pushed aside and dimmed at this moment. Nearby reality passages felt a shocking level of suppression as they dimmed and heavily reduced their essence generation to their masters, and some dimmed entirely in the face of these titanic passages. Even more dreadful was that within a few of these massive mountains, indistinct figures of massive existences could be seen swimming in the dense essence. At this moment, one of them was called upon as the centermost reality passage glowed with splendor, a blazing face filled with gem-like eyes opening the passage even more as she floated out with pure glory. Tendrils of crimson gold hair flowed down to its shoulders as a crown made of stellar flames domineeringly burned above her head. Fiery gold robes hiding her curvaceous figure that sported fiery stellar wings. Behind these wings, circular rows of multicolored stellar balls of flames bloomed as they seemed like endlessly burning condensed realities. The crimson gold gem-like eyes of this massive being, the Saintess of Fiery Damnation, went on to gaze upon the masses at this moment. Her face held exceeding majesty and regality that shockingly began to be etched with a devilish and chilling smile, where one could see her fiery red lips opened to release steam as a light of excitement could be seen when this saintess gazed at the masses of legends. Yes, excitement. Her face showed such an expression as she wasn't like any of the REIFIED abilities shown so far. The eyes of many turning stern as they felt like they were facing a powerhouse and not an ability, a powerhouse that at this moment pointed her fingers, the fiery circular rows of flames behind her buzzing and shining gloriously as they stayed where they were. And instead, the Saintess of Fiery Damnation raised her fair crimson hands as she pointed with her finger towards the area where multiple legends clustered around Noah. She then spoke lightly in a voice that dazed the souls of weaker beings. Nuclear. With eyes of increasing excitement. Countless massive balls of flames that seemed to number in the thousands began to bloom from her index finger. With a ridiculous speed that would put bullets to shame. Thousands of hellish masses of essence erupted out as they shone with the maddening golden light of dimensional soul damage. Their speed was great, but what did the Saintess of Fiery Damnation mean by nuclear? Boom! Boom! Hellish nuclear ascended reality fireballs. They exploded into raging circular storms of nuclear cataclysm as they covered multiple legends with the explosion of a single one. and the saintess of fiery damnation was waving her index finger that was shooting out thousands of streams of these hellish nuclear balls of flames constantly, and she even seemed to be doing it faster as one could see the light in her jewel-like eyes increase with excitement. Excitement and ecstasy were shockingly apparent on her face as she actually dealt out horrific damnation to all of Noah's nearby enemies. Poison. The golden orange balls of flames shooting out from her index finger changed colors as they were painted with a hue of virulent green soon after, their explosive force leaving behind ravaging dimensional storms of poisonous energy that decimated any beings that somehow manages to survive the over 100 million dream dimensional soul damage values. The ravaging effects of virulent poison dripped into their souls to do the rest. Even more ecstasy shone on the face of the saintess of fiery damnation when she saw the horrific scene of primogenial legends being ripped apart below her by the hundreds, her index finger continuing to shoot out fiery hellish fireballs even faster. The sound permeated the whole area as its stunning effects were unmatched, Noah's mind buzzing with information and countless memories as primogenial strata legends began to now fall by the hundreds from the mere cast of a single skill, from the mere cast of fireball. The saintess of fiery damnation brought downhill while laughing, the toll of deaths reaching something that the powerful commanders of the ancient races couldn't ignore. At this moment, two made a move as their hundreds of realities passages surged, their bodies releasing profound power as REIFIED skills shot forth. The ones to make a move were a glacial mushroom emperor and none other than a Commander Kuan Pang. The illusion of a blank-faced mushroom opened its eyes soon after as it spread countless pink spores that formed into a cloud to shield the oncoming endless rain of fireballs onto their legions. Then the illusion of a massive three-legged bird formed behind the Kuan Pang Beta Strata legend as it spewed out horrific gold lava like flames towards Noah's reified ability. At the same time, two other Beta Strata legends shot out from Noah's left and right side, and two more surged up directly towards him. 6 Beta Strata legends were actually actively moving against a single ninth firmament existence at this moment. Existences capable of hundreds of millions of damage values surged towards him as REIFIED skills already formed and were ready to decimate everything in their path. Chapter 1861 Man Army. Thump. Noah's heart thumped clearly as he knew very well his own power and his limitations. He had just spilled over 100 million damage values as Beta Strata legends. Could easily dish out this same damage, or a few hundred million. He could defend against 150 million innately with his dimensional barrier is due to it being dimensional in nature. The number of true reality damage values he could withstand was even greater as much more damage had to be dealt in order to break it. So for him to survive an assault against multiple Beta Strata legends, he had to be actively moving and evading them while testing their defenses and how well they could defend against his dream dimensional soul damage values. This type of unique damage being his main weapon is even with this, it was bound to be extremely dangerous, so the first thing was defense and more crowd control abilities. But as Noah's origin buzzed and he was about to call out a second reified ability, massive golden white waves of light surged all around as everyone's eyes felt the flash of many pairs of wings of light. An instant later, the visage of none other than Acaris appeared to Noah's right as her body released boundless waves of a unique power, the very natural laws of reality surging around her as she took an infinitesimally small period of time to first gaze at Noah in an indescribable look before gazing at the Beta Strata legends that were rushing forward. There was no point of communication or any words said as she simply stood upon the path of a Beta Strata legend, her armored body beginning to release incandescent light as the apertures of Shield of Dawn around her crown buzzed with fervor. She spoke out lightly as the surrounding uncontrollable essence of natural laws of reality began to buzz. Shield Maiden, HUUUM. Pure golden splendor bloomed as massive waves of light surged out before being pulled in to form the hazy image of a golden white shield coiling with tendrils of the essence of the natural laws reality, a shield that Acaris grasped in her hands and surged forward with it to clash with an incoming Oblivion Ursity Beta Strata legend, a forward clash against a Beta Strata legend. But this wasn't all that occurred during this same period of time. Zing, a flash of regal purple erupted out as a dozen primogenial strata legends were cut through, a glorious existence clad in purple regality and wielding the sword of Avalon appearing towards Noah's left side where a three-headed ogre was surging forth. His gaze was filled with majesty and royalty as with utmost focus on the upcoming Beta Strata legend, he breathed out while calling lightly, King's Guard. The decretum of a dimension erupted, boundless purple light bloomed as a massive purple great shield bloomed on his left hand, his eyes releasing cold radiance and splendor as with a sword of Avalon and a shield buzzing with the decretum of a dimension. This being went to face the coming three-headed ogre who scoffed with anger as crackling beams of light coagulated into a RFIED ability above him. The Beta Strata legends to his right and left seemed to be covered, as there were still two coming straight at him, and two more that were moving against the Saintus of fiery damnation. Noah's mind buzzed as to him. Time nearly came to a halt. Thump, everything occurring around him fell under his gaze as the effects of resonance of nature were pervasive and prevalent even now. With the boosts they granted being something that Noah realized even he underestimated, a circular blast of essence silently shot from him at the center as he could feel many things: the massive weight of the decretum of a dimension carried around Ezekiel, the sharpness of the surging natural laws of reality that Acris was somehow able to pull around her, the wrath of Caitlin far away as she transformed into a shocking dimensional royalty, the reality around her shattering into countless mirrors as her hands reached out to the still present bloody mist that used to be Nefertiti, bloody mist that she twisted her hands and pulled into a single mirror that reflected countless more shocking images beginning to unravel. Thump, he could feel it all as his soul seemed to resonate with everything. He felt like he could closely feel the surging and immovable natural laws that he could only pull wisps of to make his seeds of taboo, but at this moment he felt like he could do something else with them, as he saw Acris and Ezekiel pull upon natural laws and a decretum of a dimension. Noah's eyes focused on the four Beta Strata legends as he left behind any worries about whether he could defend against their hundreds of millions of damage values or not. Under this unique state of resonance, he called upon his abilities: Ascendant Lich's Armament of Devotion, WAA, Ascendant Celestial Lich's Smite of Retribution, Ascendant Reality, Sever, Boom. Essence exploded out madly as three infinite reality passages surged and crackled with maddening light. The existences they held within were called upon. As this wasn't all, the most dreadful thing was that as they stepped out, wisps of essence of the natural laws of reality began surging into them as it caused their splendor to become even more glorious. An astounding achievement: you have become more perceptive to the natural laws of reality as you can now begin incorporating them to your moves, reducing their resource cost and greatly elevating their power. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen slightly. Such information buzzed in Noah's mind as three RIFIED abilities were called out, and even though it was cast last, one ability surged out with most speed and valor is shining with purple, blue, and gold. Sever stepped out of the infinite reality passage as its sharp eyes opened to lock onto the Beta Strata legends before Noah. Thereafter, a scene of glory and one worthy of utmost remembrance bloomed. Shield Maiden brought forth by an authority even the user doesn't fully understand. This ability pulls in the surrounding essence of the natural laws of reality to form a domain of protection. It is supplemented by the natural laws of reality as there is no requirement of the essence of reality to cast, with the only price to pay being the erosion of one's soul from calling upon essence they neither know nor understand through unique means. The domain of protection can withstand a range of 100 to 500 million true reality damage values depending on the remaining strength of the user's soul. Chapter 1861 One-Man Army. LLL. In an area of the infinite reality under the authority of the dimensional Holy Land, dazzling scenes were occurring throughout, but some were more wondrous than others as the one in current focus wasn't even Noah. It was of something connected to him that had an intense longing, a longing that was finally achieved after it utilized the bone of a Kuan Pang, an interchangeable dimensional material, and many more materials from the mirrored dimension with the aid of the infinite reality to change itself. Noah didn't even touch it as at this moment, Ruination had advanced herself and taken on a stellar form. Gone was her crimson skin and golden inscriptions as dazzling hands with a silvery complexion slowly unfurled. Silver golden feathered wings erupting behind her as crimson gold hair draped over her bare skin. Her eyes carried boundless silver, gold, and black colors as within them, one could see the dazzling essence of three dimensions: mirror, dream, and Nibelheim. Essence could be seen swirling maddeningly in her eyes as she had achieved a terrifying feat after her advancement, her exceedingly beautiful expression becoming firm at this time as she put her hands on her chest and began to glow. Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion. WAA, a glow bloomed out and gradually changed her form as from humanoid, she shockingly reformed into a massive silver gold greatsword with an incandescent obsidian hilt. The dazzling ecratures of dream, mirror, and Nibelheim surged around the greatsword the moment its form was taken as its sharpness was enough to cut the surrounding space. The Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion flashed a single time as a mirror appeared before it, the massive blade sinking into it and disappearing as it came to another region under the influence of the dimensional Holy Land where the visage of Noah could be seen sitting on the throne of unnamed tyranny. He gazed upon his treasure in form of a massive and radiant blade as its voice rang out in his mind: Master. The treasure that wanted to be of more use to its master, its auxiliary uses were already so dreadful enough. But it now focused on even more offensive aspects as it took on the form of a deadly weapon right away. Noah's eyes flashed while gazing at Ruination as he nodded, waving his hands forward as he allowed an incandescent atlatl of reality to also flow over beside Ruination. Come to me in the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest, WAA. His command reverberated out as Ruination released a dazzling silver glow that also wrapped the atlatl of reality, with the both of them turning towards a mirror light that actually formed in Noah's chest as they sunk into him. And then, there was silence. The authority of Ruination was abundant as even after she left, her aura could be felt constantly surging around Noah as she had access to his expansive space. Continuing her passive task of multiplying his loot as after her upgrade, she was doing it by a factor of 6. The allure of loot surged into Noah's expansive space and formed mountains as soon after. These mountains were duplicated into even grander ones by a newly upgraded relic. There were taboo relics, and then, there was Ruination. In the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest, Noah's chest slowly began to revolve with a silvery light as 3 skills were cast at once with 2 requiring resources to do so, and the last one was the most destructive skill that actually required nothing for Noah to cast even after it became RIFIED. Their details were glorious to the eyes. RIFIED, Ascendant Reality Sever, May 5th, born from a concept of extreme speed and mortality. The Assassin Emperor of Severance is called upon as every single one of his attacks has a chaining feature that allows it to strike up to 100 nearby enemies. As with every chain, the damage increases by 1.5%. Every time an enemy is hit by his attacks, the Saintess of Fiery Damnation makes a brief appearance for a microsecond to lay down judgment. The ability can currently deal 1000 true reality damage values and 1000 dream dimensional damage values as it has no resource cost, allowing for the chaining effect of the attacks of the Assassin Emperor of Severance to continue repeating on the same enemy or multiple nearby enemies until their origins perish or the construct of the ability becomes disrupted. RIFIED, Ascendant Lich's Armament of Devotion, 5/5. The RIFIED visage of the Arch-Lich Arazon appears behind the caster as they are graced with the Lich Emperor's Armament of Devotion, a celestial armament made from the vast legions of the Arch-Lich that provides 3000 true reality defense values, 2000 dream dimensional defense values, and 20% straight-up vitality regeneration every microsecond. It requires 1,500,000 units of the Essence of Reality to cast and 150,000 units of the Essence of Reality to keep active every microsecond. So long as the Lich Emperor's Armament of Devotion isn't breached and bypassed, it will remain at its optimum state for multiple attacks as the bony visage of death embraces you. RIFIED, Ascendant Celestial Lich's Smite of Retribution, 5/5. The Celestial Lich descends as its legions of undead are summoned as an amalgamation of a weapon, transforming into an enormous Celestial Bone Legion sword that rains down retribution into a single target with a dream dimensional damage value of 3000. And then a secondary smite of 1000 area of effect true reality damage values as the Celestial Bone Legion sword transforms into a celestial necrotic ring of death that swirls for 3 microseconds against all enemies. Glorious abilities as Sever alone added another base 2000 damage values, with Noah's defensive ability of Armament of Devotion adding a whooping 5000 defense values on top of his already ridiculous innate dimensional barrier. The single cast of Lich's Armament of Devotion was enough to layer Noah over 300 million defense values after experiencing true dual enhancement values of dimensional nature that were even much harder to pierce through as with his innate dimensional barrier, his defense values alone spill over 500 million, and with Sever, Noah was now bound to deal over 250 million damage values per hit after true dual enhancement, with this damage only increasing thereafter as if he chained it up to 50 times, the damage would far exceed 500 million. This was because with every chain, the damage was further increased by 1.5%, and on the subsequent chain, the newly enhanced damage, not the base one that Noah started with on the first chain, would get that same boost as this process continued for as many chains as Noah managed to make. Then there was the Smite of Retribution that dished out a single target and an area of effect damage over an extremely vast distance that would equate to over 300 million damage values. Simply put, they were utterly dreadful to cast out as Noah had done all 3 at once. BZZZT, Chapter 1862 One-Man Army. LV, Noah's surroundings were painted with a glorious allure of white and gold as Halcyon bone armament began to wrap around him, an enormous visage of a celestial Arch-Lich Arazon rising behind him as he was wrapped in a radiant gold cowl and wielding a flaming gold skull staff that shone with holy radiance. Radiance that washed over him seamlessly as his whole figure became covered in the Lich Emperor's Armament of Devotion that would prevent damage from his enemies. At the same time, a massive gold and white bone sword pierced across the skies as it was titanic in size, with the visage of the enthroned Arch-Lich Arezon sitting on a throne of golden bones pushing it down with immense weight and terror. Its size was so massive as it nearly reached the height of the three abyssal gigantomachia undead, these beings having their eyes blazing with deathly flames as their titanic obsidian weapons rose to defend this descending lich's smite of retribution. It was a shocking effort to see Beta Strata legends already in their true forms scramble to oppose the attacks of a single being as the primogenial strata legends of the ancient races in their own true forms could defend against him. A mere ninth firmament existence, but his defensive skill and the massive sword were only the attacks that were easily seen and prevented. There was the assassin Emperor of Severance who had already begun to move, his figure was moving silently as he adorned a purple robe crackling with ether, the illusory image of multiple shattered crowns tied to this robe being visible to Noah as the face of the assassin Emperor of Severance was shrouded in brilliant darkness. In his hands, an incandescent scythe could be seen as it flashed with a maddening light of mortality. This scythe within the hands of the assassin Emperor of Severance was moving at rapid speeds as in the single microsecond. It had always silently cut across the bodies of over 10 primogenial strata legends as even they didn't know they were already hit. Only the eyes of the beta strata legends saw a glimmer of a purple gold light chaining between their people as it was getting progressively stronger, while it did so much stronger that if it continued so, this light might be enough to threaten even them. Disrupted. WAA. A Koan Ping commander from afar spoke as his eyes shone with coldness, but the assassin Emperor of Severance waited for no one as he weaved across the primogenial strata legends, where another 10 were chained once more after a microsecond, as only now did the first existence that this REIFIED sever touched feel the brutal effects. The first existence that the scythe of the assassin Emperor passed through was a Chaos Hound. The body and destiny of this being buzzed just once as before he could even realize what had occurred. Over 250 million dream-dimensional soul damage values wrecked his aspects of existence to nothingness as his body exploded into a shower of bloody mist. This was only the first chain of sever, as after this being was hit and perished so quickly, a crimson gold light flashed as a smaller image of the Saintess of Fiery Damnation bloomed, an image of a saintess that gazed at the bloody field in ecstasy as an instant after, her fair index finger pointed out around her as dazzling balls of flames erupted out to smash and eviscerate nearby primogenial strata legends. Boom, on the second existence that the assassin Emperor of Severance passed through, a similar scene repeated as the existence was decimated instantly while a miniaturized Saintess of Fiery Damnation arose to bully any surrounding legends to death. This scene repeating for the first microsecond as nigh instantaneously, 10 small Saintesses of Fiery Damnation arose. And such a scene repeated for the second microsecond that followed, as when one looked at the battlefield from the skies, they would only see a zigzagging flashing purple gold light that evaded beta strata legends while pulverized primogenial ones, going on to chain to 49 existences in less than 5 microseconds as its movements were too fast for the unprepared beta strata legends to catch it. And all of them scrambled against this single being as his abilities were enough to make him a one-man army, his movements alone wiping out thousands. With every being that fell from sever, the brief appearance of the Saintesses of Fiery Damnation would erase a dozen more primogenial strata legends. If they were cognizant of this dominating ability and realized it had to be disrupted early, maybe it wouldn't have gotten to this, but they realized it a few microseconds too late. They allowed the assassin Emperor of Severance to silently move across 49 existences before a beta strata legend appeared before him, his body now becoming vibrantly visible to all for no reason other than the fact that he had accumulated too much essence and his 50th chain could deal too much damage, so much more damage as one must not forget that Noah had undergone an epiphany and infused wisps of the natural laws of reality into his 3 recently cast abilities, their damage and effectiveness being even more dreadful. For the 50th chain, the target was not a primogenial strata legend, as the assassin Emperor of Severance knew he could not evade the beta strata legends that had appeared before it, after avoiding them all this time since they held a chance of disrupting the dominance of sever. The assassin Emperor of Severance this time turned into a flash of purple gold light while thundering straight towards the beta strata legend, a legend whose expression changed as his body bellowed with power, a yell blooming from him powerfully as he felt the unbelievable cluster of power surge towards him, the incandescent scythe causing his soul to vibrate in disharmony. Who was this unnamed beta strata legends that Noah targeted for the last chain of sever, adorned with the Lich's armament of devotion? Noah's eyes reflected a golden sheen of the dictum Emperor as through them he could see a hazy light around the many existences moving across the battlefield. Some had hazy golden lights that were barely distinct, while others had vibrant golden lights that shone like the sun. This was a sight granted to him as his proficiency in destiny rose, and it told him of the enemies he had the highest chance of killing. the vast stretches of primogenial legends shone bright gold, this ferocious Beta Strata chaos hound with glistening dark scaly fur and a draconic head that shone with the illusory light of reality, shone with a grandeur of gold the moment that the assassin emperor of Severance chained for the 49th time. So Noah commanded it to surge forth as with billowing 500 million dream-dimensional soul damage values and non-quantified changes brought about through him infusing wisps of the natural laws of reality into it. The purple gold scythe of the assassin emperor of Severance swung down on a Beta Strata legend. The individuality this REFIED skill had gained was cold and callous as its eyes radiated purple gold beams of ether. Its voice ringing out in the battlefield for the first time as it stated a word that was also a sentencing: death. Chapter 1863 merely of the Beta Strata. When the 50th chain of the assassin emperor of Severance landed on a Beta Strata legend, so did the Lich's smite of retribution clash against the massive abyssal gigantomachia undead in the molten flames of three-legged reified bird tried to drown the Saintus of fiery damnation, but the attention of many couldn't help but be taken by the swing of the scythe of the assassin emperor of Severance. It buzzed with danger as it targeted a chaos hound whose body glimmered brightly, chaotic. Stellar seas bursting from its body as its reified defensive skill couldn't even rise up in time due to the speed of the attack. The assassin emperor of Severance called for death, the 50th chain smashed down, and like a blinding sun of destructive ether exploding, the force was mighty, over 500 million dream-dimensional damage soul values smashed into the olden visage of this being as it was an utterly dreadful type of damage to take up close, and this included the unknown changes brought about by Noah infusing wisps of the natural laws of reality, and even the full effects of his infinite reality. Passages that hadn't been fully quantified yet, it was made even worse when one wasn't prepared for it, its unique aspects wrecking across the very strata of its enemy as there was even a reality that was maddening to understand. The reality that this damage was taken in full as there wasn't any realm suppression between Noah, who was the attacker at the 9th firmament of ascendancy, and the Beta Strata legends who had achieved the second stage in the realm of reality, no realm suppression. What did this mean? Others may not know, but Noah knew that under his current origin, the primogenial Strata legends would actually face a level of suppression from him as they were considered a weaker origin, with the Beta Strata actually being seen on the same level as his current dream-dimensional reality seed. This was before he even broke through to form his genuine paramount Kainos dream-dimensional reality, JAH. The soul of the Beta Strata legends cried out painfully and with horror as its barriers of defense were shredded apart, its crystallized soul becoming bathed and ravaged with essence that was dimming everything about it. Crystallized, after the liquefied soul sea of the primogenial Strata, legends had to become capable enough to turn this vast sea into a crystalline form, as it was extremely hard for a crystallized soul to be destroyed, and yet it was nearly so at this time as the incandescent manifestation of this being's soul nearly had everything about it sapped. The Beta Strata legends was on his last legs, but he barely held on from falling to eternal slumber from the ravaging dream essence. But the attack of the assassin emperor of Severance was twofold. From the 50th chain, the Saintus of fiery damnation rose as her devilishly beautiful face was filled with unbound happiness. Her fair hands reached out to the damaged body of the Beta Strata legends as with laughter that would be remembered by all. Hundreds of fireballs bloomed as they were the last nail of the coffin, the figure of the Beta Strata legend imploding and becoming immolated as it burst into a shower in chunks of bloody flames. An instant later, the field of battle slowed. Acris and Ezekiel turned to gaze at this shocking scene. The Beta Strata legends they faced did the same, and their faces became grim and filled with rage. The aspects of existence that made up a Beta Strata legend perished at this moment from a mere 9th firmament existence. Utter silence pervaded the surroundings as even those in the midst of attacks found themselves coming to a lull. Amidst all this, a voice filled with tyranny thundered in the ears of all as the perpetrator of this event spoke out, merely of the Beta Strata, nothing much, WAA. A domineering voice that didn't put the distinguished beings that was just killed in its eyes, a voice with anger-inducing words that didn't just compliment the astounding scene, but also a signal for an explosive force against the legions of millions that observed the scene. It was the major turning point of the many powerful existences from these vast ancient legions turning their heads towards a single being. A being that after eradicating a Beta Strata legend, his eyes shone with glory as he saw a half-black and gold randomized loot crate rise, a being whose eyes shone as he watched the assassin emperor of Severance go towards the 51st chain. This was because Sever was never stopped after the death of this Beta Strata legend. It could continue. The scythe on the assassin emperor of Severance pulsed with even more power as it tore towards another Beta Strata legend that had been rushing towards it, but would it really be left alone after all this? Preposterous. the visage of a mighty Kuan-Pang descended beside a moon luminoid that was about to be hit with another chain of sever. Vajra-luminescent Emperor, Ding, a reified ability instantly formed above the Kuan-Pang as an enormous humanoid golden statue sporting a fat belly and top muscles bloomed, his hands massive as they covered the skies. This golden statue blankly opened its eyes as its hands moved at ridiculous speeds, intercepting the coming assassin Emperor of Severance as the target moon luminoid also released a radiant eclipsed moon to block off any paths of retreat. Bzzzzzt, the abilities clashed as a horrific metallic sound boomed while smashing into the golden hands of the Vajra statue. The eclipsed moon came from behind as it also released a ring of silver light that constricted the assassin Emperor of Severance even further. With valiance and power, the body of the enormous Kuan-Pang illuminated gold as it roared out the Vajra statue. It called out, shining with an even brighter luster. Break, WAA. With the effort and might of 2 Beta Strata legends, the assassin Emperor of Severance sneered as its body began to fade. For the first strike of Sever, it could only claim a few hundred primogenial strata legends in 1 Beta Strata. This was the might of an ability that had no resource cost for Noah. It was a shocking show of power, but also an action that signified the clustering of attention of many powerful beings unto Noah. Asha, the auras of multiple Beta Strata legends rose as tens of thousands of primogenial strata legends moved behind them. More Kuan-Pangs, moon luminoids, 3-headed ogres, chaos hounds, mushroom emperors, over a dozen Beta Strata commanders appeared one after another around the periphery of the existence, adorning the form of a human with radiant wings and stature of glory. The legions of millions seemed to all be focusing their gazes towards a single spot. Chapter 1864 merely of the Beta Strata. Blue and gold bounced off of Noah as his eyes held boundless coldness and tyranny, even while the powerful Kuan-Pang that had stopped Sever bellowed out. Long-distance attacks focused on this creature. Whatever move he makes and whatever skill he casts intercepted. Bellows of affirmation came as the skies became littered with incandescent lights. The reification of fiery concepts, glacial abilities, thunderous storms of reality, constructs of massive weapons, many RAFIED abilities began to bloom as the remaining pure-blooded primordials shuddered before they could even celebrate the shocking feat of one of their geniuses. Noah gazed at this all as his smite of retribution pushed back an abyssal gigantomachia undead while a storm of bones erupted from it to cover a wide region that killed hundreds of primogenial legends. He watched as his saintess of fiery damnation was unfazed under the attack of a Kuan-Pang as she laughed and rained down endless balls of flames. He looked at the Beta Strata legends clumping up against him and the countless attacks beginning to rise as his voice boomed out across the battlefield with boundless tyranny. What great emperors you are! WAA, Ascendant Reality Sever was cast once more as the eyes of Beta Strata legends focused on it to disrupt it. To be scrambling before me like this, his voice built up like a crescendo as when he saw the countless RAFIED abilities from primogenial Strata legends flying towards him. His reality passages above glimmered with light as his origin did the same, releasing a light of suppression that these primogenial legends could not overcome. Towards their advance and actions, Emperor's Haki was infused in Noah's last words as he used his billowing will and suppression of his unique origin and reality passages to counter thousands of coming RAFIED abilities. You are not deserving to be emperors. Haki bellowed out as boundless waves of gold oppressively smashed towards Noah's enemies, and he wasn't moving alone as with his words and actions, the remaining pure-blooded primordial geniuses moved. Akris gazed at the unfolding scenes with utmost coldness as she held back a Beta Strata legend. She could feel the erosion in her soul getting extremely potent, and yet even more Beta Strata legends appeared at this time, and if this newly appearing guy can kill one, what am I waiting for? Her thoughts were vibrant as even though casting Shield Maiden caused her soul to become eroded, it was actually bursting with even more power at this moment. This was because she had done something shocking to her soul. To cast abilities while controlling the essence of natural laws of reality she didn't understand came at a great cost, but she found a way to not pay this cost. Through her construct she took the erosion of her soul and turned it into a strength. Bzzzt. Her liquefied soul that she had broken the limits of vibrated as the areas of erosion burned with golden flames at this moment, releasing an essence that spread out across Akris's body and caused her to be even more luminous. She was a being that many didn't understand. She was a being that even Alpha Strata legends couldn't look at in disdain. The more she fought, the more powerful she became. After seeing the erosion of her soul and impossibly burning this up for even more power, she could finally utilize that, an ability that caused her to be undefeated when she sparred with Beta Strata legends. She closed her eyes as she breathed out and called out slowly. It was a skill. And it was also a distinction. As for what it truly meant, Shield of Dawn, the vast realities would come to know. Boom, glory bloomed with even more fervor. From the skies, massive golden shields of light began to descend in a unique formation. Watching this scene were many beings, with some beings in particular deserving of some of the attention, among the folds of space. Hidden from the eyes of all beings was an existence currently grasping an incandescent techo relic, a sniper's rifle that clustered with waves of taboo. Her body glimmered with astral light as she had taken her true form silently, her gorgeous visage being hidden from the eyes of many as she was lying in wait to deal the most destructive damage. This was the job of a sniper. To go in and out unseen as their targets wouldn't even know how they died. Elora breathed out waves of taboo as her rifle buzzed with power. Her scope uniquely wasn't locked out to any of the masses of ancient legions, and it was actually following someone else that remained hidden and was weaving across the legions of ancient races like nothing. The ancient races also weren't reacting to her as at this moment. The aura she gave off was similar to theirs. Elora had coincidentally found her as she left the ranks of pure-blooded primordials and delved into the legions of ancient races like nothing, the light around this existence being extremely dark and vile, unlike anything she had seen before. An existence that was in the ranks of primordials who was actually an operative of the ancient races. Be patient, little Barrett. We shall strike at the most crucial time for this big baddie. She stroked her rifle as she waited for a chance to rise, a chance to assassinate none other than the hidden figure of Genevieve, towards the center of the clusters of ancient legions. All those in these legions had the dense aura of ancient races, something that couldn't be replicated unless one had a bloodline corresponding to it, and Genevieve had something much more wondrous. Her gaze went behind her as she saw the shocking situation unfolding around the one she chose as an enemy, Alexander King. No fucking way, he's just a chosen emperor. The hell is that? Her mind and destiny buzzed with somberness as she turned back to the target ahead of her, sitting on a throne of blazing flames. There were still over a dozen Koan Pangs around him as she wouldn't be able to get past them with her aura alone, so she stopped in the midst of the legion of abyssal death knights as she sent waves of a mental message. He gets stronger off devouring the strength of his enemies. You need to use an explosive and undeniable force right now before any more legends get their strength added to his WAA. Her words were sharp and precise as the existence upon the fiery throne of flames locked onto her instantly. His eyes shone with astounding luminosity as Valdez Tepes spoke out with regality. You are a representative from the olden alliance that has been hidden among the ranks of primordials that whole time. The weaving of destiny turned tumultuous and wild as two beings from different generations got in contact. Chapter 1865. A glorious randomized loot crate. One stemmed from an extremely faraway era, while the other was born with the potential to lead a brand new era. At this moment, the wills of these two beings connected as Genevieve and Valdez reached out to each other. Valdez Tepes was looking dubiously at the visage of Genevieve and the eaves of power she released, her bloodline undoubtedly being purer than most beings here as it could not be falsified. But your strength, ground down by the vicissitudes of time and primordials while I lay in slumber. I've lost contact with others as I know not where my brethren now call home, nor who our allies are. This and more I wish to find out, but now is not the time. Alexander King that he needs to perish sooner rather than later. Genevieve's voice was steadfast as she repeated herself, Valdez's eyes shimmering with the flames of destiny as his thoughts were unknown. Even after the shocking scene shown by a few prominent existences ahead, this being had never faltered, and nor had his destiny. He gazed silently towards the faraway location that was radiating vast waves of golden lights as he spoke. Unless an existence is of the Alpha Strata in this nest. His visage, ever so slowly, began to rise from his throne of flames. They can forget about coming out alive. As he rose, the over a dozen Koan Peng Beta Strata commanders began to buzz with activity, this being commanding great honor and respect as he seemed to be carrying an unbearable weight on his shoulders. Incandescent golden flames began to burn around him as his hand once more rose, the legions of millions reacting as they all began to surge forward maddeningly like a wave that threatened to overwhelm the puny cluster of primordials once and for all. As while this wave began to tumble out, so did its commander, so did Valdez Tepes, and amidst it all, the visage of Genevieve seemed to fade in the legion of millions. Meanwhile, the small cluster of pure-blooded primordials gazed at this all as the gazes that were just re-energized turned solemn with depreciating looks. Many were clustered around the powerful individuals who could stand against their enemies, as the largest cluster was around the figures of Noah, Ezekiel, and Caitlin. the next largest cluster was around the young emperor as destiny surged around him while he commanded dozens of newly advanced primogenial strata legends to fight with the reality. Whether they could withstand a beta strata legend still unknown. Another cluster was around Juliet as reality Ursity and infinite willow trees maneuvered around her surging stellar flames, their enemies being kept at bay. Then there was the area where no beings neared. This area was where the existence with the shining distinction of sacralized was maddeningly exploding with power as silver-feathered wings erupted behind her, her entire skin turning crystalline as her forehead had split to show a buzzing mirror crystal in the shape of an octagon. To her left and right, horrifically powerful silver halos of light formed, with this scene repeating below her, above her, in front of her, and behind her. 6 dazzling silvery halos that seemed detached from ascendancy halos formed, their center revealing shining mirrors that showed stretches of mirror beasts hidden within them, mirror beasts that seemed to be in the thousands, and each one blazed with the light of the primogenial strata. A dimensional royalty, just what would their lineage and power grant them access to? It was a question many would not know the answer to, as even now, Caitlin herself wasn't paying attention to it. She was gazing at the bloody mist that remained of Nefertiti as she had absorbed it into a mirror. And her power now surged into this mirror as it caused reality itself to fracture and caused the blooming of over a dozen more mirrors. Each one showed a different scene, as in some, the golden mist was replaced with body parts, while in others it remained just as it was. She released a bellow that pushed back the chaos hound that had done all this as even more mirrors proliferated until finally, Caitlin came across a mirror that didn't show a bloody mist or mere body parts. Within it, she could see the dazzling figure of Nefertiti with her eyes closed. The moment this mirror rose, Caitlin reached out for it with everything she had and pulled a version of reality. That was different from what had occurred previously. Bzzzt, shocking waves of essence surged as even the natural laws of reality buzzed chaotically, mirror essence pervading everything here as the countless mirrors shattered to reveal the floating figure of Nefertiti. She seemed the same from all aspects as Caitlin's essence flowed towards her hopefully. The eyes of this figure opening as when she saw them, Caitlin couldn't help but be burdened with rage. The eyes were blank without any sign of consciousness. They remained blank as they gazed forward, silver light blooming from Caitlin as she waved her hands to put this visage of Nefertiti away while turning towards the one who had done all this. The massive chaos hound felt its soul and destiny buzz as a cold chill permeated across its aspects of existence, the dimensional royalty before his eyes utterly enraged at this moment as her vast stretches of silvery wings rose, her fair crystalline hands pointing forward and calling for blood as from the 6 silvery mirror-like halos, mirror beast legends began to surge out. Shocking scenes like this were occurring all around and one after another as the unfolding battle was large in scale. As things shifted and changed, the one who had the focus of everything at this moment was watching it all play out in slow motion. Yes, he had managed to kill a beta strata legend. It was a shocking feat. But now, dozens more were coming as the big boss of this Cohen Peng's cataclysm nest was making his move. Noah had many tools under his belt, but it wasn't enough to withstand dozens of beta strata legends while dishing out enough damage to eradicate them. Something had to be done to make that possible. Something like him taking on his ascendant true form that held a ridiculous multiplier and had shocking features like the primogenial ascendancy domain, but the time for it would be too brief. Its cost was too high, so how would Noah overcome this? Shuring, his destiny buzzed as it led him towards the newly formed black gold randomized loot crate stemming from a beta strata legend. Something that only he could see that had surged into his expansive space, and he called out to it at this moment. Open, brilliant gold and black light surged, a randomized loot crate from an existence that had crystallized their soul. Its wonders, one ascendant dimensional shard has been attained, began with a bang. Chapter 1866 Saturation L. The randomized loot crates Noah could choose as loot were gorgeous constructs that could grant him a myriad of new things he didn't know of, and if they were high-ranking enough, they could even grant him loot that had appeared before in previous resplendent treasure caches. The first thing to drop from this black and gold randomized loot crate turned out to be the glorious ascendant dimensional shard that had made many impossible things probable for Noah, and the wonders of the black gold randomized loot crate continued. 8 supreme dimensional bloodline shards have been attained. Attaining 10 shards will allow for the birth of a supreme dimensional bloodline. The memoir A Dog's Life has been attained. 10 seeds of nature that contain purified wisps of the essence of natural laws of reality have been attained. Pure glory and wonder bloomed before Noah as old and new loot bloomed, the ascendant dimensional shard he knew and loved. And then there were the seeds of nature and a memoir, A Dog's Life, woof, seed of nature, a seed containing condensed wisps of natural laws of reality that can be applied to any concept. The descriptions of the 2 new loot were dazzling as A Dog's Life, was a dud containing the memories of the Chaos Hound as he crossed the Nibelheim dimension, while the seeds of nature, they were something astounding. Seeds of taboo were accumulations of wisps of natural laws of reality that could be granted to a concept to attain a taboo edict. Seeds of nature. Were uniquely similar, but with one major difference. They didn't state that they were to be used to elevate an edict to taboo, they merely stated that a seed of nature could be applied to any concept. So Noah could apply it to a concept and have it become a taboo edict. Or he could apply a seed of nature to an already taboo edict to see what profound changes there could be. To reach the stage above taboo, one had to isolate the essence of a single natural law of reality into a concept. It meant being able to at least distinguish between the natural laws. And then only being able to pull from a single one. So what would happen from continuing to pack wisps of natural laws of reality into a concept? This was something Noah had to find out. As with this thought, he came to focus on the dazzling ascendant dimensional shard. Noah had promised himself to always keep one ascendant dimensional shard on hand in case an extremely ridiculous ability came that he had to cut off the resource cost of. He hadn't come across any ability that he couldn't utilize an ascendant dimensional shard on, nor did he wish to come upon such abilities anytime soon. He had attained 4 in total from the resplendent treasure caches, with 3 being used up on ascendant reality sever, concept corruption, and runic bloodline inscription that was constantly increasing his defense. Now, he had attained 1 more as his stock was replenished to 2. It was an answer to the current predicament that he had to utilize. There were many high resource cost abilities that came to mind when it came to the usage of ascendant dimensional shards, with something like Emperor Maidahara being at the very forefront, as it would allow Noah to bypass the ridiculous cost of forging emperor bones, organs, and musculature. But Noah couldn't begin this now when he hadn't resonated his aspects of existence. The more immediate abilities to think of was something defensive, as he already had sever that covered offense, and the ability that would allow him to take his strongest form without any cost, sanguine ascendancy domain, something that only powerful legends with extreme proficiency in their halos attained, where their halos could be fused to bring about a domain. Noah had yet to see this with any of the primogenial strata legends or beta strata so far, and this either told one of how hard it was to achieve this state, or that its cost was so high that even beta strata legends had not unleashed this power yet. For Noah, he had the base multiplier of 3000 by fusing with 60 ascendancy halos, or 3500 if he went all out and utilized Lethe's authority as well. To top off this base multiplier would be the additional boosts of the Ascendant True Form that amounted to 15,000. Both these multipliers put together guaranteed a range of 300 to 500 million damage, and defense values for Noah as matching and decimating weak or average beta strata legends would be easy. He would be covered offensively and in terms of powering up, but he wasn't yet covered defensively, as Noah couldn't maintain the Ascendant Lich's armament of devotion for too long. So the answer for him to run wild in this Kuan Pang's cataclysm nest was clear. WAA, in the dimensional Holy Land, Noah floated on a dazzling throne of unnamed tyranny as 2 crystals floated before his eyes, 2 ascendant dimensional shards. If I can attain some, I can attain more. His voice was maddeningly powerful at this moment, as he was doing too many fantastical things. His throne being surrounded by false grotto nacres that were constantly broken down into golden liquid that surged into his origin, liquefied soul seas that surged towards his soul, and physique-refining pearls that surged towards the musculature of his body. All of this was propelling his new realm even higher, as even though it was extremely hard to form the Kainos Royal Dream Cosmos, when Ka was getting loot from thousands of legends, reality couldn't help but be broken as he speedily filled his dream dimensional reality seed with the massive golden cosmos that had currently spilled over 1.5 trillion. Yes, he had already surpassed the absolute limitation of 1 trillion cosmos with his new origin, with the requirements to form his first layer of a dimensional reality being too great, as such a construct needed too much energy, and yet he was doing it. He was continuing to forge, as while thousands of microseconds passed in the dimensional Holy Land, he knew that he would reach saturation of his aspects of existence soon enough with the constant inflow of loot that continued to get sextupled by ruination. So while this occurred, he prepared to sacrifice the poor souls required to keep this loot coming his will, surging out and crushing the 2 ascendant dimensional shards as he went against his original thought of always keeping one handy. He had yet to use a single resplendent treasure cache. There were still dozens of beta strata legends to form randomized loot crates that would still grant a chance to attain more ascendant dimensional shards. Go forth. His voice boomed out as the essence of 2 ascendant dimensional shards surged towards 2 abilities. Ridiculously going forward with the goal of making them cost absolutely no resource to cast. Chapter 1867 Saturation LL. Radiant essence surged around the throne of unnamed tyranny as it was a scene of utter glory for any who could witness it. Resonance of nature continued to be utilized by Noah as he sensed the constant push and pull of all of these essences and how they interacted with him, how the natural laws of reality reacted to what he was doing. Thump, he continued to sense everything with clarity as he knew in the near future, his comprehension of all these things with the resonance of nature would allow him to exceed his limitation and edicts and begin to understand the natural laws of reality in the decretum of dimensions, and now, he watched as two concepts fundamentally changed within him: ascendant lich as armament of devotion, sanguine ascendancy domain. They had the limitations and restrictions like all other abilities as they had an extremely high cost, and this fundamental nature of these abilities went on to be altered by the unique ascendant dimensional shards as their resource cost was nullified. One ability provided Noah with bolsterous defense to withstand beta strata legends. Another granted him his strongest form as the price was too much for him to pay for too long while also casting other skills, but this all changed at this moment. These two abilities joined the ranks of Ascendant Reality Sever, Concept Corruption, and Runic Bloodline Inscription at this moment to become part of the 5 abilities that had complete nullification to resource cost, OM. Noah's body surged with even more radiance as his Kainos Royal Dream Cosmos continued to proliferate while his dream dimensional soul continued to expand and become an even brighter gold. His dream dimensional body became even more thought as it could no doubt handle 20 cycles of the infinite dream physique if not much more. But this would take time, of course. The timescale would be in the dimensional Holy Land, with the results of Noah's actions showing themselves onto the Koan Peng's cataclysm nest soon enough. So with his actions completed, he let things run their course as a majority of his will focused on the crucial events unfolding in the Koan Peng's cataclysm nest, the surging apocalyptic waves of primogenial legends. The billowing auras of dozens of beta strata legends surging forward, the single existence who had risen from his throne of flames as he moved across the skies like a radiant meteor, his body painted with the aura of a monarch as his right hand. Oh, was it bright, out of everything! His hand shone with such domineering and bright incandescence as it represented part of the heavy weight he carried. All of these beings were surging towards Noah as survival was not assured nor guaranteed the way things were right now. Even as to the left of Noah, the sword of Avalon pointed to the sky. The visage of Ezekiel gazed at the radiant golden shields blooming around them and cast from Acharis as he raised his sword, his will stable and unfettered as he came to lock onto Noah's figure briefly. His mind was free of unneeded thoughts as only a single one crossed his mind, with him knowing very well that he couldn't take it back when he made this move here. To die with honor is far better than to live in disgrace. Though, I do not plan on dying. WAA, Knights of Avalon. The decretum of a dimension buzzed with glory. Its unique ruling came down as dense purple dimensional essence surged, slowly forming a regal illusory image of a round table that currently had a dozen existences rising, existences whose levels of power were utterly ridiculous as even while calling out to them with the decretum of a dimension, the sword of Avalon in Ezekiel's hand was trembling. This was what was happening around Noah, existences revealing their powerful cards in order to survive against the coming apocalypse. But he didn't just plan to survive, he planned to be the one that brought the apocalypse. Sanguine ascendancy domain. Time came to a halt, stemming from Noah. A massive yet sharp pillar of golden light rose up before rushing back down onto him, causing the scene of a myriad of halos erupting from his body as they flashed with light and resonated with each other. It wasn't just 60 at this time as Noah pulled out the 10 from Lethe as well. Dazzling ascendancy halos that showed a golden grandeur of light with some dark bloomed for an instant before they buzzed and began sinking into each other seamlessly. It occurred at an extremely rapid pace as in no time, Noah's body seemed to be surrounded by a dazzling cylindrical pillar of light that covered him entirely, this pillar giving the illusion of stretching endlessly both top and bottom as it fused into him an instant later. As he took on his ascendant unnamed Kainos Emperor true form, a maddening flash of light bloomed as the events were unfolding ridiculously fast, where due to the coming enemies Noah finished the transformation in less than a microsecond as the shower of lights didn't continue for longer than required. The moment it completed, a circular wave of dominion and light surged from Noah silently as it went on to cover vast stretches of land, a domain, the Sanguine Ascendancy domain. It was silent and transparent as it was hard to say who if any beings noticed it. As for his transformation, it could take on many forms as Noah has the aspects of all his current bloodlines fused into this ascendant unnamed Kainos Emperor true form. So he chose his attire and adornment as even the visual effects of the Lich's armament of devotion that caused a radiant golden skull armament to drape over him was made illusory. There was no massive aurora of wings behind his back, as one could see dazzling spinning black halos spinning behind him and below the soles of his feet that were adorned in black Oxford shoes. His lower half sporting sleek obsidian dress pants as a slim-fitting white dress shirt hugged his muscular upper body. The curvature of the 8-packs could be seen from the shirt as golden light vibrated over his skin from the innate dimensional barrier. His hair normally took a myriad of colors, but it was simply a sleek black at this moment. He didn't leak wild waves of power as everything seemed contained, the only radiant thing being the luminous light in his eyes and the small pulsing black halos that were spinning below his feet and those positioned on his back. The figure of the reified celestial archlich Arazon could still be seen behind him, Noah currently releasing a silent light of contained tyranny as he seemed like a bomb that could explode at any time. Chapter 1868 Saturation LLL, the vast waves of surging legends. We're given a show of utmost glory, all radiance and luminosity faded as an astoundingly devilish young man appeared before everyone, a tight white shirt and obsidian pants hugging him as miniature black halos of light spun below and behind him. With this form active, the horrific pressure this being released seemed to all but fade away as the nearby primogenial strata legends breathed easier, but this didn't last long as this being raised his left and right hand an instant later, his chest shone with a glorious silver light as a crimson and stellar beam of light shot out. One went towards his left hand and one to his right, the appearance of these lights bringing down their own horrific pressure. When the scene was clear, one could see his left hand grasping a massive silver golden sword while his right hand came to hold on to a massive golden purple blue spear of stellar wonders. The Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion and the outlotl of reality had arrived. The existence wielding them had his crown spinning majestically atop a barely completed throne behind him, his visage eye-catching and unforgettable as he pointed the outlotl of reality towards the vast sea of enemies with coldness and disdain, his voice blazing out with utmost majesty. Emperor's hockey, billowing waves of pure will and mental energy bloomed out like surging seas to meet the waves of rushing legends. It was the same move Noah had begun with before, but it was vastly different at this moment. This was because he now adorned 70 halos that had all come together to form the sanguine ascendancy domain that had a few ridiculous abilities to say the least. First was the suppression of all those under its domain, second was the disruption of abilities up to the level of REFAED ones as they could be entirely cancelled, then there was the primogenial ceiling, the capability of the sanguine ascendancy domain to lock down two aspects of existence up to the primogenial strata along with anchoring them to the surrounding space. It was truly top domineering as the nearby tens of thousands of legends in the vicinity of Noah's domain suddenly felt their bodies come to a halt, seemingly anchored right where they stood as their souls and origins came under an undeniable and heavy weight, a weight that made it so they couldn't even lift a single ounce of essence from their own origins or souls. The thoughts of these minor characters undeserving of names turned tumultuous as their destinies dimmed entirely, while their souls and origins were sealed. The billowing hockey of an emperor in his true form surged over them as it was purely dream-dimensional soul damage values. With two of their strongest aspects sealed, they were truly helpless as they couldn't do anything. What was Noah's damage at this moment? With 70 ascendancy halos, the base multiplier of the halos became 3500, while the additional multiplier due to his ascendant unnamed Kainos Emperor true form that should have cost a great deal of essence but now cost 0, it granted 17,500. This was a 21,000x multiplier as with Noah's close to 10,000 base damage values in addition to the outlotl of reality he now held. A single attack from him was over 200 million damage values. When doubled by the throne of unnamed tyranny, over 400 million damage values were easily dished out. It was simply bullying primogenial strata legends at this point. Boom. The billowing will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor descended onto anchored and suppressed primogenial legends as everywhere his hockey passed. The lives of tens of thousands of legends dimmed. Tens of thousands of primogenial strata legends. As for the nearby beta strata legends who had already seen one of their fall, they were somewhat prepared as defensive skills had surrounded them powerfully. But many of them still turned ashen as they gazed forward in shock. An astounding achievement. WAA, over 10,000 Kainos candidate emperors have fallen under your authority at once. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen greatly. Essence raged madly as tens of thousands of mushroom emperors, chaos hounds, moon luminoids, oblivion ursidae, virulent drakes, celestial sharks, and even some Koan pangs fell. The backbone of the throne behind Noah gained a few more glimmering points of light as he shone with astounding radiance, and he seemed to just be beginning as soon after. He called out with glory while his figure began to fly forward while he shockingly delved towards the legions of millions of legends. Sever. And the more shocking thing was the fact that the ashen legends that had to withstand dream-dimensional soul damage floated backwards. WAA Beta Strata legends. Unconsciously retreated at the advancement of a single ninth firmament existence. What a glorious achievement! What glorious might and tyranny! Noah paid no attention to this as he watched another assassin emperor of Severance manifest, with him being able to call out one at a time as this was an ability that was cast and then kept active while it chained. But the Saintess of Fiery Damnation still had 5 seconds of active time as she continued to tame down fiery death, Noah now raising his left hand holding the Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion as it flashed with a silver light that reflected onto the anchored corpses of tens of thousands of primogenial strata legends that would never wake again, their bodies all disappearing soon after. His actions and might were tyrannical as the wave of millions that was surging forth shockingly slowed and nearly came to a halt, with Noah surging forward. Only a few Beta Kuan Pangs began to cluster with somber faces as their bodies lit up in dazzling fashions, a majestic voice booming out at this moment. What a glorious level of power, WAA. With a sense of unbound power and confidence even after seeing the recent actions, a single humanoid Kuan Pang accompanied by over a dozen glorious Kung Pangs neared Valdez Tepes. He came to stare at the tyrannical and unblemished visage of Noah as he nodded with appreciation, his right hand buzzing as it rose up, for having such a power. It is a shame that you are on the enemy's side. Billowing and intense fluctuations of power began to rise, a shocking clash about to bloom. At the same time, the death of tens of thousands of primogenial strata legends from the ancient races acted as endless fuel for Noah. Fuel for his advancement, fuel for his glory. In the dimensional Holy Land, Noah was situated upon a throne that was now covered all around by vast stretches of mountains of false grotto nacres, liquefied soul seas, and physique-refining pearls. The loot from tens of thousands of legends was immense. When it was further sextupled, it just became ridiculous. It was enough for full saturation. His booming voice reverberated out as the endless mountains of loot brought about from the foundations of existences that had lived for millions of years. All of it surged towards him so he could achieve completion for this stage of his realm. Chapter 1869 Saturation LV. Noah planned for 9 layers of dimensions for his new realm of progression. Each layer would represent a dimension as at this moment. He hadn't even begun the proliferation of the first layer as he only had a seed, a dream. Dimensional reality seed. The very essence of nature had told him that due to his path, proceeding forward would be extremely arduous and require a tremendous amount of resources. It should have been something that took a great deal of time to achieve. Yet Noah, he had taken an opportunity by its reins as he devoured the foundations and strength of tens of thousands of primogenial strata legends. The foundations of beings who had collectively lived through billions of years. It was enough for many things as the mountains of sextupled false grotto nacres, liquefied soul seas, and physique-refining pearls. Noah's will surged to cover them as they were instantly lulled into his body, who said one had to slowly allow seas of essence to build up their foundation, who said that one had to slowly watch as millions of Kainos royal dream cosmos formed, who said that Noah couldn't watch hundreds of billions form every second. The mountains of loot that should have released their essence slowly were devoured at once as Noah's body trembled and bubbled. His gloriously strong body buzzed and nearly cracked. His strong soul shimmering with gold trembled but stood stable. His origin that had been forging hundreds of millions of cosmos came to a halt before an instant later. Boom, hundreds of billions of these unique cosmos that should have been hard to form began to proliferate and bloom madly. His golden dream dimensional soul expanded and churned with majestic storms. His body had its organs, bones, and musculature constantly refined to the very limits as the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique continued its cycles. Above, the infinite reality passages continued to form. Everything in this location shone with radiance and maddening majesty as Noah went towards nothing but saturation. And when he was fully saturated in all aspects of existence, there was nothing that could stop him from forming his first layer of dimension. What would his enemies do then? What confidence could existences like Valdez Tepes rely on thereafter? Tepes, WAA, as Noah felt the number of Kainos royal dream cosmos spill over 4 trillion. He thought of the toughest enemy to face in this Kuan Pang's cataclysm nest, his clone that took on the form of a celestial grimoire spun another page. Dazzling words began to fill Noah's mind as he continued to enjoy the wonders of resonance of nature. Tepes gazed at the immensely powerful genius before him with a tinge of regret. If only someone as accomplished as this appeared in their race. If only they fought to restore the honor of nature and how things once were. BZZZT. Essence chaotically began to buzz around Tepes as he raised his right hand. the waves of millions spread left and right as they moved to circle the remaining pure-blooded primordial geniuses, the vast majority of them currently left bloody or dead as many ripped apart infinite willow trees, reality ursity, royal humans, dragon phoenixes, and astral existences lay around lifeless, their crowns forever dim. The hand that rose from Tepes told the masses of legends to focus on the remaining weaker beings as he and the Beta Strata legends around him would focus on the geniuses playing around with the natural laws of reality and decretum of a dimension. The battlefield came to focus, the visage of Noah in his glorious adornment faced off against the figure of Tepes who stopped in the distance, the shrouded assassin emperor of Severance that had been called out earlier, showing a shocking level of destruction as its conditions and multipliers were vastly different. But since genuine Beta Strata legends were cognizant of it now, it was shockingly intercepted on its 25th chain before it could stack too many kills. A virulent drake with dark blue scales appeared as its draconic limbs shone, coming to face the scythe of the assassin emperor of Severance head-on to make sure this dominating ability didn't continue accumulating power. But there was a misconception to the damage of this terrifying ability. Even though it had only chained halfway compared to last time, its damage at the 25th chain at this moment while cast under Noah's ascendant true form was even higher than the last 50th chain of his normal true form, so the results, boom, was disbelief and horror painted the virulent drake as over 700 million true dimensional soul damage values smashed into him, under the eyes of Beta Strata legends who thought they were now prepared. This being was utterly shredded in his aspects of existence as his soul was the first to fall, everything else following soon after. A black gold loot crate bloomed and silently surged towards Noah as the eyes of the assassin emperor of Severance were bright. Continuing forward to another Beta Strata legend as it called for blood, but this is enough, HUUM. The undeniable voice rang out as the assassin emperor of Severance found its target forcibly changed, its scythe receiving an undeniable tug that directed it towards no other place but the skies where one being stood. One being whose right hand was shimmering with a heart-throbbing light, a shocking pulling force redirecting the very essence of Sever towards it, the assassin emperor of Severance let off a light of tyranny as it took on the challenge, using the pulling force to go even faster towards the challenger. It arrived before the hand pulling towards it in a blink as a deadly amount of damage that average Beta Strata legends would dread erupted out. And YETIT was different this time around. The hand that was stretched out pulsed. It took in the 750 million dream dimensional soul damage as it began to shine with soul-shaking light, the eyes of the holder of this hand beginning to shine with luminous understanding as he gazed forward. Yet the damage was still disastrous as the fair skin around this hand began to melt, revealing a shocking allure of gold that lay beneath, as this was what absorbed the damage, as the damage was absorbed. The image of the assassin emperor of Severance was stopped by the shocking force of this golden hand that was being revealed only to be dissipated soon after, even as its gaze remained cold and unyielding. Just like that, a shocking ability was pulled and stopped by the dazzling right hand of Valdez Tepes, his hand that shone with immeasurable weight. WAA, another page of the celestial grimoire turned after showing the unfolding events from different perspectives as Noah's face remained calm, his full focus elsewhere. The explosion of his aspects of reality reached their very summit at this moment as his Kainos Royal Dream Cosmos spilled over 9 trillion as it forged towards a nice and even final number, a number that would confirm he had reached saturation. Chapter 1870 Emperor L. His dream dimensional soul surged endlessly with the grandeur of gold, his body shone with golden crystallized light as he seemed to be forged and made at the centers of dimensional singularities. And not too long after, as he had absorbed simply too many physique refining pearls, false grotto nacres, and liquefied soul seas, HONG, his body radiated luminous golden light all around as all of his aspects of existence reached Noah's own acceptable boundary from what he knew he could achieve. Your dream dimensional reality seed has reached full saturation. Your dream dimensional soul has reached full saturation. Your dream dimensional body has reached full saturation. 3. Dazzling prompts came as they delivered to Noah the fateful news. 10 trillion Kainos Royal Dream Cosmos, an exceedingly vast and endless soul sea, and an immeasurably taut body. Your dream dimensional reality seed grants an additional 5,000 true dimensional dream damage and defense values. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 10 million. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has risen greatly. BOM, unfiltered and celestial radiance erupted from Noah's body as every part of him screamed of wonder and majesty. Even the throne of unnamed tyranny he sat on became illuminated by his radiance that only continued to get brighter. Your dream dimensional body's innate dimensional barrier is now equivalent to 150% of the highest reachable defense values in your strongest form. your dream dimensional sea can more profoundly resonate with nature, the formation of taboo concepts becoming 1,000% faster as you gain more perception of the natural laws of reality and decretums of dimensions. Shocking prompts descended before Noah's eyes as his already ridiculous damage and defense values gained an additional base of 5,000, his maximum reserves of the essence of reality became 10 million. The innate dimensional barrier around his body alone was about to become just disgusting to his enemies as the number continued to rise. All these were just the boons of reaching full saturation. You have met the conditions to begin establishing your first layer of a dimensional reality. Noah stared at these words serenely as the shining lights around him began to dim down, but before they could dim entirely, triple empower all aspects of existence. Hung from the depths of his body, 300 magisterial true stars of conquest rose. Their purpose was singular as the domineering light of conquest went on to bathe his origin, body, and soul. The boons from full saturation further secured his power against the current enemies, as their empowering might not necessarily grant quantifiable results, but their results were bound to elevate him even further, as from this moment onward, he just needed to comprehend the resonance of his aspects of existence and breakthrough. Would it be something hard or just incredibly easy? Noah didn't forge forward just yet as he grasped the situation around him first. The newly appearing figure of Valdez Tepes in his astounding right hand that shone with golden incandescence, Noah's will surged as his true clone in the form of the celestial grimoire exploded with even more authority, shining words beginning to be written once more. A maddeningly powerful right hand, Valdez Tepes felt its surging strength that he had gotten control over these past years, and yet it still didn't feel like a part of him, as it held something even he couldn't fully understand. But this was the strength his father had passed down to him before he perished, the will that had passed from father to son as it carried down the hopes of the great commander. The will of Commander Phone will not be reined in by a single primordial genius. His essence moved. He resonated with his hand that had dissipated the enemy's attack as it now shone with blinding gold light, the weaving of tendinous musculature tightly wrapping around each other being clear. The entire arm seemed like it was forged from a celestial haven as it caused the surroundings to tremble, Tepes' eyes releasing rays of profundity as glorious halos erupted and fused into his body, many of them black in color as the magisterial form of a golden crimson scaled Koan-Pang appeared. Two massive claw-like draconic limbs were sprouting on its front sides as a long extending Dead Sea monstrously beautiful tail extended behind him, wings of draconian flames erupting from his back as his draconic head. It released waves of royal majesty that couldn't be matched. Of the two massive claw-like limbs, the right one released the same terrifying terror of the prior right hand Tepes held, as it now seemed even more glorious, much of Noah's authority and suppression being pushed away since the arrival of this hand. Thereafter, Tepes only spoke lightly as his right hand flashed, thousand-armed monumental defiler. Boom. Essence surged and converged madly, all of it spun crazily behind Tepes as it formed into the massive RAFIED figure of an existence whose race couldn't fully be made out, the only distinct thing being the fact that numerous titanic arms sprouted off the sides of this creature whose entire body was made of gold and a menacing crimson light. Its head being more feminine as it seemed like the anthropomorphic mixture of a dragon and human, for crimson gold horns rose on its head as extremely sharp flaming wings shone behind it. The waves of maddening power it released were unbelievable as when Noah gazed upon it, his eyes quantified the coming damage values to shockingly be close to 1,000 million. The many hands of the thousand-armed monumental defiler surged towards Noah as they released a shocking light of despair. Yet the unnamed Kainos Emperor remained unfettered as he once more cast Ascendant Reality Sever, the power of this ability at this moment being even more dreadful as it easily spilled over 700 million. This was due to Noah's base boost being given an additional 5,000 after he reached the saturation of his origin, where the first attack of Sever was now similar to the past 25th chain of it. This same ability, the pulsing hands of the thousand-armed monumental defiler, smashed into the side of the blooming assassin Emperor of Severance as the stable space of the Koan-Pang's cataclysm nest began to rip in ever so small amounts. Shockingly, even though there was a discrepancy in the damage values of a few hundred million, and the assassin Emperor of Severance had its visage faded first, the massive and terrifying crimson gold visage of the thousand-armed monumental defiler also began to fade soon after as its eyes and horns shone with power and malice. Yet Tepes was unfazed at this as an instant later, thousand-armed monumental defiler, he calmly called out once more, BZZZT, and the massive figure with shining power and malice formed once more as the massive claw-like limbs of Tepes shone. He wasn't worried if his enemy could clash with his abilities, nor if he was even profoundly powerful enough to dispel it with wild power. This was because the weight of the hand he bore was too big. The ability he had cast once could be cast Again, and again, and again, this was due to the will he carried, this was due to the hand he held, it was, Emperor, WAA. Another page of the celestial grimoire turned as after Noah read its recent words. His eyes could help but release shocking beams of light. Chapter 1871 Emperor. LL, the heart of destiny shone with luminous light above everything in the Kuanpang's cataclysm nest. Below it, the gorgeous figure of a Kuanpang with two draconic front limbs could be seen, its right limb especially menacing and shining with golden light as it represented shocking glory. Emperor, what exactly did this mean? Yes, one could brand abilities onto emperor bones, organs, and musculature that they could then cast freely without the need for resources, but was that really it? The answer was that it was never so simple. Every time that an emperor accessory was utilized, one's will had to initiate it, the strength of one's will, the direct power of one's soul. It would always be required to bring to fruition such an action, so even though no mana or essence of reality was required, one would gradually spend the might of their soul as they repeatedly called out the inscribed ability, and Valdez Tepes. Had an astounding will, thousand-armed monumental defiler, boom, the glorious ability was cast once more as a massive crimson gold figure bloomed, the four horns on its head in wild feminine draconic aura making one feel a sense of awe and eeriness at the same time as its hands weaved in different directions constantly. But the reply to this, sever, was the blooming of the assassin emperor of Severance, who clashed into the explosive force of the many hands that shone with an enticing light. Whatever force that remained from the impact smashing into Noah's body as he seemingly absorbed it all with no issues, his innate dimensional barrier that nearly reached 500 million by itself alone, dissipating any residual damage as the Lich's armament of devotion added an additional 600 million. Making Noah's current defense values stably stand above 1 billion defense values. Constantly. And the word constantly could be used freely here as Noah had his innate barrier always, and after reducing the cost of Lich's armament of devotion to zero, he could also choose to keep this skill active at all times. His ascendant unnamed Kainos Emperor true formed, he could also choose to retain this form at all times as ridiculously. It didn't cost him anything to do so. From this point onward, he could always be on his strongest form without the need to unfuse with his ascendancy halos if he did not wish to do so, with his form always remaining wondrous and pristine, as the effects of Noah doing such a thing would not be entirely prevalent just yet. Hung, the air cleared as the golden crimson eyes of Tepes shone, his thick voice ringing out. Leave this enemy to me. You all kill the rest. The command of the leader of the ancient legions rang out as the Beta Stratas moved, dozens of them surging towards the remaining pure-blooded primordial geniuses, as Noah wouldn't just leave them be. Brrrr. The saintess of fiery damnation still laughed with happiness and joy as she rained death and damnation onto any of those she could. Her damage that grew strengthened with Noah being capable of even decimating a Care Beta Strata legend, as this wasn't all that Noah did. Descend. WAA, he called upon the full pressure and suppression of something else to come down as the clear skies changed color. The hundreds of reality passages from Valdez and nearby Beta Strata legends were squeezed and pushed further back as thick and massive mountains began to proliferate across the skies. 60, 70, 80 radiant infinite reality passages pressed down with a horrific pressure from the very skies. 80.as 7 more cycles of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique had occurred while Noah was completing his saturation. And the limit-breaking extreme physiques of Mana, Arcadian, Chassis, Relegator, and Burgeoning had finished their second rounds of refinement. 80 wasn't even the maximum right now. It was just what Noah could forge until now, as he utilized ascendant flasks of life and death to replenish his essence of reality constantly. Their grandeur was ecstatic, their might and suppression were even more glorious. With the weight of 80 mountainous passages pressing down, Noah moved towards the existence whose grandeur had not yet lost to his, as he also pressured the Beta Strata legends around him, so far revealing only Sever, Lich's Smite of Retribution, and Fireball, as a few RFAED abilities had yet to take center stage. There were resplendent treasure caches for him to utilize on 3 existences, there were many more Beta Strata legends for him to turn into randomized loot crates, and there were millions of primogenial Strata legends he needed to loot to further progress his realm when he formed his first dimensional reality. So he moved forward, as even with the appearance of an emperor appendage, he wasn't worried. In the distance, the most powerful primordials grouped up together as most of the surviving ones had entered the domains laid out by Acris and Ezekiel, with Caitlin being the only one outside these domains, as she was currently thrashing the Chaos Hound Beta Strata legend that had eradicated Nefertiti. The figure of Ezekiel came into focus as his Sword of Avalon was currently buzzing, the Knights of Avalon that he had called out withstanding the assault of 2 Beta Strata legends currently, as Ezekiel gazed towards the thousand-armed monumental defiler that had risen in the skies once more. The sword of Avalon was buzzing with a distasteful light when feeling the essence permeating from this REIFIED ability of an emperor appendage. Ezekiel himself had a somber expression as he couldn't help but speak under his breath. Vile, what did he mean by this? Why would an existence connected to the Avalon dimension look upon the mixture of dimensional essence among other things of the thousand-armed monumental defiler and call it vile? Boom, over 3 beta stratas smashed into the domain of the Shield of Dawn set down by Acris at this moment as it shook Ezekiel out of his reverie, his eyes trying to refocus on the enemies around him as Juliet, the young emperor, and Aegon struggled to throw out their own attacks to support the two most illustrious beings around them at this moment, Acris and Ezekiel. Their fight was here within the enclosed walls of the glimmering golden shields. If they could not withstand the assault, a portion of the most powerful geniuses of pure-blooded primordials would fall here today. Chapter 1872. The will of a great commander. Outside of the Kohenpeng's cataclysm nest, the masses of primogenial and beta strata legends moved with fervor as they gazed at the stellar domain rift of the unexplored grotto sanctum, shrunken down and barely held in place by the wills of the alpha strata legends. How could this happen? How was it not caught by none of the seers? Voices of rage and indignation rang out as all these knowledgeable beings had long since recognized the gravity of the situation. If this truly was a trap, then the one who had sprung it must have had a great deal of planning, as what lay inside the unexplored grotto sanctum could very well be the end of the lives of many geniuses. The pure-blooded primordial bloodlines had already moved and contacted their counterparts, as while everyone was busily trying to figure everything out. The space cracked open above this region as a domineering wave of authority pressed down. All voices ceased as the massive figures and domains of the alpha strata legends of the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines even shrunk. An aura far exceeding the beta and alpha strata appeared above as a massive figure tore open the veils of space itself to appear, the grand image of an existence with radiant pairs of wings on his legs and back, landing in the eyes of many as his visage was kingly and muscular. The space above his head was free on any crown as his authority was veiled. This being holding astounding beauty and charm, as he had a face that seemed no older than a man in his 30s, his golden eyes were piercing as when one looked at him, they couldn't fully decide whether he was from the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, astral bloodline, or royal human, yet his voice was heavy. You allowed my sister to walk into trap so simply? Boom! The words were akin to thunderclaps in the ears of the alpha strata legends as their domains shrank even further, their grandeur and might being dispelled ever so slightly as none of them could find words to reply to this being who floated down as his visage was over 10 times bigger than the alpha strata legends, his eyes sharp as he gazed at everything while a crystal and golden medallion around his neck began to shine. If anything happens to her, the Alliance will not be able to protect you from my wrath. The words of this being reverberated in the minds of the alpha strata legends as the light from the medallion on his chest illuminated on the nearly closed domain rift, seemingly crossing through it as a shocking reaction unfolded, a reaction that caused a hazy screen of light to rise up in the space devoid of stars, a hazy screen of light that showed a gem illuminating below the armament of none other than Acris, with the scene around her gradually forming as the many legends outside the unexplored grotto sanctum saw a delayed scene of events that had played out some time ago. A scene that showed the scattered pure-blooded primordial geniuses on one side, gazing at an army of millions of primogenial strata legends and dozens of beta strata legends. It was a scene that caused terror in the hearts of all the primogenial strata legends here as even Brightborn gazed forward in shock and horror at such a scene. The expression of the powerful existences who had arrived changed when he saw this, his eyes becoming even colder as his voice boomed out again. The only reason I haven't started a massacre is that her life medallion has not shattered. Where somehow even amidst all this, she still remains alive. Shock and awe reverberated throughout as outside the unexplored grotto sanctum, a delayed version of the unfolding events began to play out. The privacy and secrecy of the domain within began to be laid out. We can request for a grotto haven master to be dispatched. Seeing the shocking scenes, the astral alpha strata legend spoke out slowly as science reigned. His words seemed reasonable, but nobody was able to reply to him. The unknown existence exceeding alpha strata that had just arrived remained silent as he watched the unfolding events on the illusory screen, his thoughts only known to him as this unstable situation unfolded. Thousand-armed monumental defiler would be cast, the assassin emperor of Severance would be sent out to meet it. 10 such clashes had occurred so far as the skies were filled with healing rips, the battle occurring at this moment being dreadful as if a weaker beta strata legends were caught up in the middle of these two ninth firmament existences. Losing their lives would be but a given, seeing such an existence with such might and talent before he even became a legend. Valdez shook his head with pity as he voiced out amidst their clashing abilities, do you know what you fight for? The beings you fight for? What their leaders have done. Your strength and candidacy. Valdez gazed at the glimmering backbone of a throne and crown behind Noah as he continued. It could have been used for so much greater. A pity. This was what Valdez Tepes felt the more he saw this being matched the attacks being sent out from an emperor appendage, so he couldn't help but think of what ifs. He couldn't help but think, if only the will of the great dash, if only the will of the great commander was spread out to more chosen emperors. His eyes released beams of lights as he heard the tyrannical voice of this being reverberated in his mind, and it was heard only by him. The voice carried what his ongoing thoughts would have been as Tepes narrowed his eyes dangerously, gazing towards the faraway being who continued, "You carry great power, but your attainment in destiny is only so-so. Thus, I can see some things, Valdez Tepes." Noah spoke freely while gazing at the terrifying being who was protected on all sides by the emperor appendage attached to him, his thoughts being the only thing he could get across in order to progress this battle forward even faster. Valdez was calm even amidst his shocking words that would have ruffled the minds of others, this being instead continuing to cast another thousand-armed monumental defiler as Noah's next words were ones that could not be ignored. "You carry a great weight and a great will, but are you sure of its identity?" Yes, since some time ago, Noah had read the perspective of Tepes through the celestial grimoire. There, he had heard of the words commander phone as if there was any genuine connection there, the ability he had gained from the forgotten reality where he accepted the will of commander phone, Emperor's aged remembrance. This ability would have triggered, if there was any connection, then when the emperor appendage that carried Commander Feng's will appeared in full bloom, Emperor's aged remembrance, would have been triggered, but it remained gray and inactive this whole time. It meant that on this Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest and in this being before him there weren't any traces of Commander Feng. Chapter 1873. Whose will? The will of a genius existence couldn't be shaken so easily, yet the words of the unnamed Kainos Emperor to the Internuncio Emperor were heavy and not to be taken lightly as the eyes of this being shine with intense sharpness, yet he was still just as valiant as Tepes replied coolly, "A pure-blooded primordial cannot understand the sacrifice of Commander Feng against the Emperor deceiver. His advanced planning that warned the ancient races and gave us a path for survival. That is the being whose will I am carrying." The vibrant emperor appendage released bright golden luster as if resonating with Valdez's words, almost as if agreeing with him of his assertion. "What does someone like you know of the great commander, BZZZT?" The thousand-armed monumental defiler bloomed with even more shocking ferocity as around these two beings, the Beta Strata legends weaving around them to circle the remaining pure-blooded primordial geniuses, the battle about to become deadly for them if Noah remained contained for much longer. At this juncture, Noah didn't cast Sever to dispel the thousand-armed monumental defiler, his hands holding the outlotl of reality and the Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion as he gazed at the many hands of the coming REIFIED ability silently. His eyes released a light of astounding tyranny as he spoke. "What do I know of Commander Feng?" The many arms of the monumental defiler swung down with a menacing crimson gold light as Noah withstood it all with his pure body, his body that was covered by his innate dimensional barrier and the might of the Lich's armament of devotion. Boom, an attack with close to 1 billion Nibelheim damage values smashed into his as the sandy gold of dream essence surged, dispelling everything coming as his innate dimensional barrier alone matched the damage values of the attack thrown after. Noah achieved full saturation and gained another 5,000 defense values to his base boosts, and when considering the Lich's armament of devotion, another 700 million dimensional defense values covered Noah as weak Beta Strata legends couldn't even touch him. He didn't have to cast any extra ability or do anything, as if someone's attack didn't reach over 1 billion and then exceed that by hundreds of millions. They couldn't even touch a semblance of his hair. In the era, I am the one most knowledgeable on the will of Commander Feng, WAA. Noah proclaimed these words inside Valdez's mind as he still had to keep up his appearances as a pure-blooded primordial, his will surging forth as he sent wisps of his memories from the forgotten reality towards Valdez. At the same time, his body released a domineering flash of light as it rebuffed the thousand-armed monumental defiler easily, the crimson gold draconic eyes of this REIFIED ability releasing a deadly light as it faded. The surging Beta Stratas in the surroundings saw this scene as their faces turned exceedingly sour. Behind the cluster of pure-blooded primordials, Caitlyn's silver head rose as her mirror body was covered in the golden crimson blood of a Beta Strata Chaos Hound, her wrathful eyes calming down a little after the death of Nefertiti and unsuccessful return of her consciousness as she turned her heavy emotions to the coming legends. Around the silver halos surrounding her, constant lights pulsed. As mirror beast legends began to surge out, the pure-blooded primordials in peril gaining another lifeline as brings like Acarus, Ezekiel, Juliet, and the young emperor were the only ones commanding others and keeping the legends of the ancient races at bay. Those contributing the most were clear as while Noah easily withstood the attack of an emperor appendage, he showed his power and unfettered resolve as he focused the firepower of the Saintus of fiery damnation towards the surrounding legends, sever once more being cast as the targets were the enemies in the surroundings. Primogenial or Beta Strata didn't matter for Noah as these beings who had been in this Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest for millions of years preparing for this attack, they had stumbled onto an unbreakable wall today as Noah didn't look too kindly upon them. This was because they had become tools for others. There was no trace of Commander Fong as even though the creation and plot of the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest was arranged by the ancient races. The one who had pulled upon the strings of Valdez Tepes was another force entirely, a force that seemed to have extended its influence to even his father who could have been in existence even greater than Alpha if not at the Grotto Haven stage, and this influence stemmed from the Nibelheim dimension. Noah's task at this moment was to figure out what this influence was, as this would be the true enemy. Just what entity from the Nibelheim dimension had etched its essence into the rulership of the Kuan Peng bloodline that one of its most astounding geniuses carried its will and was fooled into believing it was someone else? This was a question that had to be answered, and Noah went about it the straightforward way as when Valdez saw the wisps of memories coming in. His stern expression remained hardened as he perused through them silently. He saw bits of memories of the old and will inside the forgotten reality, as well as the true and genuine scenes of Commander Fong that Noah was shown from a different age entirely. This, the stout and strong mind of a genius, was still too strong and not so easily steered, cannot be hung. The thousand-armed monumental defiler reformed behind Valdez once more as his stern and tenacious eyes carried a trace of grimness at this moment. His will went on to cover the glorious emperor appendage that was his right hand. It was passed down from his father and connected to him intricately, where the true blood that flowed from his heart coursed through this limb as if it was his own. It had long since become a part of him as his destiny told him in the future that he could refine emperor bones, organs, and musculature even faster while utilizing this hand, an inheritance that ate up the life force of his own father. Should be carrying the will that his father shouldered, right? Chapter 1874. Whose will? Outside of the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest, the eyes of the pure-blooded primordial legends gazed at the delayed version of events playing out in shock as the first unfathomable thing was the number of enemies their geniuses faced. The next unfathomable thing after the dot was the fact that these geniuses actually amended to keep at bay the legions of millions that even if they were out here, it would still be a disastrous war to eradicate them. But the scenes of the figures of Caitlin, Ezekiel, and Acarus calling down shocking means played out as the primogenial legends felt disbelief and shame at their own power. Then the scene of Alexander King came, the scene of this being eradicating hundreds of legends with a mere shout, impossible. The legends that prided their power and thought they had the chance to ascend the true throne felt their confidence shatter the moment that they saw hundreds of others just like them perish from a mere shout. The visage of Acarus's brother had a serious expression as he watched on, while one particular legend felt his body trembling in pure disbelief. Brightborn, this royal human legend watched Noah's image that he very easily recognized as he felt a chill run down his back, thinking back to all the times he talked to this being and how he talked to him like a senior. It seemed that the whole time he could have chosen to erase a legend like him with a shout, as such a reality was extremely difficult for Brightborn to realize. What he didn't know was that Noah didn't have the level of power he displayed currently just days ago when they were traversing on the Purple Endeavor. What he didn't know was that in a matter of days, this existence had gained the strength to tear apart primogenial legends and come to match Beta Strata legends. All of the primordials that currently watched the delayed version of events in shock. Witnessed the current power of geniuses displayed, as none of them would truly come to know just how quickly this power was gained for one being in particular, one being whose efforts alone aided in holding back legions of millions. The action of transplanting emperor appendages onto others was rare, with some not even knowing of its possibility across the vast realities and dimensions. It wasn't something that could be done freely, as for the cost of merely granting Valdez Tepes a single emperor appendage, the entire lifeline and emperor bones, organs, and musculature that his father had cultivated perished. For him to have taken the actions he had and granted this to Valdez. Could it have been due to anything but the strong desire to see the ancient races thrive and pass down the will of the great commander? This was the ingrained knowledge and understanding Valdez had, as it was hard for him to change it even though he had received very clear and direct information that told him otherwise from the being before him. The being that had withstood the thousand-armed monumental defiler with his very body. Valdez hadn't pulled out his strongest possible attack. But even this was shocking to see, as after listening to the words of this being, the grimness in his eyes only grew. This dot was due to nothing but destiny. For Valdez to reach the heights he had reached, his destiny was astounding, as his sense of it matched, with his soul carrying a taboo edict geared towards destiny. His current understanding of destiny could not deny the memories he had just received, as this was what caused his stern expression to turn grim. There was no falsehood within them. It couldn't be possible, right? What he believed all these years, what his father had passed down to him, it couldn't all have its purpose and reasoning torn down by the words and memories of a single being, right? Geniuses were geniuses, their souls were strong as their wills were immovable, or even the fact that Valdez had looked at Noah's words and memories with reason without denying them and simply continuing to attack was rare to see. Unlike many other prideful geniuses, the thoughts of Valdez Tepe, a commander of legions of primordials, actually gave the time and benefit of the doubt to his enemy. His will focused on his dazzling right hand that shone with power and glory. Was this emperor appendage attached to him? Really not what he thought it was. Destiny weaved chaotically, with Noah's words and memories that exposed the truth. A seed of doubt and hesitation was planted. This was enough. A consciousness was roused, as its first feeling was maddening wrath and annoyance. This was because it was roused prematurely. It was being roused because it felt a sense of hesitation and rejection from the host it had been utilizing this whole time, a rejection that shouldn't have come at all, as even if it did, it should have been years later when its goal had been achieved. How foolish! The consciousness was powerful, as it came to attention fully in an extremely short period of time. It was bathing in seas of immense darkness, as with its waking, churning crimson light bloomed. In the skies of the Koan Peng's cataclysm nest, a shocking scene bloomed, as just when the doubting gaze of Valdez Tepe went to his magisterial golden emperor appendage, a crimson light of maddening authority shot from it. The eyes of the thousand-armed monumental defiler that were cast behind him resonated and shone brightly as a shocking domain bloomed, a domain that spread out all around and seemingly stopped the very movement of time itself. With the brightening eyes of the thousand-armed monumental defiler, the eyes of Valdez Tepe dimmed as darkness overcame him, his consciousness coming to a microsecond later, as in his Koan Peng form, he found himself in a space of exceeding darkness. The floor he was on felt viscous and stable, his very soul vibrating with shock as it felt the terrifying will that had pulled him into this space, a will that was currently covered by blinding crimson gold light that made his majestic figure of a Koan Peng look like a mere ant. "What do you think you are doing?" hung, with a voice so gloriously powerful and pristine that his soul became briefly lost. The will boomed inside his mind. Tepe was quick, as his genius was not for show, his eyes gradually becoming filled with pain and unwillingness as he thought of his father while looking at this unknown will before him. Many years ago, my father passed down what remained of himself as he gave me the inherited will of Commander Foam. You are not that will, are you? Feminine in nature, glorious in power, a voice that seemed to tug onto one's very soul as it came out, as if it was higher in position and power, that all those below it were simply nothing. Your father gave his life away so that his lineage of the Koan Pengs could survive and gain the chance of revenge against primordials. Does it matter what will I am if you get this power? Domineeringly powerful words buzzed in Valdez's mind as his heart felt great pain. What had his father done? Just whose will did he take in and pass down to him? If it wasn't the will of the great commander, should he still accept its power all the same to further his goal for revenge? Oh, you seem to be under the misconception that I still needed your permission after you've bathed in so much of my power. The crimson golden light maddeningly increased as Valdez's soul couldn't help but shudder. Since this vessel has arrived into the vast realities, its goal could be considered half complete. The other vessels should provide even greater results. Let's see what caused this early awakening. Boom! The moment the voice finished, the billowing crimson gold light surged like an endless wave, surging into Valdez's small figure in a terrific manner. Chapter 1875, The Dimensional Deceiver. The Defiler of Souls. A shocking development, terrifying authority bloomed from the emperor appendage attached to Valdez as an instant later, Noah's body and will buzzed with power. In the terrifying domain that had erupted where everything seemed to be halted, Noah's will became active as he was among the few that came to right away. Behind him, the sword of Avalon cried out with a resplendent purple light of honor and royalty as it seemed extremely averse to the dimensional essence surging out from the emperor appendage currently. The glimmering golden shields from the Shield of Dawn also came to life in this stopped world as the radiance of Caitlyn's surging silver grandeur also burst out as well. They all came to as they stared in somberness at the existence that was Valdez Tepe. His eyes currently released a terrifying light as the thousand-armed monumental defiler had shockingly turned its many arms onto the glorious figure of this Koan Peng, the pairs of crimson gold horns on its head now releasing a menacing demonic light as its horns rose ever higher. the thousand-armed monumental defiler then began to shrink into the figure of Tepes, its eyes cold and detached as this shocking scene couldn't be so easily understood. And yet from the distance, Ezekiel looked at the blooming scene with somberness and aversion as he seemed to have an idea about the vile essence that his sword of Avalon was reacting to. He couldn't let this emerging essence achieve its wishes as his gaze turned to the one person that possibly stood a chance to stop the transformation, the existence currently wielding two soul-shaking weapons. He is tainted with the essence of a dimensional Hellion ruler that is currently fusing with him. Do not let him do it completely, as nothing in the Beta Strata can even stand a glimpse of the power of a dimensional Hellion ruler, even if it's an insignificant will of theirs. This message was conveyed in sound waves that smashed into the ears of none other than Noah, who gazed at the unfolding situation with calmness and luminous eyes that were seeking something. Oh? His answer was calm to the buzzing words of Ezekiel, who had the purple luster of a decretum of the Avalon dimension burn even brighter. Ezekiel, who after seeing Noah's laid-back expression shook his head, thinking this being truly didn't account for the gravity of the situation. We have to work fast, so please trust my words. I have the name of Ezekiel as a pure-blooded primordial, but I have another name as a dimensional royalty of the Avalon dimension. I have faced the forces of dimensional Hellion rulers before, as the essence I feel here, it is of one of the most dreadful rulers. Ezekiel revealed his identity early, and he did so because all signs pointed to the fact that the being he was looking for was more than likely this one before him. They couldn't both perish when he had just located the other, yet, why was he still so laid back as the dense aura of a dimensional Hellion ruler began to permeate? Ezekiel gazed at the constantly spreading light as he began to rise, his sword stretched forward as he would make the first move if he had to, while he spoke into the ears of only Noah once more. As a prince of the Avalon dimension and one of those holding a seat, I implore you to make a move before this transformation is successful. I, Ezekiel, no, I, Lancelot, advise you to release the strongest attack you can muster to foil the descent of a will of a dimensional Hellion ruler that we cannot handle right now. Lancelot, his pure-blooded primordial name was Ezekiel, as his dimensional royalty name was Lancelot. Lancelot of the Avalon dimension, this being implored Noah to stop the occurring transformation, as even after that, Noah still didn't make a move. Hey now. The voice of the Acarus rose as she also withstood the domain that stopped time and beings as her unique authority spread out. It really seems like we should be making a move now, right? Her words were actually in line with the secretive words Ezekiel had sent towards Noah, and yet Noah still paid no heed to this, as next up the visage of Caitlin floated to appear behind him. She was silent as she only gazed at him briefly before turning to focus on the thousand-armed monumental defiler that had nearly fully sunk into the glorious figure of a Kuan Pang. At this moment, Noah replied to the words and questions of all those conscious, let the one behind it all descend. Attaining their authority will be all that much more glorious. The reason why he continued to watch the unfolding situation was due to his destiny buzzing wildly. Killing beta stratas and using resplendent treasure caches on them was a great thing, especially massive and powerful ones like the abyssal gigantomachia undead. But if he could utilize a cache on an uber-powerful boss that seemed to have shocking history, then it was a no-brainer. Of course, as always, with every terrifying risk, there was an even greater reward, if one survived to enjoy it anyways. Boom, the terrifying aura continued to bloom, as there was one factor involved in all this that some may have overlooked. There was Valdez Tepes, this being bellowed out with his very own will as he shockingly held his sanity in mind while a terrifying construct entered into his very aspects of existence, a tinge of unwillingness coursing through his eyes. Even though I may not carry the will of the one I thought, the weight and survival of my lineage still lies on me, as I will not allow you to use me as a vessel for your purposes. The words were of power and great resolve as the massive body of the Kuan Pang began to tremble, horrific cracks beginning to permeate across it as it will tried to fully insert itself into a genius of the ancient races. Chapter 1876, The Dimensional Deceiver. The Defiler of Souls. The visage of a Kuan Pang was that of utmost glory. It seemed untouched and unblemished, as at this moment, an existence sought to taint it and descend onto new lands through it. But the regal will of a Kuan Pang would not allow this, especially the will of a great genius, as even though it was going against a dimensional Hellion ruler, Valdez was unfettered. You fool! This is the same purpose you wished for, just through different means. Why reject it so much? The languid feminine voice rang out once more in Valdez's mind as it held a trace of surprise at this being's resiliency. Whatever deals my father made are not mine. I will not lose myself and my sanity to a being whose will I do not understand. Leave me. Boom. the liquefied soul of Valdez trembled and surged with the authority of rejection as it even began to destabilize. With the will of Valdez choosing to rather perish than be taken over, he was someone astounding and a true genius as he had broken the limits of his body and soul, and yet he now put them on a path of destruction in order to not let this entity use him for his own gains. Crack. Crack, fissures, and cracks permeated across the body of the Kuan Pang as the state of Valdez deteriorated extremely quickly, the unknown will within him raising its brows in surprise once more as this was an unexpected variable. This genius Kuan Pang had bathed in the authority of the emperor appendage carrying her will for years as he shouldn't have been able to reject her descent, and yet his very blood and soul burned as he would rather choose a path of destruction than be reined in. Time was running out. If she could not establish herself now, she would forever lose a foothold with this vessel. This is why I disliked you Kuan Pang so much. Always talking of what is right and honor like the Avalonian fools. And yet without the strength to back it is why you will never break out of these barren lands. Boom, the will surging within Valdez unfurled with a light of tyranny as it was not something that the wishes of a single genius could rein in. Perish if you wish to and miss out on grand power. Just like your father, a coward to the very end is what he couldn't handle he just passed down to his son. No wonder you all lost to a single being's machinations all those years ago. Painful words that caused Valdez's heart to tear rang out as his Kuan Pang form roared out, the visage of the thousand-armed monumental defiler actually unfusing from him as this action caused his entire back to split open as if his whole body was being splintered apart. The menacing horns of the thousand-armed monumental defiler released rays of deadly light as its detached crimson gold eyes came to land on the existences freely moving within its domains. It felt the essence of Avalon it hated as well as other dimensional essence that shouldn't be clumped together all at once, but its eyes focused on the cause of her early awakening as it was none other than the visage of a being who carried two pulsing weapons, the being that actually carried the will that she mimicked to make tools of a Kuan Pang lineage. The will only glanced at the calm eyes of this being who did nothing with a light of coldness as its gaze went around it next, on the masses of millions of legends, on the beta stratas with ancient bloodlines slowly coming to at this moment, since the rejection of this Kuan Pang prince was too strong as it could affect her descent if she continued any further. She would simply find another vessel to do so, a vessel that unlike the rigid mind of the current one she occupied it could be melded to her wishes and easily reined in. There were just a few conditions for the bloodline to fit. It had to be of the ancient races, hold a high level of purity, and stem from the olden times as her authority was most powerful with these sources, purity. This was extremely crucial as the blood of a dimensional Hellion ruler was extremely special, and the blood of this particular will was even more so. Bzzzt, in her eyes, a golden light pulsed with strength as destiny flashed, the understanding and usage of such a concept to this will being far and above many existences as she soon found a potential vessel that fit her conditions. Her gaze went to the back of the ranks of the legions of ancient races as there, the singular figure of a ninth firmament existence with an extremely pure ancient bloodline could be seen struggling to wake in her domain. You should do, BOM, the will erupted out from Valdez as it nearly shattered the body of this being, the golden emperor appendage shockingly becoming ripped apart from the body of this massive legion commander as it flew backwards. The surging will of the dimensional Hellion ruler reached its target first as it descended into the unsuspecting mind of none other than Genevieve, spending a microsecond within it as it learned many things. Then, its voice boomed out in her soul. Child, do you wish to gain the power to eradicate the chosen emperor? A scene much similar to Valdez played out again where a mass of crimson gold light sucked in the will of the visage of Genevieve, the maddening light of authority descending onto her soul unknowingly as she was roused and came to. Days ago he was your match, today he can kill you with a flick of his fingers. Will you perish to him or take my strength and overcome him? Will you let me in? Waves of authority and essence smashed into Genevieve's mind as she was under great influence, yet her visage was still glorious as she retained her mind while ascertaining everything, her heart still greatly under the influence as the only thing she could do was grit her teeth and ask as she thought about the will trying to use her and the insane and unbelievable strength of Alexander King. Just, who are you? What is your identity? Genevieve wanted power. To survive this ordeal against an enemy she had pitted herself against, she very badly needed power. She just wanted to know who would be using her like this after tackling her greatest weakness. Oh, sweet child, I am your hopes and dreams. Let me in, and you shall know everything about me. HONG, destiny weaves madly as a maddening light of power and tyranny echoed out. The small body of Genevieve began to tremble as from the distance, an emperor appendage appeared and smashed onto her body, the enormous light of the thousand-armed monumental defiler sinking into her as she began to be bathed by a shocking crimson gold light. Her dark hair fluttered as crimson gold horns began to sprout from her head, her eyes slowly gaining a consciousness that wasn't fully her own as this being had given the permission with her very soul. She had allowed a terrifying entity to settle in, and now, this entity awoke with coldness and power as a devilish smile began to bloom on Genevieve's lips. The condition of acceptance that she had put forth was completed as the will of the entity moved Genevieve's lips like her own. Child, I am known as the Dimensional Deceiver, the Defiler of Souls, the Blood Empress, and the Daughter of Hatred. I am Lilith. BOM, Chapter 1877. Lilith, the split body of Valdez Tepes sank from the skies and crashed towards the ground. Very few signs of life could be seen from it as true blood freely overflowed, Noah's eyes flashing with power as his will washed over this body and caused it to disappear, sinking into his expansive space as the abundant essence of antediluvian bloomed into it. He then focused on the rising aura in the distance as he saw the visage of Genevieve rise and begin to change, a smile coming to his lips as he thought about the weaving of destiny. In the end, it all somehow came to this. From the time they first met until now, something unbelievable had sunk into her as if it was a few microseconds prior. Noah could eradicate her with his thoughts freely. Now that he would get two for the price of one, as the identity of the one coming into the battlefield was still unknown. For this, Noah didn't even have to wait long. You shouldn't be so carefree, WAA. He felt a smile forming on his lips before the words even came as Lavalier spoke up for the first time in what seemed like a while. But only microseconds had passed just since the battle began, as the timescale was hard to wrap one's mind around. Take whatever loot you need and speak freely. Noah's thoughts rang out domineeringly as when it came to loot he currently had an overabundance of it. Lavalier was silent as her will surged, a mountain of false grotto nacres disappearing in Noah's expansive space where the mountainous body of a pulsing Kuan Pang could also be seen close by, after she digested all this loot that would have been unbelievable before. Radiance shone over her branded form within Noah's main body as she spoke. Soon enough, you've stumbled onto a seed that a dimensional Hellion ruler planted in order to stretch their influence into the vast realities. This is unlike any other enemy you have faced, as if you consider things in terms of generations, you and all the geniuses you have met so far, even that useless Genevieve can be considered children. A dimensional Hellion ruler can be considered an elder, as there are in an entirely different generation. They have comprehended concepts you cannot even yet fathom. They have transfused isolated laws of reality to exceed taboo and enter the stage of Dharma. Above taboo, one delved into the tier of Dharma whenever they managed to infuse the essence of a single natural law of reality into their concepts. Dimensional Hellion rulers exceed even that, as they have even managed to grasp and comprehend the very natural laws of reality themselves, utilizing their essence freely as if it is a part of them. This is far and above what you can handle, as it is not something the Alpha Strata or Ultima Strata can handle, or even those who have stepped into the Grotto Haven stage. WAA. Lavalier ridiculously continued, spitting out new information like it was nothing, the number of uses she had gained from swallowing a mountain of false grotto nacres being unknown, as she also revealed the last strata in the realm of reality. Primogenial, Beta, Alpha, and lastly Ultima. The word Ultima stood for furthest or last, something that was situated beyond all others. Lavalier expressed that even those at the Alpha, Ultima, and even the Grotto Haven stage that had their own distinction were incomparable to dimensional Hellion rulers. How many were there? What were their identities? The only saving grace is that what is descending here is just that a small insignificant portion of a soul that is also under heavy restrictions for stepping outside its domain. But even though it is a minuscule portion of their strength and soul, it has not forgotten its concepts that have reached the tier of Dharma. It has not forgotten its control of any natural laws of reality that it has comprehended. Even if they can only display a semblance of all of these powers, it may still be too much for the current you. Waves of destiny spread silently as Lavalier used the words "mame" when talking about whether Noah could face this being or not. She had learned to not place absolute words when it came to him, as even she was proven wrong too many times. It may be too much for the current me. But I will not be the current me for too much longer. WAA. His will surged tyrannically as he raised the crimson gold emperor's ruined blade of oblivion in his hand towards the transforming enemy. Tell me, who is this dimensional Hellion ruler before me? Noah was undaunted as he asked, watching as a shocking demonic nature bloomed from a rising figure of Genevieve as massive horns began growing from this being, an intense and vile reeking of blood spreading out as vile dimensional essence surged. The Daughter of Hatred. Dazzling crimson gold wings erupted from Genevieve as her ascendancy halos bloomed, shockingly being expanded in size and melded as if they were malleable, soon becoming turned into rings of light that went forward to wrap around the four horns growing out of her head, the dimensional deceiver who has spread her influence over 3 of the 9 dimensions. An existence exceeding all common sense, as she was even titled the Blood Empress, the Defiler of Souls. The golden emperor appendage had evaporated her right hand as it fully transfixed itself onto Genevieve, the thousand-armed monumental defiler continuing to fuse into her as it seemed to be at a crucial juncture where everything would be complete and a shocking existence would descend. Lilith, with distaste, Lavalier said the last words as Noah's eyes released luminous rays of light. And just when the scene showed the thousand-armed monumental defiler about to fully sink into Genevieve, boom, a piercing ray of shocking light filled with authority tore across the skies. A ray of light so fast that many could barely follow it, a ray of light that came from none other than Little Barrett. At this time, the sniper that had been lying in wait made a move. Her figure was roused and came to not too long after Noah and the others, as she had always kept her scope on target, her musculature still vibrating at this moment after she fired a shot towards the head of her enemy. Chapter 1878 Resonance. At a crucial time others couldn't even imagine, an existence tried to assassinate the descent of a will of a dimensional Hellion ruler. It was something unbelievable, as others wouldn't even have the courage to do it. It was great execution and timing, but the power that had come down was simply too dreadful. BOM. The bullet-carrying tendrils of taboo authority smashed into the region where the head of Genevieve was. But it was like an object was heading into the boundaries of a scorching sun. Before it could even reach her skin, it was slowly evaporated as the force didn't even touch a glimpse of this newly rising Genevieve. The infusion and the descent of the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler completed as Genevieve's face underwent another transformation, dazzling pairs of eyes erupting from her as they shone with a bloody gold light. Exceedingly devilish beauty unfolded itself as this will. This dimensional Hellion ruler merely batted an eye towards the direction where an existence even dared to throw attacks in its direction as Elora felt her soul buzz and nearly shatter. She grasped onto her techno relic tightly as she disappeared into the folds of space soon after. It was a worthy effort, but the enemy was simply too dreadful. Noah looked at this scene as he nodded, Akris, Caitlin, and Ezekiel having difficult and somber expressions, as the one being with a smile etched on his face was Noah. This was because he knew it was time. The existence that had risen this time was an uber big boss that was multiple levels above him, or he would even be fighting with an insignificant portion of her soul at this moment. He was plenty powerful right now, as he could withstand over 1 billion damage values easily and dish out something similar, but it would entirely not be enough here, as the aura they could all feel from the existence before them. Alpha Strata. HONG. Ezekiel spoke the words with a sigh as he grasped his sword of Avalon tightly. The aura they were just beginning to sense was no doubt something they had felt when facing the Alpha Strata legends that were outside the domain rift of this unexplored grotto sanctum. Noah gazed forward as he wanted to correct Ezekiel's words just a little. He was more perceptive as he could see the strength of this being was rising towards the peak of Beta Strata and nearing Alpha, but she wasn't fully there yet. But this didn't matter. This was a being who might be able to utilize Dharmatir concepts or even the very natural laws of reality themselves. It didn't even matter whether her aura reached Alpha Strata or not, as this alone was dreadful enough. It was still a level of strength he couldn't stand against in his current state, as the only thing left to do was for him to exceed himself. In the dimensional Holy Land, Noah sat on the throne of unnamed tyranny as he fully utilized its time dilation effects, the movement of time and the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest seemingly coming to a halt for him, as he could accomplish many things in this period of time. When a being blinked their eyes as merely a second passed in the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest, Noah would have had over 5 hours to do whatever he wanted in the dimensional Holy Land, and what he wanted to do now was proceed forward after he had stayed behind for too long. He had forged his foundation to the extremes. Even now, he was still forging his physique, as the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique would soon finish its 20th cycle. The resplendent infinite reality passages continued to grow above him as his power still rose steadily, and amidst all of this, his dream-dimensional reality seed, dream-dimensional body, and dream-dimensional soul were fully saturated and ready. His origin pulsed with Kainos royal dream cosmos as it gave him a sense of boundless strength, essence of reality. Coursing within him powerfully, his body contained astounding refinements of physique as it continued to undergo even more cycles, where in its current state it should be able to withstand at least another 10 cycles of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique. His soul pulsed with power as thousands of taboo edicts now swam within it, simply waiting for Noah to sort them out and put them where he wished. By all accounts, he was ready to resonate his aspects of existence and enter a new stage. Geniuses did this easily so long as they had a solid foundation in many infinite reality passages, stepping from cosmic filament and into the reality realm easily. But would it be the same for Noah? He had his own realm of progression, as he currently had a dimensional reality seed that wished to become a type of a dimension. He wasn't forging a reality, but a type of dimension termed as a dimensional reality. To achieve this seamlessly, Noah knew he had to be in the proper state of mind. A state of utter peace and tranquility, as if he wasn't facing a ridiculously powerful enemy who had her hands dipped into 3 dimensions that even primordials were still increasing the dominion in. For this, one of his true sanguine clones was already up to the task, far away from Noah's main body that was situated on the throne of unnamed tyranny, in a domain also under the authority of the dimensional Holy Land. As shocking wars and chaos bloomed in the outside lands of the vast realities and dimensions, a fantastical scene was blooming in this domain where one could see many figures of Noah's friends and family currently clustered in one location. The skies were a radiant blue with seas of multicolored essence floating with grandeur. The earth they were on filled with abundant life force as silver gold trees floated behind them while verdant gold grass weaved beneath their feet. Vibrant crystal and metallic grills could be seen atop the grasslands they were on as Adelaide and Barbados manned 2 of them, while adorned in aprons pulsing with the light of primordial relics. Kazuhiko and the Emperor Penguin had similar attire while they also manned other grilling stations, the whole land they were on being a vast cliff as. Further ahead of them, the earth dipped as one could see an endless golden sea below it. Near the edge of this vibrant cliff, Noah's true sanguine clone had the blue slime bouncing above his head as he cast a fishing line into the golden sea where massive deep-sea beasts swam in. Little Henry sitting beside him doing the same, while his mother was behind them with Athena and Elena among others currently peeling the scales of a massive phoenix shrimp. The Oathkeeper was using his large body to split apart a lobster that was gushing golden seas of essence and preparing spices on it, as the aroma even before it was cooked was already astounding enough. Tiamat was in her dragon form as he used her dragon's breath to rekindle the grills further behind them, all of Noah's people being on this vast paradisical domain as they merely spent time together enjoying a barbecue of whatever Noah fished from the endless golden sea below the cliff they were on, with such a scene surrounding him and feeling the warmth of those he protected and loved. Noah's will found this to be a prime state to be in at this juncture. As he held onto the primordial relic fishing rod, he thought about the spark one needed when going past their cosmic filament realm, the resonance they had to undergo with their aspects of existence. Geniuses could easily bypass the state of epiphany and achieve resonance, and Noah was the same even when he was walking an entirely different path. With his mind in its best possible state, he looked within himself as he focused on his aspects of existence, the essence of the origin of nature he had attained from Dr. Hall shone vibrantly as he saw the 3 aspects that made him, his origin, soul, and body. To step into the next stage, one had to resonate these aspects of existence and bring them closer together, interlinking them as if they were one. It all began with their soul, as normally, one would spread its gaseous state over their whole origin and body and interlink everything during the resonance. Limit breakers had condensed their souls as they were in a liquid state, and they had to spread their soul sea onto their other aspects of existence. Noah's soul was a vast golden sea and not the cerulean blue of all other beings, this soul beginning to buzz at this moment as it got ready to connect everything together. Resonance, HONG. In his unique state, Noah merely uttered these words for it to begin. For the process of bringing many different aspects into one, as the resonance began, Noah found himself reflecting on himself and his own separate identities. He was a son, he was a father, he was a man, he was the 9th infernal lord, the apex paragon, the antiquity of mana, and the peerless forger. He was an emperor and the owner of the infinite dimensional reality. He was the tyrannical emperor, the ethereal dimensional emperor, and the unnamed kainos emperor. He had all of these identities, but at the end of the day, he was simply Noah Osmont, SHING, an incandescent light of utter glory and majesty shone everywhere where Noah's will reigned, a shocking transformation blooming at this moment. Chapter 1879 Resonance. Seated upon the throne of unnamed tyranny, Noah's main body entirely began to shine with a halcyon sheen. Boundless gold permeated all around his golden soul sea, exploded outwards and began suffusing into his body and origin. Your aspects of existence are undergoing resonance. The prompt rose within his mind as he felt like his very being was vibrating. There was a profound and intricate oscillation occurring with his 3 aspects of existence, with his soul being the trigger. As the origin that was round and stable this whole time began to tremble, the dimensional reality seed wishes to bloom into a dimension, the origin trembled as after reaching full saturation. It could now bloom into a type of dimension as the raging golden waves of the soul sea would pave the way. His body also reacted euphorically as his very cells drank the essence of his soul, everything becoming closely interlinked as this aspect was also being raised to an entirely different stage. The maximum number of cycles for the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique had not even been reached before Noah started the process of resonance, and the capacity of cycles he could undergo would be even crazier after he finished his current transformation, as the dream of more than 100 infinite reality passages would be but a given. And speaking of the infinite reality passages, their allure was currently above Noah's head as they continued gushing out immense reserves of essence, undergoing their own subtle changes as they also seemed to be influenced by Noah's change. This wasn't all, as Noah had many authorities that he was intricately connected to, and they all began to experience profound changes as when Noah's very aspects of existence underwent fundamental changes. These authorities were taken for their own changes as well, and the range of authorities was exceedingly wide and grand. The trait of infinite mana is undergoing an increase in authority. The trait of protagonist is undergoing an increase in authority. The trait of samsara universal Tao origin is undergoing an increase in authority. His very being began to undergo grand changes due to this stupendous elevation as even his traits surged forward. His very blood was boiling as the slow pace of the vitality ecritures being branded and formed in his blood began to change and become ever faster. His surging golden soul sea that bathed everything proliferated and expanded as it drew in boundless essence from the infinite reality passages and the surroundings. Mountains of false grottonacres, liquefied soul seas, and physique-refining pearls also sinking into Noah ceaselessly as the process was one of utter wonder. On the throne of unnamed tyranny, Noah's head rose as he found himself uncontrollably bellowing out, his eyes opening up without his control as his irises flashed with the many different eyes of authority he held. The dazzling primordial eye of the pioneer flashed with gold, the crimson eye of ruination appeared with glory, multiple eyes flashed majestically as soon after, they all began to be blended into each other. Your eyes have begun assimilating all their authority. The primordial eye of the pioneer, the eye of ruination, the eye of nature, the eye of truth, the eye of Armageddon, the eye of destiny, the eye of fate, the eye of karma, and the eye of fortune are undergoing assimilation. Dazzling rays of light were released from his eyes as it was one of the many things changing. But its progression was much faster than even the evolving traits as a shocking prompt bloomed within Noah's mind soon after. You have attained the authority of a tripupiled Kainos emperor. The beams of light being released from his eyes did not dim as they shone with even more shocking brilliance, the beams cleanly becoming distinguished into three as they stemmed from three genuine pupils. Each one of Noah's eyes now held three pupils within them that rotated with maddening power and majesty, these three pupils being like luminous suns. His eyes shone with such blazing luminosity that one would be burned with dimensional damage values if they stared long enough, and the three pupils within them continued to release the rays of gold, red, and blue lights of utter majesty. This was just the first thing that was completed under the changes currently occurring. The biggest one was only just beginning. The dazzling dream dimensional reality seed Noah had forged and saturated in a short period of time began to unfurl and bloom into something else entirely. The paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality is being established at the same period of time that the prompt rose in Noah's mind. In the dream dimension, serene waves of billowing golden sand covered vast and endless lands, with unknown domains, kingdoms, and empires lying within the deeper one went. The lands truly did seem endless without any boundaries. And this was a trait that could be attributed to a single thing, an event that occurred many millions of years ago. An existence had gone ahead and taken an action that should have fundamentally changed a single vast and endless domain, but its effects didn't stop there as they spread to touch even the mysterious 9 dimensions. The dream dimension was a particularly hard domain to navigate as the monstrous existences within relied on abstruse methods of the soul, with the primordials having a harder time delving into a few dimensions, and one of these harder dimensions was the dream dimension. Within this vast landscape, the powerhouses at the Grotto Haven realm and above led the incursion of the primordials forward, while at the depths, empires with dimensional royalties and factions of unimaginable power reigned. Yet at this moment, every single one of them experienced the same thing, a phenomenon that had never appeared in the history of the dream dimension. The billowing areas of golden dreamy essence surged to the skies, no matter if it was in the wilderness where dream and nightmare legends roamed or in fantastical domains filled with existences that easily controlled the decretum of dreams. Dream essence surged to the skies as it swirled like a storm, buzzing with profound wonder and power. As just when many eyes gathered on it, it exploded into a circular golden wave of light that spread outwards endlessly. Dong! The wave of light released a tolling sound as it carried immense authority, causing a phenomenon that was hard to miss for anyone in the dream dimension, is the question of whether they understood what it meant. Well, that was another thing entirely. Chapter 1880, The First Dimension. When Noah began forging his first dimension, a wondrous phenomenon played out as it was hard to say how many beings grasped exactly what it meant. One could say its effects were null, or another could say that they were far-reaching, and they could both be right, but the crucial thing was that it had occurred. On Noah's chest, the visage of lavalier that had branded itself to Noah was also shining with utter glory at this moment. Around her very being, there were tendrils of chains from many sources, as the major ones were from destiny, fate, karma, and fortune. There were also profound chains buzzing with the dream essence that began to shine at this moment, their brighter sheen shockingly causing some of them to begin shattering into sandy light that surged back into lavalier herself. Her will surged with shock at this scene, as even without consuming mountains of unique items or relics, she felt her authority returning, even if it was ever so slowly. Yet Noah continued forging forward. Even amidst all this, an explosive force emanated from his blooming seed, as one could see this circular structure shockingly unfolding. The concentration of dream essence reaching tremendous levels as the circular origins became plainer, essence was drawn from the surroundings and the infinite reality passages as the seed bloomed into a dimension, this process happening slowly, as the end result of it all would be an endless golden flat plane. A plane that Noah would have to continue expanding until it reached a shocking level of saturation, and only then could he even think of beginning to form a second seed to bloom a second dimension. The process was somewhat slow in Noah's eyes, as it wasn't completed in just seconds, his paramount kainos dream dimensional reality taking its time to draw an essence and unfurl from the seed as it established itself. And of course, if one was establishing a dimension, the essence of the decretum of the dream dimension begins to bloom within your origin. Yes, an origin has to have governing laws and structures to come to fruition, and one could not be built if it did not have a decretum holding it stable. So among the many boons Noah would have, one of them was the ridiculous fact that he would begin to understand the decretum of any dimension he established, whether he had the talent for it or not. When the first dimension is successfully established, understanding in the decretum of the dream dimension shall bloom, vast and magisterial authority that exceeded daos or edicts and seemed to be on the same level as natural laws of reality bloomed within Noah. His origin, soul, and body continued their resonance as every part of them was expanding, Noah's very molecular structure becoming altered in shocking ways as since it was taking time. Noah's will gazed at the changes that had already completed first, and the one to complete the fastest were his eyes, his glorious eyes that shone with the light of boundless suns, the colors blue, gold, and crimson shooting out as incandescent beams of light. It was the authority of the tripupilled kainos Emperor, tripupilled kainos Emperor, an authority that distinguishes the one to have attained eyes that exceed most if not all beings of this era. The gaze of the tripupilled kainos Emperor is far-reaching, as at the very least it can allow you to obtain the identity of an existence, their level of power, their true vitality and resource values, all the way to their innermost secrets and concepts they cultivate depending on their level of power. The eyes of the tripupilled kainos Emperor can also easily see the abstruse and hard-to-grasp concept around it, making it a matter of them for them to comprehend the workings of natural laws of reality to even the decretums of dimensions. They can cause the descent of essence destabilization in the surroundings as all sources of essence become chaotic and uncontrollable, bringing to fruition essence storms that can decimate weak beings depending on their level of strength. Essence storms vary from the weakest elemental storms to the strongest natural law storms and decretum storms. The will of the tripupilled kainos Emperor can be channeled from his eyes and release destructive attacks, with any abilities cast through the eyes granted 5,000 base true dimensional dream damage values, granted the effect of AoE dream dimensional splash damage, and being able to target wherever the eyes of the tripupilled kainos Emperor are gazing at. The tripupilled kainos Emperor can also gaze upon those around him and break down their concepts, being able to copy their concepts and understandings up to the level of taboo. Once a week, you can deconstruct a concept up to the tier of Dharma, or deconstruct the understandings of natural laws or decretum of a dimension when certain unique conditions based on the target selected are met. The fate, destiny, karma, and fortune of others can be seen with but a gaze, their level being quantified on a scale of 1 to 100 from lowest to highest. Those with low levels of fate, destiny, karma, and fortune will more easily be dominated by your will. Lastly, a sense of shocking wonder and beauty emanates from your eyes as gazing into them for too long can increase the favorability others feel towards you, while increasing the animosity of your chosen enemies. The authority of the tripupilled kainos Emperor is still calculating its limits as new functions will be unlocked over time. There were no words that could be said about Noah's eyes, they were simply too ridiculous as they came with too many things, one of the more unique ones being the level of information Noah could attain from his surroundings. the identity of all things, and the quantification of the values of those he gazed at. It even went as far as being capable to quantify one's true vitality values and resource values, where Noah could see the health and mana of his enemies, and even what their maximum reserves of dream essence, essence of reality, or any other types of essence. They were dazzling eyes of pure wonder, and yet this was merely their first function. One of the more astounding functions they held was allowing Noah to more easily grasp the natural laws of reality and the decretum of a dimension, and going even further as to allow him to deconstruct such concepts from an enemy even if it was once a week and with certain conditions being met, unique conditions that would change with every target he selected. What would be the conditions to deconstruct anything from the dimensional deceiver, Lilith? Chapter 1881, The First Dimension. The authority of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor was astounding enough as it opened up many avenues for Noah, but this was merely the first of the many surprises to come. As Noah's seed unfurled into a planar dimension, his 10 trillion Kainos royal dream cosmos suffused with light as close to half began to turn into dazzling liquefied masses that washes over the golden lands below, causing waves of sandy gold light to begin forming over the golden earth much similar to the genuine dream dimension. But unlike the genuine dimension, other golden cosmos remained in the skies while rotating, the ones that had liquefied very soon being replenished as the essence from false grotto nacres surged in. Boundless golden light was surging all around as gradually the unfurling seed would very soon be fully bloomed. But this process of advancement once more had other concepts of Noah's advancing first as they utilized the raging bestowment of essence and authority to advance forward. After his tripupiled Kainos Emperor authority, the traits that took the bestowing of authority for themselves came forward. The authority of the infinite mana trait has greatly increased. Vast waves of cerulean blue light surged around Noah's body seated upon the throne of unnamed tyranny, pure mana blaring from him senselessly and forming into a mana storm as more prompts came down. Skill succession has been unlocked. Resource master has been unlocked. Concept amalgamation has been unlocked. Noah's will blazed wildly as something wondrous budded off from the trait of infinite mana. His mind nigh instantly computed the stellar changes brought forward as his tripupiled eyes spun with maddening tyranny. Skill succession, when casting an ability, a second ability can be linked to it to be cast at the same time as the second ability's resource cost is replaced by pure mana. Compatible abilities can bring forth unexpected resonance and greatly increase the damage of linked abilities. Resource master, though mana may be the only thing infinite, this is not a permanent limitation. Once a day for 3 microseconds. You can replace any resource to have the infinite effect of mana. The timescale relates to the location this ability is activated in as it supersedes the effects of time dilation. Concept amalgamation, skills can be combined, and so can concepts once enough pure mana is provided. Compatible Daos and nomological edicts can be combined to form ascendant Daos and nomological edicts. When enough experience is gained through the amalgamation of Daos and nomological edicts, the amalgamation of even more pristine concepts can become possible. Boom, Noah's mind buzzed as it felt like something was greatly expanded. Fantastical authority descended as the trait of infinite mana did not disappoint. Coming up with 3 new features, since it would be game over for all beings if Noah had more than just mana be infinite, he was granted Resource Master. That would give him just a feeling of having other pristine resources be infinite for 3 microseconds. 3. And if he used the authority of this ability in the outside realities or dimensions, it didn't mean he could somehow rely on the time dilation effects of the dimensional Holy Land to be in this stage for tens of thousands of microseconds. The moment he tried to utilize this authority in an area affected by time dilation, it would ignore the effects and simply run out its 3 microseconds in that location. It superseded the bounds of time to make sure Noah couldn't abuse it. Then, there were the wonders of skill succession and concept amalgamation that only seemed to propel Noah's power upwards. Both were things Noah had to put some time and theorize in as they were pathways for unlocking unheard of levels of strength. Then came Noah's next trait. The authority of the protagonist trait has greatly increased. A gorgeous allure of regal purple gold light washed over Noah as needed prompts rained down. Protagonist Symphony has been unlocked. In the darkest hour has been unlocked. I am the main character has been unlocked. The protagonist trait came with its own surprises as its past features were bolstered in authority somewhat, but much of this authority was clustered around the 3 new features that glimmered with pure wonder. Protagonist Symphony, as a protagonist, fanfare follows you wherever you go. During the events throughout your life, a symphony shall begin to play to convey the gravity or wonders of the current situation each time with differing effects. During tough battles, a symphony unique to you shall begin resonating across the domain space you are in as your enemies are granted the demoralized side character debuff that lowers their damage and defense values, resource generation, vitality regeneration, and cast and movement speed by 25%. Meanwhile, allies are granted the chosen extra buff as they attain 25% increased damage and defense values, resource generation, vitality regeneration, and cast and movement speed. When constructing DAS, edicts, or other concepts, a symphony unique to such an event will play as the speed of construction and success of a new concept will increase. The uses and applications of the protagonist's symphony are many as effects will continue to differ depending on the situation. In the darkest hour, when your true vitality values reach below 25%, your strength begins to progressively rise and only increase exponentially the closer you are to death. Even the formation of concepts, understanding of concepts, and epiphanies have a higher likelihood of occurring. A protagonist can be under the threat of death, but he must never fall. Keep on fighting. Make a breakthrough amidst tough battles. I am the main character, : Ridiculous abilities bloomed under the protagonist trait as the last one didn't even have a proper description. Its name was grandiose enough as Protagonist's Symphony, and, in the darkest hour, provided Noah with yet another pathway of increased versatility and power. He was expectant to see the remaining elevation of authorities as before Noah could even get to the third trait though, Hong. He will focused on his origin to see the budding seed finishing being termed this way. Completely blooming and flattening out into a dimensional plane, it seemed like a grand golden earth that had paradisiacal sandy gold waves of light surging above this earth. The allure of spinning Kainos royal dream cosmos mixing among the sandy gold waves of light as if Noah could describe it, he would only be able to call it beautiful. The paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality has been established. BZZZT, preliminary understanding of the decretum of dream begins to bud within your soul. Chapter 1882 Unnamed No More. As soon as the first dimension was established, Noah felt as if the boundless shackles that held him came loose. His body felt as if it had been bound towards the ground this whole time as now. He grew wings and began soaring to the skies. Preliminary understanding of the decretum of dream begins to bud within your soul. The moment the first dimension was established, this prompt bloomed as Noah's soul stirred. It felt a sense of longing and power it had not come across before of an authority it had seen but never grasped until now. It was a decretum of a dimension. What was a decretum of a dimension? It was the fundamental ruling and ordinance of a dimension, as there were 9 decretums based on the 9 dimensions. Those with high achievements in a decretum wielded immense power as they could borrow the very strength of a dimension, an example being the visage of Ezekiel who wielded the decretum of Avalon. Just with the understanding of this decretum and other unique means, he could match Beta Strata legends while in the 9th firmament of ascendancy. It was something that allowed one to use dimensional essence in shocking means, with a more transparent example being the fact that beings with high attainments in the decretum of dream could perform feats akin to the dream inversion baubles capable of turning dream into reality. Other dimensional essences had their own uniqueness with their decretums, as this was a field no lesser than the natural laws of reality. It was heavy and pristine, and it descended onto Noah at this moment as he faced other prompts due to the fundamental changes his body had undergone. Your paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality now grants a total base addition of 20,000 dimensional dream damage and defense values. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 20 million. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has risen greatly. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has risen greatly. The unbelievable wonder bloomed as Noah intricately felt that his soul was smoothly linked across his origin and body. The paradisiacal planar dimension with its edges surrounded by golden mist that he had to continue expanding in order to fully saturate also being covered by his soul. The golden Kainos royal dream cosmos spun with boundless fervor amidst the sandy gold waves of dream essence, the earth of his dimension also forming golden sand dunes and mountains as a shocking concentration of essence was budding all around. The stellar light of purple and blue shone from the mainly gold cosmos as this dot was a mixture of a dimension and reality. Even though it was a type of a dimension, it was similar to the dream dimension, and at the same time it was not, as it was something unique to Noah. His figure turned increasingly glorious and beautiful upon his throne of unnamed tyranny as the solidified crown sitting upon the backbone of another throne behind him lit up. More points of light surged on this structure of a throne, as it was hard to grasp the true significance of Noah's progress in terms of authority, as he didn't know just what was needed to enact a full throne of authority, but he settled with what he had for now as when he gazed back at his own throne that he sat on. A thought rose in his mind: you also cannot remain unnamed any longer. He thought of himself. He thought of the bloodline he had yet to grant a name that assimilated all other bloodlines he received. Surging destiny began to whip around him when he began to ponder upon this, while more prompts came down due to the changes in his body. Your dream dimensional body's innate dimensional barrier is now equivalent to 300% of the highest reachable defense values in your strongest form. Your dream dimensional C can more profoundly resonate with nature, the formation of taboo concepts becoming 10,000% faster as the natural laws of reality and decretums of dimensions become clearer in your eyes. The slow process of isolating the essence of a single natural law of reality can be undertaken by your soul to begin the procession towards Dharma. Preposterous levels of power were granted to his body as his innate dimensional barrier alone would be 3 times his strongest achievable defense value, and the formation of seeds of taboo. Noah needed a few days to do it before his now. He should only need a few hours, if not less than an hour, to bring one to fruition. This was on top of the thousands of taboo nomological edict he had gained from the tens of thousands of primogenial strata legends he had killed, not to mention the boundless loot to come. His power had grown to a terrifying level as he needed to quantify and gaze upon himself to see just how grand his changes were and what level of power he could reach now. But it seemed like the surprises were not done. To top it all off, the cherry on the top, your maximum number of ascendancy halos is now 120. Glorious. This was the only word that could describe this current phenomenon. 60 new slots of ascendancy halos to fill, as he had the taboo edicts to fill every single one. What profound changes would occur with purely 60 taboo nomological edicts into a single halo? And for Noah to replace all of his ascendancy halos with only taboo edicts? What exactly would be the grand increase in authority? There were many aspects of Noah that needed to be quantified, but they would have to wait. This was because his will couldn't stop gazing at his throne that retained the name of the throne of unnamed tyranny. Unnamed, his Kainos Emperor bloodline still remained unnamed to this very day. What name could he grant it that best signified him? The easiest options that rose up were the infinite Kainos Emperor or the interminable Kainos Emperor. Both had meanings of boundlessness as they applied to his mana and somewhat applied to his dimensional reality, but it wasn't a word that truly defined who he was. He was not boundless in this unfolding Kainos era. He was not interminable. What he wanted to be in this unfolding Kainos era was an unmatched emperor that others could not compare to. He wanted to be an ideal embodiment of an emperor of this era, as nobody could take his throne from him. When he thought of a word that could best relate to being the ideal embodiment of something, a single one came to mind: quintessential. Vibrant storms of destiny began to rage the moment he uttered this word out loud. Others in his position may have favored tyrannical or infinite, but that was them, and he was him. He was Noah Osmont, the quintessential Kainos Emperor. Quintessential meaning ideal, epitome, paragon, or the embodiment of a Kainos Emperor. He wanted to be the ideal embodiment of this Kainos era, someone that other emperors would gaze upon and instantly feel their inadequacy, instantly feel that they were wasting their time even competing with him. For he would be the ideal emperor of this current era, of this current age. Dying, the storms of destiny picked up and became maddeningly tyrannical as karma, fortune, and fate began to run wild as well. They surged from his body that was situated upon the throne of quintessential tyranny, the throne that best exemplified tyranny. They surged outwards across the bounds of his dimensional holy land, across the infinite gourmandizing dimensional reality, and these waves of destiny, fate, karma, and fortune continued to spread out across the vast realities as it seemed Noah's mere designation of his name had caused an eruption of something unknown, whether it was coincidental or simply as someone that acted as a spark. His designation of name and authority seemed to resonate with the surrounding natural laws and very structure of realities, as it didn't necessarily mean it was all due to his actions, but one could not deny his involvement. The buzzing waves of authority spread out across the vast realities as in a shockingly short period of time. They even went to bathe the bounds of dimensions, as this was not in any way the authority of a single being. It was something more pristine that even Noah couldn't fathom, as it spread out to cover all the domains that candidate emperors of the Kainos era weaved in. When it covered the vast domains, it released glorious bursts of information to all beings pertinent to it. To all candidate emperors across realities and dimensions, the authority of the Kainos era has advanced and begun proliferating. Boom! The name of the first age of the Kainos era has come to fruition. Bursts of such words bloomed in the minds of candidate emperors of the Kainos era, whether they were weak beings in the firmaments of ascendancy or even those past the grotto haven stages. The same words buzzed in Noah's mind as they told of the name of this age that everyone was in. In the olden era, there were the age of destiny, age of misery, age of chaos, age of fortune, and many other ages where many emperors rose and fell. the last age of the Olden Era that Oppenheimer ended was the Age of Destiny. Nobody knew how the names of the ages of an era came to be, and even fewer were privy to this secret over the ages, but at this moment, the name of the first age of the Kainos era bloomed before Noah's eyes and the eyes of countless others. The Age of Quintessence has arrived. Chapter 1883. The Blooming Age of Quintessence. The Age of Quintessence has arrived. This message and authority buzzed in the minds of all candidate emperors across realities and dimensions as it termed the name of the current age. It also showed that destiny had reached a profound level, as with every action there had to have been something that had triggered it. Those knowledgeable instinctively knew that something must have happened to bring to fruition the name of the first age of the Kainos era. But as to whether one could correctly guess what exactly spurred all this, it was a sheer impossibility, simply because nobody would be able to believe it. Emperors of all creeds and factions surged as their wills awoke. In the main reality, the hegemony of primordials reigned as existences with terrifying power woke. The countless primordial temples ringing with the air of change and chaos as they foretold of tumultuous times coming. This foretelling was grand, but events were already unfolding at this moment, as apart from the vast realities there were those residing in the 9 dimensions and those lost in the continuum of time. There were the ancient races that had been biding their time since the shifting of power of the Olden Era. Those of the ancient races had ruled over the vast lands for an entire era, their power being something undecipherable, as the sheer fact they were toppled by the hands of a single being still remained the biggest mystery of ages. Even though they had their hegemony decimated, many of these ancient races still survived as they took refuge in faraway reaches of realities, and many took refuge in dimensions where the hegemony of primordials was not as prevalent. Many formed new alliances in order to survive and thrive, with connections being formed with dimensional royalties and, shockingly, even dimensional Hellion rulers. There were then the ancient races who joined hands with the budding race of primordial beasts, who were the youngest amongst the warring races in terms of history, and yet their power was undeniable, as they had one thing on their side: reality itself. The enders of reality, the primordial beasts, these existences had the very making of reality supporting them and their advancement in order to return things to how they once were. The extent of how much their power had grown since the splitting of the main reality was unknown, but they also moved with their own goals. So when the name of the new age was announced, these beings moved with even more fervor to accomplish their aims. The granting of the name told them that destiny was rising to its peak of this age, as in the coming times, victors and losers would be decided. For the primordial beasts, they knew that if reality did not go back the way it was since the past era, it would more than likely never be returning to this state. For the ancient races, they knew that if they could not topple the hegemony of primordials in the first age of this Kainos era, then it would become immeasurably hard to reverse the changes of power made in the last age of the Olden Era. For the primordials, they knew that the test of their hegemony was coming, as they simply had to keep the reins of power in this age of quintessence, and they would more than likely reign for the years to come. The dimensional royalties and dimensional Hellion rulers, their aims and goals were grand and influenced by something much greater, as the 9 dimensions held their restrictions for a reason. They had a glorious purpose, but this purpose was slowly changing since the end of the Olden Era, as the restrictions that held back dimensions were ever so slowly loosened due to the actions of a single being. So the competition of emperors of this age would be unlike any other, as the number and quality of existences involved were much greater than any of the past ages of the Olden Era. The time of blood and war was here, as the name of the new age was digested by all beings, the Age of Quintessence, an age where those fighting for supremacy had to show themselves to be the ideal embodiments of emperors against all others. Was this part of the reason why this age gained this name? Because there were so many candidate emperors from so many different areas competing? That all of these beings had to show which of them best exemplified the true emperor of this age. When trying to find the meaning of the name of this new age and how best to proceed, many might come to this conclusion, but they didn't know, none of them knew, that there was an existence that was titled as the quintessential Kainos emperor already. An existence who titles himself as the ideal embodiment of an emperor, not just of this age, of this blooming Kainos era. So the primordials moved with their own aims and goals, primordial beasts and ancient races moved for their own hopes and dreams, dimensional royalties and dimensional Hellion rulers. They moved for glory and conquest after having been reined in and restricted for too long. The first age of the Kainos era began like this. The Age of Quintessence bloomed from unknown means, as while candidate emperors began to scramble on the path for supremacy, the quintessential Kainos emperor solidified his advancement as he gazed over all his new abilities while also pondering of this age and his own distinction. He sat on the throne of quintessential tyranny, as behind him his spinning crown of ethereal dimensional emperor remained the same, but his soul buzzed as it felt Like there was something he could do now that he could not do before. With his tripupilled eyes, he released terrifying beams of light as his will surged, watching as the word ethereal spinning above his crown fluctuated before an instant later. It changed to quintessential dimensional emperor. Essence erupted again as Noah's eyes flashed once more, and the first word changed yet again as it returned to ethereal. Chapter 1884 The Wonders of Amalgamation. His description above his crown was malleable. This was the conclusion Noah came to after switching ethereal with quintessential multiple times. Or he could choose to display everything about him as people would come to know his title very much matched the current age. Or he could be just a tiny bit low-key and not scream this out at the top of his lungs. He wasn't the most powerful Kainos emperor yet. There were many more powerful beings and extremely old existences who had comprehended too many things. With his true sanguine clone about to face one very soon as before that battle unfolded, he had to acclimate and understand his new level of power. With 120 innate ascendancy halos and 10 from a taboo relic, what could his power reach? With his now ridiculously 300% innate dimensional barrier alone, how many billions of defense values did he have? With the features of skill succession and concept amalgamation, just how much could he tweak his power? Thinking of the new features of his traits while his paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality stabilized and continued the budding of new cosmos, Noah's thoughts were led to the remaining trait he had yet to delve into. The prompts had already come as it finished around the same time as the other two traits. The authority of the Samsara Universal Tao Origin trait has greatly increased. Noah's eyes shone with a dazzling stellar luster as more prompts rained down. Repeat has been unlocked. Samsara Dimensional Chassis has been unlocked. The newly unlocked feature of Samsara Dimensional Chassis has been altered to Quintessential Dimensional Chassis. Emperor Refiner has been unlocked. Concepts of stupendous glory came as amidst Noah's own distinction. One of them even had its name changed to fit Noah's current aims and goals, and their descriptions were just as glorious. Repeat, having been anchored to the gourmandizing dimensional reality and resonating to establish your own dimension. You gain the capability to return a day prior in the case of an instant death caused by taboo authority, dharma authority, or the authority of a decretum. This ability is usable only in certain conditions and has a cooldown of 1 month. Quintessential Dimensional Chassis, your path forward has been established to be the formation of 9 unique types of dimensions in your origin, with the dream dimensional reality being the first dimension. For this dimension and all dimensions that are to follow, a more quintessential authority can be granted to one of your true sanguine clones for them to attain a quintessential dimensional chassis based on chosen dimension. A clone that has been granted this authority allows you to build that dimension and understand its decretum 10,000% faster, as well as make your understanding of the natural laws of reality 10,000% faster. Abilities that utilize the dimensional essence of the chosen dimension also have 100% increased penetration against enemies' defenses. Your path past the 9 dimension is undefined. Perhaps the 9 quintessential dimensional chassis can illuminate the path forward. Currently available quintessential dimensional chassis to choose from: Quintessential Dream Dimensional Chassis, Emperor Refiner, your origin and body share an extremely strong connection that has only become more quintessential after their resonance, yet your origin is much more pristine than your body. To absolve this discrepancy, the Samsara Universal Tao Origin has given way to this passive ability that will increase the rate of refining your bones, organs, and musculature towards their path to becoming Emperor by 10,000%. The tripupilled eyes of the quintessential Kainos Emperor blazed like subs as they watched these abilities. Repeat was ridiculous as it could bring him back 24 hours prior to a true death once a month. Even though he never planned on dying to anyone anytime soon, Emperor Refiner was also just as fantastical as it made his pathways towards forming an astounding Emperor foundation even more pristine in his new stage. Then there was Quintessential Dimensional Chassis. The word chassis had appeared before as it meant body, framework, or skeleton. In Noah's case, it meant being capable of granting his true sanguine clones a body that distinguished each one of his 9 future layers of dimensions, 9 quintessential dimensional bodies, and right now, Noah could designate one clone to become the embodiment of his first layer, the dream dimensional reality, dying. But before Noah could think about this any further, his destiny buzzed powerfully as he was led to gaze at a skill he had gone past just now, Emperor Refiner. His destiny buzzed with power as it was showing a profound possibility with this ability, and something else. Noah was slowly becoming more and more adept in destiny as he very quickly picked up the hints and turned his attention towards another feature he had recently unlocked. It was concept amalgamation. the capability to combine concepts together as it could be applied to das and edicts and even abilities. Noah's destiny informed him of a profound pathway filled of fortune when the ability of Emperor Refiner appeared, hinting to him that there was another ability that would match extremely well with it were Noah to utilize concept amalgamation. The answer was of course Emperor Maitahara, WAA. Noah's will grasped onto the two concepts as with his destiny pointing the way forward so clearly, he didn't hesitate to see what would come from it. Concept amalgamation. The vibrant skies turned blue, pure mana surged out in a show of shocking wonder as Noah felt parts of his soul that were carrying two concepts together become wrapped in endless waves of mana. Their fundamental structure altered and elevated as they went towards fusion. His tripupil eyes released beams of cerulean blue mana briefly as a magnificent scene bloomed, a new prompt rising before him soon after as seas of destiny raged. The skills Emperor Maitahara and Emperor Refiner have undergone the process of amalgamation. The Ascendant Kainos ability Quintessential Emperor Kaiser is born. Quintessential Emperor Kaiser, an Ascendant Kainos ability that stands out amongst its peers, allowing for you to draw upon the nourishing essence of the infinite reality passages, dimensional essence, and spicules of the essence of the natural laws of reality into it to achieve the effect of nourishing a selected bone, musculature, or organ to begin transforming into the higher stage of Emperor. This is a passive ability that will increase the rate of refining your bones, organs, and musculature towards their path to becoming Emperor by 10,000%, and it holds no resource cost to activate or maintain. The buzzing essence in the surroundings lulled, quintessential came and stained as only Noah's luminous tripupilled glow could be seen. As Noah was affirming his strength and beginning to use his newly unlocked ability, the first thing he brought to fruition was a passive ability that would cause all other beings to scream of the unfairness. Chapter 1885 Obscene Elevation of Authority. Noah sat upon his throne of quintessential tyranny as he gazed at the newly formed ability from concept amalgamation. An ability that entirely erased the resource cost of Emperor Maitahara and brought forth a passive ability that Noah could keep active at all times, an ability that would aid Noah in forging his unique Emperor foundation in this stage, as this was something even he was only beginning to delve into. His infinite reality passages that had risen to 90 buzzed as the cycles of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique continued, Noah's tripupilled eyes gazing upon them as he spoke out. Lightly, let the light of the quintessential Emperor Kaiser rain down, HUUUM. The passive skill that had just bloomed activated as it would now always remain this way, the massive mountainous stellar golden passages above Noah releasing tendrils of essence that washed over his body to begin the constant process of refinement. The tendrils seemed like magnificent swirling storms that spun towards Noah, each time they did this causing a reaction that pulled spicules of the essence of natural laws of reality into this mixture that went to refine Noah. The spicules of essence of natural laws could shockingly be gathered by these unique infinite reality passages as even they had undergone changes due to Noah's elevation. Information about them quickly rose before Noah's eyes with the relevant prompts being pulled. Before him, your infinite reality passages have resonated with the advancement of your paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality, undergoing further evolution after your distinction as they have become infinite quintessential dimensional reality passages. Noah gazed at this prompt while nodding his head but also raising his brows because frankly, the names of the things attached to him seemed to be getting longer and more mouthful. What was crucial to grasp from the new, infinite quintessential dimensional reality passages was just that they had become more in tune with the dimensional aspect as due to this. The decretum of the dimensions you have forged in your origin will be generated and nourish you amidst all other essences. A single infinite quintessential dimensional reality passage grants the generation of 60,000 units of the essence of reality per second. The generation of all other resources is vastly increased. An astounding increase in resource generation and what went on to further make the capability of quintessential Emperor Kaiser possible. The dazzling golden-colored essence of the pristine decretum of the dream dimension also went to bathe over Noah from his reality passages as along with the essence of natural laws of reality and the surging mana around him, Noah began to feel his body burn. Burn with power and awe that was asking him where could the fantastical essence of refinement start on first? Of the organs, bones, and musculature. Where could one begin? Some would favor the brain as the most important part of the body that controlled everything. Others would say the heart as it pumped blood throughout. Noah looked over all this as he instead gave a command for something else. Bones. Illuminate and elevate the bone marrow, through bone marrow. The place where one's very own lifeblood originated, the vibrant surging essence sunk into Noah's body and went into the depths of chosen bones, focusing on these in order to turn the core of bones where blood was generated to be emperor first. It was a process that would take time, as Noah didn't know exactly how much faster the 10,000% modifier made things, along with his own shocking foundation in dimensional reality passages, but he did not doubt that it would merely be a matter of days, if not weeks at most. Other beings needed thousands or even millions of years if they were not talented enough. But why would the quintessential Kainos Emperor need such a long period of time? He would exemplify himself the most in this era as the being who can forge his emperor foundation the quickest out of all others. A shocking air of tyranny erupted with this thought as multicolored waves of essence permeated throughout. As this process began, Noah then turned his eyes towards the many taboo concepts in his soul and the fact that he needed to establish 60 new ascendancy halos. He had to finish his preparations and be ready to not just face the terrifying portion of a soul stemming from a dimensional Hellion ruler, but he needed to have the power to completely dominate and eradicate it. Because of this, his preparations had to truly be stupendous, as he should definitely continue using the boons he recently received. Concept amalgamation, BZZT. His will surged once more as he called forth this skill, the target this time being the many taboo edicts he had gained from his enemies. Isolate those that are compatible in birth ascendant taboo nomological edicts. The edicts of others' beings were always lesser than his in terms of power and uniqueness, but Noah went ahead to elevate them by combining compatible ones, as he would put 60 ascendant taboo nomological edicts in each ascendancy halo, and this process was not one that consumed too much time, as these edicts had already been corrupted by ruination as they only received another baptism. Prompts began to rise before Noah's eyes in no time. The taboo nomological edicts of the Flameborn and Nuclear Emperor have undergone the process of amalgamation. The ascendant taboo nomological edict Celestial Flame Emperor is born. The taboo nomological edicts of the thousands of prompts like this were pushed away by Noah's mind as they told of the birth of thousands of ascendant taboo nomological edicts in a short period of time, Noah observing their changes and wonders as thereafter, he began filling in the blank ascendancy halos. From the 70 that he was currently fused with, the 71st halo soon formed. It shone with an immensely darker obsidian color that released a glint of a crimson light. The authority of this halo being vastly different compared to the previous ones, as it was a halo that first contained only taboo edicts, and these taboo edicts were all combined together as they had the ascendant distinction before them. Naturally, their authority was grand. Chapter 1886. The tripupilled eyes unveil all secrecy. Ascendant black ascendancy halo, an accumulation of the authority of flames of ascendant taboo nomological edicts that grants a multiplier of 200x when used alone. When fused to attain the strongest quintessential Kainos Emperor true form, every 10 ascendant black halos grant a base 1000x multiplier, and the quintessential Kainos Emperor true form grants an additional 5000x multiplier per 10 ascendancy halos. In this form, the resource cost of abilities is reduced by half, as the damage values can be altered from physical to soul, reality to dimensional, and vice versa. Abilities cast under this authority carry a trace of dominance and oppression, as lesser abilities are entirely cancelled or dispersed under their tyranny. A ridiculous boost in multipliers that would only make Noah's dreams arrive faster bloomed before him at this moment. The base boost per 10 halos used to be 500, the additional multiplier boost from his true form used to be 2500, now these numbers just obscenely went and doubled. For his strongest true form that he could now maintain at all times due to the wonders of ascendant dimensional shards, he could have a total of 6000 per 10 ascendancy halos, for 130 ascendant black tier halos. That was a maddening grand total of 78000x multiplier, a multiplier that after he quantified his base damage and defense values boosts that towered past 30,000 after his new origin alone ridiculously granted 20,000 would put his damage values past 2.3 billion. And when multiplied by 2 due to the throne of quintessential tyranny, any of his hits could easily dish out close to 5 billion damage values. Now let's keep our hearts steady as we go a bit further and observe the defense values. As we observe the innate dimensional barrier, that Noah could attain 300% of his maximum defense value in his strongest form. Keeping the same base value and multiplier would mean 2.3 billion innate defense values, as the multiplier of the throne was not innate and not counted. Noah's innate dimensional barrier alone protected him with 7 billion true dimensional defense values. Now if he just cast a defense skill like the Lich's Armament of Devotion that was affected by the true dual enhancement of the throne of quintessential tyranny and could also be considered an active skill Noah could keep at all times due to its resource cost being nullified. This alone would grant Noah close to 5 billion defense values that when added to his innate dimensional barrier that granted 7 billion, Noah had officially reached the cusp of weak Alpha Strata legends. Yes, Beta Stratas could deal damage values ranging in the hundreds of millions to a few billion depending on the extent of their power, while those at the Alpha Strata were capable of dishing out at least 10 billion in damage values. Noah's defense alone spilled over this number as weak. Alpha Strata legends would not even be capable of touching him. Even Noah clicked his tongue at this as he made a prayer for any of his future enemies, for any being that just did not know what was coming. Because even he has a ridiculous ability of, I am the main character, that had question marks as he himself didn't understand what it entailed. As he thought about all this and began forging his new ascendancy halos while rebuilding his old ones with ascendant taboo nomological edicts, Noah didn't yet make the jump on his strongest edicts in terms of concept amalgamation as for now. He prepared to learn about his enemy, he prepared to understand just what ridiculous power he would be facing in the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest when it came to the portion of a soul of a being who should be able to utilize a decretum of a dimension if not multiple dimensions, Dharmatir edicts, and even possibly natural laws. What would his tripupilled eyes be able to discover? What exactly was the dimensional deceiver's culminated value of destiny, fate, karma, and fortune? Her true vitality values? Maximum resources. As he acclimated to his new body and still experimented with his newly unlocked concepts, his will turned back to the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest where the defiler of souls was still completing her transformation by taking over Genevieve's body not even a microsecond having passed. His true sanguine clone still gave off cone waves of contained power as this clone was actually the prime candidate to be made the quintessential dream dimensional chassis body, but Noah waited to see just how scalable or unscalable a dimensional Hellion ruler was before completing setting his mind on this. And for him to understand just how vast the discrepancy was in terms of power and destiny, Noah had to have points of comparison. So while the dimensional deceiver finished her transformation, the eyes of Noah's true sanguine clone flashed as the pupils attained 3 pupils, his will surging to gaze upon the figures of primordials around him. He wanted to attain the basic understanding of the quantification of power from the lowest beings to the highest, so he started with an existence that was fairly considered a somewhat above-average genius in the primordial dragon phoenix lineage Aegon, who was currently frozen fearfully around the young emperor behind the protection of Ezekiel and the decretum of the Avalon dimension that wrapped around him. Name, Aegon, lineage, dragon phoenix, realm, reality, newly forged, titles, golden child, dragonlance, true reality vitality values, 6 million, innate primogenial barrier, 5 million, reserves of essence of reality, 350,000, mana, 1 trillion, destiny, 5, fate, 5, fortune, overall battle power, beginner primogenial strata. Noah's blazing eyes quickly saw information rise above the head of the so-called geniuses in a glimmering white text box as everything about him seemed abysmal. His fate and destiny were on the lower rungs of things with a value of 5 for all, while his true vitality values or what would commonly be known as one's health it was only at the basic levels for beginner legends. There were other points of information that rose up about him, but Noah only quickly perused them before moving on. He ascertained this basic level as he then went to a slightly higher comparator, his gaze landing on the stern figure of the existence from the Avalon dimension, Lancelot. Unlike Aegon, a golden text box rose up above this being's head, name, Ezekiel/Lancelot, lineage, Avalon/Dragon Phoenix, realm, cosmic filament, titles, King's Knight, Royal Emperor, true dimensional vitality values, 70 million, 300 million, innate primogenial barrier, 6 million, 90 million, reserves of essence of reality, 3,750,000, mana, 95 trillion, destiny, 50, fate, 55, fortune. Overall battle power, beginner beta strata, an existence at the 9th firmament of ascendancy who could reach power equivalent to the beta strata. His levels of destiny and fate were at the halfway point, with Noah still not being able to get a good grasp of the quantification of these values as comparing them to Aegon. Ezekiel was more than 10 times more blessed with an abundant destiny and fortune. His vitality values were already astounding at a base of 70 million as even beginner legends couldn't touch him, but it was made more obscene by an outside boost that could be attributed to his decretum of the Avalon dimension or another unique trait, as he was granted an additional 300 million vitality values to be capable of withstanding beta strata legends. And due to being a limit breaker, he also had his own unique innate barrier as his overall stats were not to be looked down upon. After getting these two comparators, Noah turned to himself this time around as his tripupilled eyes blazed their authority onto himself. Name, Noah Osmont, lineage, quintessential Kainos Emperor, realm, dimensional reality, first layer, titles, tyrannical emperor, apex paragon, true dimensional vitality values, 25 billion, innate primogenial barrier, 7 billion, reserves of essence of reality, 20 million, mana, undefined, destiny, undefined, fate, undefined, overall battle power, potential alpha strata. Noah's hard work and efforts were laid down in a magisterial obsidian gold text box that placed him in the ranks of monstrous existences. Chapter 1887 Undaunted against a dimensional Hellion ruler. The surging waves of mana calmed in Lavalier's eyes as she observed the unfolding play before her. The being she had bound herself to had truly done what he sought to do as he established the first layer of the 9 layers of dimensions that he set as his path, and now, he boldly went to face an existence that made even emperors of dimensions somber in existence with the identity of a dimensional Hellion ruler. Yes, she was merely an insignificant part of a soul whose will controlled an emperor appendage. But her intricacies and understanding of decretums of dimensions nor natural laws did not fade. Even when restricted, they could still be deployed somewhat as battle at the level of these beings was entirely different compared to those below them. Today, Noah would experience a new type of battle he wasn't privy to before while facing the dimensional deceiver. Lavalier gazed at the same golden obsidian stat panel that was brought up from his tripupilled eyes as she continued to be amazed in silence for the level of power Noah had managed to achieve in such a short period of time, power that would take others millions of years if not more. The values he held were all top tier as some were purely ridiculous at his level. 25 billion true dimensional vitality values, a value that even average alpha strata legends didn't have. As how did he attain it? Did he even know the constant nourishing of his body through his massive passages? The constant branding of vitality ecritures that had only become increasingly faster, and his constant fusion of all his bloodlines into a single one. Did he know it would result in all this? For his body to be so sturdy and unshakable that his life force was this obscene, this wasn't all as the skill that he had nullified the resource cost of through another ridiculous method. The Lich's armament of devotion. It granted 20% strata vitality regeneration every microsecond, nearly a fourth of the ridiculous 25 billion true dimensional vitality values that were much greater and more robust than true reality vitality values would be regenerated every microsecond. What a ridiculous existence this being was. And just like your lifeline, your destiny, fate, karma, and fortune are undefined, a simple numerical number placing Noah in a specific group did not rise even from the shocking eyes of the tripupilled Kainos Emperor. But what of the enemy he currently faced? What of the existence that had caused everything to fold and stop as time itself seemed to have been influenced and nullified? Lavalier's will followed Noah's eyes that flashed with dazzling radiance that went on to land on the curvaceous figure taking form of the amalgamation of Genevieve and the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler. It couldn't truly even be called an amalgamation, as the capacity of Genevieve's soul could not remain itself under the tyranny of an existence that controlled countless forces and reigned their influence over 3 dimensions. Her body had grown massive and grandiose, the visage of Lilith imposing itself onto Genevieve as fantastical beauty that she couldn't even imagine rained down, a body so curvaceous and sculpted, with eyes letting out a chilling deadly light of coldness and confidence as vicious crimson gold blood surged around her to adorn an exquisite battle dress. Her head had 4 horns rising upwards symmetrically, 100 dazzling ascendancy halos having been bound to these horns as they released domineering power. Some of these halos were a pristine black as they represented taboo, and a few were supremely crimson, a color of halos only Noah had been able to display so far due to his authority as the Sanguine Emperor. Lilith displayed it so easily as whatever restrictions bound her, it seemed that she could still utilize at least a semblance of her Dharma tier edicts. Above her, 1,000 stellar crimson reality passages were enacted as they seemed to be gushing down resplendent rivers of blood towards her. Her power being heart-shaking as above everyone, only the luminous heart of destiny that was still awaiting a new owner remained unblemished from her overpowering light. On her right hand, the Emperor appendage had fused with her, and yet it didn't show the vibrant gold as it seemed to have melded into her body completely, as she only showed her vibrant fair skin wrapped up in the bloody crimson battle dress. Even more vibrant wings akin to that of a butterfly rising up behind her. The 2 words that could describe her were beautiful and utterly dreadful. The dimensional deceiver, her very looks and movements could also be nothing but deception. At this moment, her transformation finished as her eyes opened to reveal beast-like pupils, the eyes of a predator that considered everything below it as its prey, dying. A bloody text box rose up as the words within were inlaid with dazzling gold. Name, Genevieve, Lilith, lineage, realm, reality, titles, the dimensional deceiver, true dimensional vitality values, 100 billion, innate primogenial barrier, 10 billion. Reserves of essence of reality, 50 million, mana, 500 trillion, destiny, 75, fate, overall battle power, alpha strata and beyond. Lavalier gazed at the same numbers Noah saw as she remained silent. At least this made sense to her mind. She didn't know if this was a decimal percentage worth of the true power of Lilith that reigned over dimensions, but at least it made sense. Not like the capabilities of an existence who had just begun to move for over a year. And yet he also held a semblance of power similar to a portion of the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler. But what the tripupilled eyes showed were merely the surface value, the edicts, understanding of any natural laws, and decretums of dimensions. These superseded the numerical values shown before Noah's eyes as Lavalier's voice buzzed into his mind in the next moment. Be careful. She knew she couldn't dissuade him from his thoughts and actions, his bloodline was too tyrannical for that. But she could at least prepare him for what was to come. The moment her words finished, the cold eyes of Lilith that just opened instantly focused on Noah. She didn't say any words or introduce herself or make any unneeded movements. She only raised her hand and turned her index finger upwards, a simple motion. And yet everything in the surroundings began to buzz as multicolored radiance burst forth. What had frozen everyone in time dissipating as instead a profound authority surged out to cover the vast stretches of glacial cold lands. Lavalier's soul buzzed when she saw this blooming authority. This was the authority of a natural law of reality. Chapter 1888. Undaunted against a dimensional Hellion ruler. Lilith only pointed her index finger upwards, but in the next moment, an undeniable storm of vibrant multicolored authority bloomed and surged out like a whirling stellar sea, the millions of primogenial legends and dozens of beta strata legends finding themselves uncontrollably rising from the ground as their bodies began spin across the skies, like a shocking wide-range storm of authority. It affected everything as even the pure-blooded primordial geniuses rose and began to spin from the far distance they were at. Oh, a shocking radiance burst forth from the visage of Ezekiel as the decretum of the Avalon dimension erupted from him, barely bursting out its authority and holding him anchored to his position as it went on to cover as many primordials as it could. Acris had her shield domain shockingly reject the authority of this natural law as she remained utterly still. Caitlin was beside Noah as a shocking golden grandeur had erupted from him at this moment, keeping his position and her position stable in the skies as Caitlin even had her own surging silver essence ready to protect her, but the rest of the battlefield had legends uncontrollably spinning in the skies as the shocking force of rotation was unlike any storms. The authority called out being too pristine as one could see tens of thousands of primogenial legends having their bodies squeezed as if they faced a horrific pressure on all sides. Those closest to the eruption of this authority didn't even fare a microsecond as their bodies were shockingly pressed down on and compressed into a terrifying cluster of blood that then turned into rivers and began flowing towards none other than the Blood Empress, the defiler of souls. Her actions were erratic and incomprehensible as where was she after she turned the whole battlefield into a scrambling mess. One would only have to follow the surging rivers of blood from tens of thousands of primogenial legends of the ancient races that only had their death toll climbing higher to see her position. And shockingly, she had traversed and covered vast distances to appear instantly a few meters before Noah as the very space seemed to be squeezed and bent wherever she moved. Her devilishly curvaceous visage retained utmost coldness as her body gained even more increased authority and power, the vibrant rivers of crimson gold blood flowing into her butterfly like bloody wings in a show of shocking glory. Dimensional Hellion rulers were some of the most perceptive and powerful existences as they did not play around. The first move that Lilith made was to turn everything utterly chaotic as she unfurled her control over a shocking natural law of reality. Lavalier recognized it from a long time ago before she was stripped of too many things. Just knowing its identity was a boon for her at this moment as she uttered out her thoughts loud for even Noah to hear. The natural law of gravitation, WAA, the natural law of gravitation, a law that was part of the many fundamental concepts that reigned over the fabrics of realities and dimensions. It imposed a simple concept upon the vast realities and dimensions, a concept that could be seen when an apple fell from a tree, when existences remained anchored on a vibrant earth while the stellar body they were on rotated across space. All the way to the revolutions of cosmos in an origin. To the mysteries of the formation of the first ever runic écriture of modus operandi. It stated that the most minute molecules or atoms attracted every other molecule or atom across the vast realities and dimensions with a force that was directly proportional to the product of the masses of said objects, and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between said objects. And when an existence learned of the natural law of gravitation and could actually manipulate it, the results were wondrous and horrific at the same time as they unveiled themselves at this moment. Lilith crushed the bodies of primogenial strata legends into rivers of blood as she whipped the rest into a frenzied storm as millions spun across the skies uncontrollably, while her attention remained on none other than Noah as she focused the terrifying authority of this natural law onto him. To defend against the incomprehensible authority of a natural law, one must utilize the same one to dispel the effects or another natural law. Or a ruling that helped keep together a dimension, a decretum of a dimension. It was just blooming within Noah as he hadn't even attained its full description, but he had to pull out its essence at this moment to stop the descending authority that threatened to crush everything, the authority of the natural law of gravitation. Different authorities clashed as a shocking impact bloomed, the gravitational force and the surroundings that kept together the very fabric of reality turning. Wild as existences found themselves flung across uncontrollably, the dimensional Hellion ruler had made her move as she shockingly devoured the blood of the armies of the being who had brought her here to recover even more strength. And Noah made his own moves at this moment. With a face of utmost seriousness, he knew what he had to do. Against the raging glory of even a portion of the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler, he was undaunted, he was fearless. At this moment, time slowed as a shocking phenomenon bloomed. In the chaotic surroundings, a melody began to resound as Noah's body was building up its authority. A melody of valor and battle that caused one's heart to burn, all of it culminating into the sounds of booming drums and horns that began to emanate a glorious symphony. It was Protagonist's symphony. It sounded like the symphony one would hear during a perilous battle, a symphony that began to play when everything seemed for naught as a main character was about to lose everything. It was the sound of horns and drums of victory as that blared out all around and even caused the visage of Lilith to gaze around briefly. The demoralized side character debuff descended on all enemies. The chosen extra buff was granted to all allies. Meanwhile, Noah himself also gained 25% increased damage and defense values, resource generation, vitality regeneration, and cast-in movement speed as he heard his own symphony. His will and authority surged as he called upon one of the newly unlocked features from his trait of infinite mana. It was the feature of skill succession. When casting an ability, a second ability can be linked to it to be cast at the same time as the second ability's resource cost is replaced by pure mana. Compatible abilities can bring forth unexpected resonance and greatly increase the damage of linked abilities. Noah's surging will went on to select a few interesting combinations. As for the current situation, apply skill succession to Ascendant Reality Sever and Ascendant Illuminating Soulstar. Lilith, the Blood Empress, was continuously getting stronger as she quite literally grounded powerful legends into rivers of blood and swallowed them, and Noah could not allow this to continue. So, a shocking succession of skills was born at this moment. Chapter 1889. The Emperor's Blade rains down Apocalypse, Alpha Strata, and beyond. This was the rating of Lilith's battle power as it started at the Alpha Strata. But it could go on to be something disastrously behind if she recovered more of her power with her current portion of soul. Because of this, Noah had to move fast as he set up skill succession while also having his tripupil eyes light up. Yet another one of the newly unlocked features being utilized at this moment. With skill succession, the abilities cast could erupt at the same time as if they were unique enough, they could resonate to bring about shocking results. The name came to Noah's mind simply after he utilized skill succession on Ascendant Reality Sever and Ascendant Illuminating Soulstar. Ascendant Severing Soulstar, a linked ability was cast as its first connection didn't cost anything. And now the second connection also cost nothing due to skill succession, and this time, he didn't cast it from his eyes or from the outlateral of reality, but his authority surged into the Emperor's ruined Blade of Oblivion, the form of ruination that he currently grasped on his left hand. The detail of this feature from ruination was just something stupendous. Emperor's ruined Blade of Oblivion, a feature born from an obsession of a relic to be more than an auxiliary use to its master. Much of the focus of its elevation to taboo was focused on an offensively geared concept as it bore to light this ability, a weapon form of ruination that burns the generated blood of the ancient Kuanpang every time it is utilized to grant 3,000 true flame damage values, blazes with the mirror essence to impose the effect of the ability a second time, and moves with the Nibelheim essence to remain undetected against one's enemy. Ruination has gone further to exceed herself as after taking on the cues and lessons from her master, a core authority of the elevation is focused on the birth of the critical ruined modifier. When enough damage is dealt to cause the enemy target to reach lower than 25% of their maximum true reality vitality values, the critical ruined modifier is triggered against the target as the next attack to land on them will cause the complete destruction of their aspects of existence. A wondrous weapon. A weapon Noah had not yet unveiled this whole time until he knew the final boss of this Nexus event had risen, and in this Kuanpang's cataclysm nest, nobody could exceed Lilith. the massive Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion shone while the protagonist's symphony played. Zero resources were utilized by Noah to call to fruition a shocking ability as behind him, a massive scythe formed. A scythe that then blazed with a circular glow as it emanated the visage of a dazzling white gold star that released a shocking soul light. Normally, anyone staring at this star would receive heavy soul damage as they would perish before they even knew it, but now, due to skill succession, the Assassin Emperor of Severance now turns into a multi-target ability that initiates against all those that gaze at the Star of Illumination. The amount of times the Assassin Emperor of Severance can chain is limited to once under the multi-target effect. Gloriously, Sever could now chain to all those gazing at the dazzling white gold star in the air. This wasn't just an area of effectability, but something that put all other AoE abilities to shame. It was a skill that brought down shocking destruction and apocalypse of innumerable realities as in the next instant, SHING, the skies that had the millions of legends. Spinning across with shocking gravitational force lit up purple, blue, and gold, hundreds of thousands of rays of volatile light stretched out across everything as one even surged towards Lilith in a show of utmost splendor. The first strike would decimate with over 5 billion true dream dimensional soul damage values, and Sever would chain for a second time on all beings it landed on for another 5 billion as if they were dead. It would chain on those nearest to it, but due to the weapon this ability was cast through the Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion. This effect would mirror itself for a second time as it would deal another collective 20 billion damage values, but that wasn't all. If any being somehow remained alive after withstanding over 20 billion damage values soul ones at that, and were close to death by having less than 25% of their true vitality values remaining, they would face instant death true to the critical ruin modifier of the Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion. It was a deadly combination of abilities and reality-altering feats brought together by Noah's weapon, traits, and his own ingenuity as the level of catastrophe it could release was enough to leave others speechless. The vast skies and earth trembled as if the horrific authority Lilith had revealed wasn't enough. Catastrophic waves of soul damage smashed into any beings unlocked enough to gaze at that shining white gold star that simply could not be missed, a white star that could remain active for as long as Noah could provide the essence of reality for it. After the ability of Ascendant Illuminating Soul Star became REAFIED, keeping it active to constantly deal soul damage to all those gazing at it would have cost Noah 500,000 units of the essence of reality every microsecond, yet now since it was the second ability cast through soul succession it cost 0, like mere flies zapped by lightning. Hundreds of thousands of beings had their aspects of existence entirely vaporized on the first hit, and millions would follow. It did not matter whether they were primogenial strata legends or not. Even the few dozen beta strata legends whose destinies did not warn them soon enough from looking at the white gold star perished. This was because the level of damage was something only those at the alpha strata could handle. Chapter 1890 Regular L, primogenial, or beta strata mattered not as they all fell against a single destructive attack. Any existence designated as Noah's enemy who happened to gaze upon the star was eradicated as the quaking of essence and number of burning life forces of existences in the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest dwindled down by a large percentage incredibly quickly, a shocking achievement. Over 100,000 Kainos candidate emperors have fallen under your authority at once. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen greatly. The three massive beta strata abyssal gigantomachia undead that were floating like mountains had their bones flicker and become ground into dust. Hundreds of thousands of Kuan Pengs, mushroom emperors, chaos hounds, moon luminoids, oblivion ursidae, virulent drakes, and celestial sharks fell into oblivion, a shocking achievement. Over 1 million Kainos candidate emperors have fallen under your authority at once. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen greatly. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen greatly. Immense radiance echoed all around as behind Noah, his backbone of a throne lit up gloriously as its construct gradually became clear. The field of battle turned utterly silent as the vast majority of existences within it perished. The essence of the quintessential Kainos Emperor running rampant all around. Noah had achieved a shocking feat as the toughest part of this ultimate was arranging the formation of loot coming to him as the sheer number of taboo edicts was incredibly large in volume that he directed it towards the Soul Librar first without testing his limits just yet during this crucial battle, which among the millions perishing would be turned into mountains of false grotto nacres, liquefied soul seas, and physique refining pearls, which would become randomized loot crates. All of this was crucial, but the most crucial out of everything was the visage of the dimensional deceiver, the being who became even stronger as time passed, with Noah needing to wipe her out as soon as possible. When his tripupilled eyes gazed at her, yet another feature had granted him wondrous Information, deconstruction of selected Dharma tier edict, natural law of reality, or decretum of a dimension, Genevieve/Lilith, through the authority of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor that can be utilized once a week. The following concepts are possible for deconstruction: Dharma, 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 gravitation, natural law of reality, Nibelheim, decretum, polarity, natural law of reality, Fantasia, decretum, condition for deconstruction, genuine shock and interest from Lilith and the reduction of her true vitality values below 30%, a bundle of fantastical loot. That was what this terrifying portion of the soul of this dimensional Hellion ruler was. But Noah could not attain anything from her with his tripupiled eyes unless he fulfilled the conditions listed above, so he moved to complete the conditions, with the somewhat foreign decretum of dreams bubbling up within him. His will surged out with blinding light as another feature of his tripupiled eyes activated, everything in the nearby surroundings becoming destabilized as even the influence of the natural law of gravitation lessened, the illusion of his infinite reality passages that had grown to 100 above him pulsed with grandeur and force as they rained down the Emperor's might, Noah's will surging out with hockey as from the deaths of millions, there were still chains of sever remaining in the battlefield. At this moment, Noah's surging will directed them all towards a single being in an effort to cut short a battle that had only just begun. Chosen emperors. Genevieve truly believed it was possible to withstand their destiny as in the past. One being had done it. He had risen to eradicate chosen emperors with profound destinies like nothing as her targeting a single one. It wouldn't bring about such drastic results, right? Yet here she was, anchored under the will of a dimensional existence she did not understand too well, Lilith. She had heard very little in the past when those who came back from exploring dimensions spoke of the terrors to avoid in some. Such a will imposed on her as knowing of its shocking power. Genevieve believed that at least now, the struggle between her and Alexander King that would end with either of their deaths would quickly find a positive conclusion. So why did he suddenly jump from displaying beta strata power to alpha strata? He first showed primogenial strata level of power as when beta strata legends came, he showed power at that level too. Now that an existence that had reached alpha strata levels of power, how the hell did he suddenly jump to show this too? If an ultima strata legend came, would this being suddenly display this power as well? Was this what a true chosen emperor was surrounded with? An insane destiny that in order to prevent their deaths, unbelievable things would occur one after another. These were the only thoughts in Genevieve's mind as she watched a shocking number of disastrous rays of light that could eradicate her aspects of existence many times over rush towards her. Damage values that would even eradicate alpha strata legends as they only came to be due to the large number of enemies on the battlefield. Would the dimensional existence that had taken root in her aspects of existence be able to survive such in dash? Shut your buzzing thoughts, insignificant thing, WAA. Her remaining will that was watching everything was shocked to find the oppressive soul of the existence she had struck a deal with pressing down on her on all sides, the sultry and powerful voice of this existence resounding out. How could you ever think of matching a creature like him whose lifeline is undefined? That is no chosen emperor, but an irregular, boom. The one meaningful thing in your life is that you have allowed me to meet another irregular. Like something insignificant, Genevieve's will was shut down as she couldn't even feel what was happening outside anymore. The dazzling will of the dimensional deceiver turned vibrant soon after as her gaze was clear, her hands coming together in front of her bountiful chest as in the face of shocking damage rushing towards her. The authority of a decretum of a dimension and a natural law of reality surged around her with maddening ferocity. Her bestial eyes were clear as she gazed at the being holding two vibrant weapons and adorned in sleek obsidian pants and a loose white shirt, his image imprinted in her eyes that could see a great deal of things. To come across an irregular here. Even if this will doesn't survive, I must at least leave my mark on him. The lips of the dimensional deceiver curved into a devilish smile in the face of volatile rays of light that could dish out tens of billions of damage values surged towards her. Chapter 1891 Regular LL. Too many profound things had happened in the span of microseconds. First, this age became defined as next, I confirm an irregular right before my eyes. Lilith thought lightly as she could have billions of thoughts crossing her mind in a fraction of a microsecond, her mind being capable of being expanded to days or years in a single instant as her perception and decision-making were utterly dreadful to imagine. What she couldn't imagine though, was that the irregular that she met was also the one who had defined himself and subsequently aided in the definition of this age. Such a thought had no way of crossing her mind as what she did understand was destiny. And she understood a great deal of it. To her surprise, she actually found the destiny of this portion of her will not to be too bright even as she was able to utilize a semblance of the natural laws and decretums she normally controlled. Such a thing was an impossibility, as she had let go of one of her treasures, that she controlled a lineage of the Kuan Pangs with the heart of destiny in order to make the current plans possible. For all of this to be for naught was disappointing, as the answer as to why her destiny was bleak could only be attributed to a few factors. Either powerful Alpha Strata legends were able to break through the restrictions of the current domain, or Grotto Haven existences caught wind of her destiny. Or an unexplainable factor. She understood the unexplainable factor the moment she breezed through the memories of Genevieve and gazed at the being in question himself. His eyes were luminous and filled with astounding destiny that even her Hellion eyes could not see the depth of, with his lifeline being inconceivable and irregular. She had actually come across an irregular in such a place as he seemed to be a particularly careful one, foregoing any pauses or talks, as just like her he immediately went on the offensive, and ridiculously offensive at that, as the lives of millions were reaped instantly while the residues of this shocking attack were now surging towards her. Not even my scent has latched onto your soul? You can't already be protecting it with a decretum, right? She could see that this irregular was a particularly young soul, as he shouldn't have had too many grand accomplishments yet. Her body was always releasing a shockingly powerful scent that would unconsciously cause others to fall to her authority, especially those less experienced, but there were too many pesky things blocking her now, the annoying Avalloning and screaming of honor and justice as he released the decretum of Avalon. The multi-winged primordial weaving the essences of multiple natural laws of reality chaotically and without any control, the dimensional royalty from the mirror dimension holding a bloodline with such a level of purity that Lilith thought she had come across a scion of one of the rulers of the mirror dimension. All these authorities were circling around on top of the authority of the decretum of dreams from the irregular himself, making it extremely hard for Lilith's own authority to display itself, even more so when the irregular sent out a potent attack laced with a decretum, as she had to recall the authority of the natural law of gravitation that she had just laid out and change her tactics. She had to somewhat protect herself even with the limitations of this body, as after that, if I can just leave a mark on an irregular this young, and her red lips pouted at his ruthlessness as he moved to wipe out her authority in very life without hesitation, but she was still a dimensional Hellion ruler. Even though the oncoming strikes would release tens of billions of damage values that could potentially wipe out a lax Alpha Strata, she still had her ways. It just seemed that even with her ways and means, though, the oncoming result would be a tough one, yet Lilith still moved decisively, as her mind and machinations were not ones that many could grasp. BZZZT. The essence of natural laws interweaved maddeningly as gravitation was recalled, her authority only allowing her to display a single chosen one at a time, as she wrapped herself in the essence of another natural law, polarity, a natural law of reality that stated that all things had duality and polar opposites in the vast realities in 9 dimensions. When understood and put under one's heels, the effects were just unfathomable. Shirring, the crimson gold eyes of Lilith shone as her 4 horns glistened with power, the essence of polarity surging out around her as the oncoming rays of damaging soul light instantly buzzed as opposite to them bleak white rays of light with the same power surged out. The essence of polarity churned with wonder, as there were many unique methods for one to take on ridiculous amounts of damage. A majority of the surging attacks were shockingly met with an opposing attack of similar nature, but the essence of polarity was not able to wrap around everything, as the severing rays of light stemming from too many dead legends still had a significant amount surging forward. For this, the authority of a decretum of a dimension surged around Lilith as her red lips continued their devilish smile, knowing that whatever attacks passed through after this would still sting, but they would be somewhat manageable. There should be some breathing room after that. Just a tiny little mark, my little irregular, that's all I need from you. Her eyes shone with a dangerous sheen as white the essence of natural law and a decretum raged. The heavy attacks of the quintessential Kainos Emperor landed, BOM, as he watched a surefire cluster of abilities smash towards Lilith. Noah didn't even have to wonder what to deconstruct from her many authorities. What would be the most crucial for him to grasp that he would have a hard time attaining normally? The answer was not a decretum of a dimension, nor was it Dharmatir edicts. It was the natural laws of reality, as they were too abstruse to identify and capture normally, and he could even form a Dharmatir edict through utilizing one, so the answer was simple. The only other one that remained was which natural law to choose. Chapter 1892 Regular LLL, outside of the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest, an Ultima Strata existence with dazzling wings on his feet and back continued to watch the unfolding events within this domain coldly, the Alpha Strata representatives of the pure-blooded bloodlines watching along with all the masses of millions, as their perception was utterly altered today. They watched the delayed version of events as when they saw tens of thousands of legends perish from a 9th firmament existence, their hearts were silent with shock as they were shown what a level of true genius truly was. When they saw the visage of other ninth firmament existences match Beta Strata legends. They all felt ashamed as they knew this was never something that they could do at the same stage. When these existences entered these respective realms, wouldn't they exceed all others? In this stage, was this not the meaning of their current age that was just named quintessence? Didn't these geniuses facing an army of millions show they were the most ideal and outstanding emperors of this age? Such questions buzzed in their minds as the Ultima Strata legend spoke out while gazing at the being most of them focused on the illusory screen. You said he stems from the celestial vines and has already undergone royal human bloodline baptism. His words were directed to the Alpha Strata royal human legend who had already gathered all the information possible about the one known as Alexander King. He showed immense potential and talent, but nothing like what we are seeing here today. The eyes of this powerful being flashed as they gazed with pressure towards the nervous figure of Brightborn, who bent his back even more. He had actually talked down and sent this genius in as someone to attain treasures for him without knowing his true power. And they now saw that his strength even eclipsed the Shield of Dawn. Due to this, once they are out, I will be taking him and the others for a debriefing in the main reality, with inviolable authority and not even asking for the permission of the royal human representative. The Ultima Strata legend spoke languidly about taking a ridiculous genius of their bloodline away. The Alpha Strata royal human remained silent as his essence silently buzzed, only to hear even more words soon after. You can alert anyone you wish to from the royal human domains, but this is not a candidate emperor you can handle. For your negligence here. You're lucky that this will be the only thing I will be seeking from the assembly. Power and authority. This was a grand show of it as the Alpha Strata legend did not even speak back. The shocking grandeur and visage they showed before paling in comparison to a single being. On the illusory screen though, some grand changes occurred as the enemy commander moved towards Alexander King, his might being matched as soon after. Something inexplicable occurred. From his body, a terrifying source of power weaved out as it covered everything, and it also happened to cover the glimmering medallion hidden around the neck of Acarus, the medallion that made the connection to show the illusory screen possible. BZZZT essence fluctuated as the illusory scenes they were seeing in the void of space turned black. The atmosphere in the surroundings instantly turned dangerous and somber. None of them knew that this was when the Dimensional Deceiver first released her authority. The Dimensional Deceiver did not allow for anyone to gaze at her actions. Boom, a shocking impact racked the surroundings as essence was thrown into chaos. Sheesh. The visage of Lilith released vibrant authority as she was astounded, her vibrant butterfly-like wings being shredded on the left side of her body that was currently burnt dark gray. She was a dimensional Hellion ruler, as even though this was a minuscule portion of her will that had managed to get past the restrictions and enter the vast realities. She was still not someone to be looked down upon, but the existence she had met this time was too obscene, and the Dimensional Deceiver understood this fully as she had come across an existence like this before, so she didn't feel like this was an undeserved loss. Her state was made clear to the eyes of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor as he continued relentlessly. True dimensional vitality values: 27 out of 100 billion, an 8-dimensional barrier, 0 out of 10 billion, her large health pool and even an 8-dimensional barrier were nearly ground down to nothing, as it was a testament to the strength of this dimensional Hellion ruler to escape death when the quintessential Kainos Emperor utilized the prime situation just now to unleash an attack that would shred most average Alpha Strata legends. And not even half a microsecond passed as true dimensional vitality values: 28/100 billion, an 8-dimensional barrier, 1 out of 10 billion. The life force of this terrifying existence began to recover, but none of this mattered right now. She was already brought down far enough as because of the quickness that Noah had acted with, the Dimensional Deceiver wasn't able to show her astounding power to the fullest, as she hadn't even revealed her Dharma tier edicts or attacks, as she only had the chance to somewhat display her understanding of natural laws and decretum of her dimensions. If it were other instances and other beings, they might wish for a blood-pumping battle as both sides showed their splendor and shocking attacks. But Noah wasn't having any of this, as he wouldn't play around with the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler. He would love to learn just how powered and how wondrous her skills and edicts are. After she was dead, zing, the moment her curvaceous visage rose once more and gazed at Noah, the star of illumination was activated once again as a severing ray of light shot out. On top of this, the Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion flashed as Noah sent his thoughts through it, utilizing Emperor's hockey with his very thoughts as he bombarded them towards Lilith, billions of damage values barreling forth. This dimensional Hellion ruler was unfettered, as with a devilish smile, the essence of the natural law of polarity surged out to reflect the coming attacks once more and give her just a little bit of leeway to do what she needed. The tendrils of destiny weaved out silently, the dazzling protective essence of a natural law that was just enacted fluctuated and shockingly flashed away in an instant. Polarity was cancelled ever so briefly. As for how this was even remotely possible, the tripupilled Kainos Emperor has managed to successfully deconstruct a selected concept on the target. Prompts that had risen in Noah's mind the moment he fulfilled certain conditions. Preliminary understanding of the natural law of polarity is granted. WAA. The natural law of reality that had made it possible for the dimensional deceiver to escape certain death from tens of billions of soul damage values. This was what Noah chose as his destiny showed grand possibilities. A trace of stupor bloomed in the mind of the dimensional deceiver as she actually laughed with profound happiness while voicing out, "What a stupendous irregular you are, I will see you again soon." The first words Lilith spoke to Noah, and the last ones for this moment in time as her vitality reached below 25% from the very thoughts of the quintessential Kainos Emperor. Thoughts that were releasing a command filled with billions of soul damage values and mirrored a second time due to the Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion. Begone. This thought boomed in the mind of Lilith and the slumbering Genevieve as it pushed the vitality values of these amalgamated beings below a certain threshold. The critical ruin modifier activated as the illusion of a crimson gold visage of ruination appeared above Lilith, her two hands grasping a massive illusory blade of oblivion that sank down and twisted, and, boom, RIP, a shower of blood exploded as true death was granted. Chapter 1893 Quintessential Treasure Cache. Space buzzed chaotically as it began to settle down, the visage of a shocking existence nowhere to be seen after true blood had rained down all around, throughout the Cohenpeng's cataclysm nest. Blazing trumpets began to resound out instead as they caused one's blood to boil, and this wasn't just metaphorical as one genuinely felt their body become more active. Their wounds healing faster as even their soils felt soothed. This was the symphony of the protagonist. This was the ode of victory that played for the quintessential Kainos Emperor after he wiped out an existence and chose not to extend an unpredictable battle. Now, trumpets blew for his victory as the dreary skies of the Cohenpeng's cataclysm nest gained just a little bit of brightness. At the same time, the reality that a portion of the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler was extinguished. Along with the body it occupied, the means of the quintessential Kainos Emperor activated as tendrils of destiny continued to swirl around him. Resplendent treasure cache was activated. The destiny of the quintessential Kainos Emperor shines brightly after overcoming the authority of a dimensional Hellion ruler. Shirring, the heart of destiny illuminates, resonating with the destiny of the one that has fulfilled the conditions of the Cohenpeng's cataclysm nest. In the skies, the golden star that had always been there this whole time disappeared, the star that had masked the destiny of all beings surging towards it, and the profound destiny that many sought simply faded away as it was unknown to others what occurred to it. But Noah only saw a glorious prompt rise before him. The resplendent treasure cache has been elevated into a quintessential treasure cache unseen in this age. Pristine brightness flashed over all the skies for an instant as it blinded everyone, fading away soon after as they were able to gaze at the unbelievable result with clear eyes. Caitlin wasn't too far from Noah's visage as she actually shot towards him at this moment, and it was for no other reason than the fact that the figure of Alexander that seemed unbreakable and unshakable in the eyes of all beings as he reaped the lives of millions of legends and even an obscenely powerful existence. His figure was currently falling from the skies as if he was entirely exhausted of all energy and could not even hold himself up with the oppressive authority still pressing down. Uniquely, she wasn't the only one who shot towards him, as when she arrived to support him on his right side, the figure of Ezekiel also arrived to the left as the essence of Avalon vibrantly held everything up. Caitlin was still faster as she swooped in to support Noah, lending her shoulder to him as she raised him up. Her bright eyes held a myriad of emotions as she came in close contact with this being who seemed like he could face anything, even though it showed even he had his limitations as his body seemed entirely spent of essence right now and was recovering, and it should be like so. How could anyone who had faced and eradicated millions of legends and even an existence approaching Alpha straight and not even break a sweat? Of course, this was all an utter lie from Noah, as he had simply shone too bright, and if he stood strong after releasing all the attacks like it was nothing, well, he had achieved his purpose as he was playing a different angle right now, like a tired hero that had vanquished a great evil. Noah tilted his head and leaned into Caitlin's embrace as it caused her to ask with a hint of concern, "Are you all right?" The fair hands of this dimensional royalty supported him as Noah nodded with an ashen face, his mind currently going through many wondrous prompts and observing all the changes as he followed this play of an exhausted hero. He was about to continue talking with Caitlin to increase the familiarity of this dimensional royalty with him when in the next moment, the figure of Ezekiel that had arrived to his left inserted himself in while speaking valiantly. I shall support him, Mirror Princess. His powerful and robust figure came in while the essence of Avalon surged all around, taking Noah's left arm and wrapping it around his shoulders to support him as this action caused Caitlin to move away. From the hands of a fair beauty, Noah's tired body was transferred to the robust and muscular visage of Ezekiel that was gazing at him with bright and clear purple eyes filled with unknown thoughts. Both of these beings were exceedingly handsome. As the weaker primordial women gazed at this scene with shining eyes, while Noah became extremely annoyed at this guy that had just inserted himself in and taken him from the arms of a beauty. Who would want to be held in the hands of another man and not a dimensional royalty that normally didn't even allow others to touch her? Ezekiel seemed to not have caught this as he floated down with Noah, Caitlin gazing at him with shining eyes that held a trace of anger as she thought about Nefertiti, who had always moved with this being and yet he had not protected her with all his strength as now. Caitlin didn't even know what she could do to restore her consciousness the way it was, untouched valiance and power. You all have hidden yourselves deeply, but you will have to come into the light now, while she was lost in her thoughts. The vibrant figure with the words of Shield of Dawn rotating around her crown above the backbone of a throne spoke out towards their figures, the many shields fading around her as Noah's last attacks with the Star of Illumination had decimated all opposing enemies with very few remaining alive. Akris had her eyes locked onto Noah as she said this, her eyes still carrying the same profound authority as she spoke. I will help you manage the gazes of others and whatever is to come, but let me be the first to express my thanks for your actions here today. You saved many lives and thwarted a ploy that would have otherwise succeeded. Akris shone with golden grandeur as her figure stood straight, her left hand coming before her chest with the palm unfurled while her right hand was closed into a fist, both of them meeting in the middle as she gave a formal salute of respect towards Noah. Page, a vibrant golden wave of light bloomed when her fist and palm met, Noah receiving acknowledgement and respect from an existence that normally talked calmly to Alpha Strata legends. Chapter 1894 Acknowledgement of the remaining pure-blooded primordial geniuses, all followed the lead of Akris as they performed a similar salute, the fist of their right hand hitting the unfurled palm of their left in front of their chest as they expressed their thankfulness to this astounding genius. The figure of Elora had come out of hiding as she looked with immense curiosity to Noah, the structure of primordials being that built on strength and authority as when meeting a genius who could eradicate a power approaching the Alpha Strata. Nobody would gaze down upon them as they knew their position would be high in the main reality, for any who held negative emotions like the bloody figure of Aegon. They could only hide this in their hearts as even he performed this salute himself at this moment whether unwilling or not. The young emperor had shining eyes as he gave his salute while Juliet's eyes were shining with a hungry light, her flaming astral figure not being able to remain still as she moved forward. Hey, why did you hide your power so much? With such strength, you are the perfect man for me. How about we have that spar? You can have me as your prize so long as you use your power to suppress me. The princess of a lineage of the astral bloodline continued to look for a hubby who could overpower her as she moved like a stellar flaming light towards Noah and Ezekiel, breaking the regal and somber atmosphere of the surroundings as before she could get too far. Golden shield manifested to surround her on all sides and shield her from moving any further. Akris didn't even gaze at her as she did this, looking around the whole battlefield as she spoke out with authority. Sweep the lands and see if there are any surviving ancient races. Follow the chains of reality down to check on any who survivors behind us. She began displaying her authority as she commanded the primordials, her authority being unique as the gazes of many still remained on the figure that had moved to save everyone. Noah had seemingly regained some of his energy after being supported by Ezekiel as he rose by himself, still keeping his complexion ashen as this Avalonian came in front of him and spoke with calm eyes. The capability to erase the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler is astounding enough, especially with the level of control you showed. An existence like you will be crucial for what is to come, so I, Lancelot of the 12 domains of Avalon, invite you and beseech you to come with me to the Avalon dimension. His words were straightforward as this whole time, Ezekiel had been moving across the vast realities looking for something. Now that he had found it, he would not sit idly by. Make sure to keep your allegiances clear, Avalonian. Our agreement with the 12 domains of Avalon does not extend to you seeking out our people. The dazzling voice of Akris rang out as if she could perceptibly see everything, Ezekiel's powerful eyes releasing a burst of purple light as he gazed at her visage. There seemed to be many intricacies and relationships with the different races across realities and dimensions, and Noah would very soon be delving into them as a disastrous plot gradually drew to a close. Well, that was a somewhat harder than normal victory. Noah's will spoke freely as Lavalier remained silent, both of their gazes currently not on the countless mountains of loot within Noah's expansive space, and they were both instead staring at the torn body of Genevieve/Lilith. as well as the dazzling emperor hand that glowed splendors gold and was simply waiting for someone to take it. But Lavalier's profound authority was currently wrapping around this emperor appendage as she spoke sternly, "Do not fall for the ploys of the dimensional deceiver. This emperor appendage is full of her residual will as the moment you utilize or fuse it into your body." Yes, this was the method that Lilith chose to leave behind a mark, as when she saw how closed off all roads were by Noah's quick actions, she did something to the one thing her destiny told her that an irregular like him would want the most, the strength and power left behind as spoils of war. If I hadn't isolated her body and this emperor appendage when it came into your expansive space, your will would have already been tainted. What will you do about this? The dimensional deceiver was not to be underestimated as her means were profound, but the spoils of war she left behind were even more profound, and spoils of war they were as currently, Noah's resonance of nature was ringing madly as his body accepted the preliminary understanding of a natural law of reality. A law of profundity, as it allowed for the very fabric of reality to be the way it was the first one he attained understanding into being polarity. BZZT, when he thought about this, his tripupil eyes opened wide as his vision saw vibrant essence that made up the space around him, but he now saw something even more profound as what stabilized this space and kept everything in order were the vibrant types of essence many could never come across their entire lives. Polarity just made up a part of these myriad of essences as Noah could now visualize the essence of this natural law, and he could not tug on it as its essence began glowing towards his by its lonesome, not as wisps of natural laws, but a single isolated law that at this moment, he directed towards his body as it sank into his soul, and it delved directly into the concept of the dictum emperor. Since he had gained an understanding of a natural law and could now isolate its essence, why couldn't he begin the process of infusing this single essence into an edict for him to go towards Dharma right away? He didn't know how long the process would take, so why wouldn't he start early? His body began to shine with vibrant luster as the essence of a single natural law flowed into him, his will finally returning to Lavalier and the wondrous bundles of loot left behind from this still unfolding event. There were too many mountains of loot to count, as Noah did not have any doubt in fully saturating his paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality with them, but the more profound loot to gaze at was a massive treasure chest that currently took up 10% of all the space in the expansive space, the quintessential treasure cache. It seemed to show its importance with its grandeur and size as it glimmered gold, black, and crimson, constantly emanating boundless waves of fortune as above it. A dazzling golden star could be seen, the star that had aided in the transformation of this resplendent treasure cache into a quintessential treasure cache, the heart of destiny. Noah had attained all of them silently, as beside the massive quintessential treasure cache, dozens of randomized loot crates could be seen from the perished Beta Strata legends, as even further away from this were the isolated bodies of Genevieve/Lilith and the Emperor appendage, and an even further distance away was the body of Valdez Tepes that still had life force pulsing ever so calmly. Chapter 1895, Caches in Destiny. Across the vastness of space and time, in an unknown location filled with dense essence of the decretum of a dimension, a slumbering will was roused up as crimson essence surged and overflowed, a dreadful and undeniable sense of oppression whipping about as even the essence of the decretum trembled. To have lost a portion of will just like that, well, she shall see what he does. Meeting an irregular is a rare and celebrated occasion, as the others do not yet know. The rousing will was swimming in this immense liquefied sea of dense essence of a decretum, as her visage couldn't be fully seen, but a pair of eyes so deadly and beautiful could be seen as they shone with interest and ingenuity. Losing the heart of destiny to him also cannot be considered too much of a loss, as, shirring around this barely perceptible being, two blazing stars formed as the luminosity they released was no less than the heart of destiny that had remained above the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest this whole time before disappearing right at the end of the battle. It shall eventually return back to me. And if all else fails, you too will help me get your little sibling back, right? The two dazzling stars flashed in a shocking manner as they released a subtle power, the deadly and beautiful eyes of this existence curving into a devilish smile as the stars faded. This existence was a schemer. She had plans on top of plans, as just to leave a mark. She had chosen not to grandly announce her identity or prestige as she decisively made her move when she realized the irregular was unbeatable. With her current power, using a vast majority of her authority to paint the emperor appendage with her mark, but if this didn't work, there was the heart of destiny, and just in case the heart of destiny wouldn't work as its mysteries were too profound and its purpose could aid one greatly in hiding, I should also make a move in the mirroring dream dimensions. His body seemed to be entirely illuminated by dream essence, as the girl beside him should be from one of the two royal mirror lineages. He may make his way to any of these dimensions soon enough, to an existence like her, There were no coincidences or chance occurrences. She had to create chances herself, as she would make many moves to ensure success. And even while she planned all of this, her mind was very clear, as she knew what she wanted. Even though a portion of her soul had been destroyed by him, she didn't turn wrathful or let her pride feel wounded in any way. She didn't deem this irregular that had appeared before as an enemy, or if she had taken that route, it would be no fun. If one irregular can cause the proliferation of countless realities and even shake up the structure of dimensions that made it easier for my expansion, what can another irregular do? Maddening light of power and authority raged in this unknown location, the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler burning with might and destiny as she made many moves and waited patiently. At the same time, within Noah's expansive space, Noah thought about the last and only words he heard from Lilith as he gazed at the massive quintessential treasure cache and randomized loot crates, as well as the dazzling colorful star of light above it all. Irregular, this was a unique word to hear about himself, as Lavalier remained quiet when he said it. Which of his qualities that arose would make him an irregular? His mana? Destiny? Possessions? He pondered over this briefly as he shook his head soon after. He knew who he was, as it didn't matter what others labeled him as, for he had too many titles. What mattered the most was that he was the quintessential Kainos Emperor. And the heart of the quintessential Kainos Emperor currently wanted to go through his loot, and the one loot he couldn't take his eyes off of was not the heart of destiny that pulled everyone's gazes into the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest or the tricky emperor appendage. It was the quintessential treasure cache, open, HUUM. His words were light as the massive treasure chest released rays of gorgeous light, its opening being akin to celestial gates unfurling before Noah's eyes as multiple items that were soon followed by prompts flew out of this dazzling chest. Noah's eyes were bright as he could see a massive circular black structure fly out along with a heart-shaking scroll releasing crimson waves of dimensional essence. A vibrant crystal that released profound waves of the natural laws of reality. And even 3 crystalline shards he had seen and dreamt of a few times. The prompts for these items appeared soon after in his mind. The heresy relic map of the Apollyon dimension has been attained, 3 ascendant dimensional shards have been attained, natural law Naker, gravitation, has been attained. The heresy relic obsidian queen has been attained, 1x random venerable dimensional bloodline Naker has been attained, 25 emperor essence regeneration flasks have been attained, 5,000 Kainos orbs of transmogrification have been attained, the Dharma relic gravitational reality armament has been attained. 10 Emperor True Vitality flasks have been attained, the Heresy Relic Silent Killer has been attained. The prompts coming down were stupendous, the items they represented. Were utterly shocking as they even unveiled some new truths. Heresy, Noah spoke this new word that was attached to some of the items to come out of the quintessential treasure cache. Memories from the millions he had taken out swirling in his mind as Lavalier replied calmly, when the essence of a single natural law of reality is infused into a concept, it can attain the tier of Dharma. If one is proficient enough and capable to infuse the essence of a decretum of a dimension into a concept, they can instead birth heresy tier concepts. Chapter 1896 Caches and Destiny. Heresy, something at the same level of Dharma but built on the decretum of a dimension, and Noah had gotten relics of this level from the quintessential treasure cache. Well, heresy is much harder to grasp as it requires a great level of control and more than always a high-tier dimensional bloodline to be capable of infusing an essence expertly into a relic. Lavalier stopped briefly with some hesitation as she continued with shocking words soon after. You can take me for example. I bathed in the decretum of dream when coming to fruition, and I can utilize absolute dream authority to an extent. Of course, I am far beyond a heresy relic even in my limited form currently. Lavalier revealed a little bit more about her as Noah nodded with a smile, beginning to gaze at the descriptions of the items to come out of the quintessential treasure cache. While in the outside realities, events were rapidly unfolding, outside of the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest, BZZT. The domain rift that had been contracting this whole time and seemingly about to fade buzzed with essence as it expanded back to its original size rapidly, the illusory feed that was cut off for a few seconds resuming once more in the dark void as it showed an unbelievable scene. The vast stretches of land that used to hold millions of legends. Were entirely empty as space seemed to be stabilizing once more. But the fact that the vast stretches of land were empty shook the hearts of those watching this scene, as even they wouldn't have survived such a force. So why could they only see the relieved expressions of pure-blooded primordials remaining? What the hell happened in a matter of seconds? A Beta Strata legend recalled the dozens of beings at his realm and the many more at the primogenial strata as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He and many others were glad at the scenes shown, but what the hell had just happened within? they continued to watch silently as inside the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest, changes were also about as moments after the Heart of Destiny disappeared and the enemies were eradicated. The oppressive authorities pervasively all around lessened somewhat as soon after, a massive rift portal appeared in at the center of the battlefield where the dried crimson gold blood of the ancient races dyed the frozen earth, a portal that caused joy to appear in the eyes of many primordials as they felt like they were about to escape the confines of a hellish land. Opportunity and destiny were great and all, but many geniuses were realizing that they might not be cut out to be emperors after seeing the unfolding of events in this domain. They were shown what true geniuses were as when they asked themselves whether they could match primogenial or beta strata legends while at the ninth firmament of ascendancy. The hard no made them re-evaluate their life choices, gather those below and start heading out. There is no destiny left here. Acaris's authoritative voice rang out once more as many primordials began scrambling about, everyone being more than happy to leave as Noah raised his visage up and left Ezekiel while not showing his annoyance, giving Ander a mere gaze to keep this vassal from rushing over to him as he floated towards the lone figure of Caitlin that gazed at everything with melancholy. "Are you doing okay?" He asked her a similar question to what she asked him not too long ago, this dimensional royalty gazing at her hands that showed a blank-faced figure of Nefertiti encased in a crystalline mirror as she replied lightly. She was always rushing towards whatever could give her more power, and now, a blank image of her was all that remained, and that was after Caitlin had done something shocking to even bring this blank slate out. Noah floated close to this dimensional royalty while gazing at the crystalline mirror holding Nefertiti, his eyes luminous as he sent a mental message to her. There lie many possibilities to awaken her past self. If not the mirror dimension, there is the dream dimension that has absolute dream authority that can turn dreams into reality. The words of the quintessential Kainos Emperor reverberated in Caitlin's mind as she gained more clarity, her headlining with a firm expression as a terrifying light of royalty shone within. Ready, behind them, Acaris floated over as her visage was still just as valiant, Ezekiel not too far off as his gaze was locked onto a single being. Were they ready? Was Noah ready to face the eyes of the primordials that would turn his way? Could he protect himself and his secrets while swimming in their midst as he delved into the main reality? A calm smile slowly became etched on his face as he moved forward calmly, destiny telling him many things as he began to float over the rift that had opened in the middle of the battlefield. No other being had gone into it as a form of respect, Noah taking the lead of these pure-blooded primordial geniuses within this domain as he went to the very forefront to meet whatever was to come. Faintly, a symphony could be heard in the surroundings as Acaris, Ezekiel, and many other primordial geniuses gazed at where the Heart of Destiny used to be before they followed along to leave this place. As the procession of geniuses and his true sanguine clone left the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest, Noah's main body became more familiarized with his first dimensional layer and newly unlocked natural law of polarity while gazing at the descriptions of wondrous loot. Among the many things he had gained in the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest, there would be something that would aid him in evading the eyes of the powerful beings he was bound to very soon come across, and the items from the quintessential treasure cache alone were too dazzling as their descriptions were enough to leave one breathless. Map of the Apollyon Dimension, the dimensional Hellion ruler Lilith has traveled far and wide across multiple dimensions, but she has scoured no dimension more than her own home. This map contains all the major regions of the Apollyon Dimension, as well as a quick breakdown of the major powers existing at the time Lilith crossed these lands. This map has the authority to teleport you to any of the major regions of the Apollyon Dimension with the infusion of dimensional essence. The landscape of the Apollyon Dimension is hellish as only the strongest creatures are born and thrive. Take great caution as even in outer regions, meeting enemies a realm or multiple realms above you is a norm. Teleporting inside the major regions is cautioned unless you can evade the eyes of monstrous existences that have lived for eons. The first item alone was monstrous as it contained the understanding of a dimension through the experiences of a dimensional Hellion ruler that had been born within it. If utilized properly, the possibilities of the map of Apollyon Dimension were terrifying to imagine as after this were truly interesting forms of loot that Noah had not come across before, natural law Naker, gravitation, and a random venerable dimensional bloodline Naker. Their titles alone were self-sufficient as what they could provide Noah was immeasurable. Chapter 1897 Caches in Destiny. LLL. Destiny settled after a profound event as events went towards a conclusion, with the ones to attain the most fortune enjoying their boons as there was nobody that exceeded Noah in this regard. He was gazing at all the things to come out of the quintessential treasure cache as the next two were truly magisterial sets of unimaginable wonders, natural law Naker, gravitation, the preliminary understanding of a natural law packed neatly into a single Naker. This is an item only feasible from the quintessential treasure cache, as it is not possible to replicate it, nor would one need to. Random venerable dimensional bloodline Naker, a Naker uniquely containing a venerable tier bloodline from one of the 9 dimensions. The 9 dimensions are set, but the dimensional bloodlines are many. Your destiny shall determine just how powerful the venerable dimensional bloodline will be. Simple and concise, the stupendous items were glorious and not affected by anything ruination could do, as Noah's will sank into them right away, the natural law Naker rising up as it was a massive hexagonal crystal that glimmered with purple light, being blasted open at this moment as its stellar contents surged into Noah's body, pristine in authority, unblemished in their grandeur. The waves of essence of the natural law of gravitation sank into Noah's seated body as his tripupilled eyes reflected boundless stellar rays of light. The dazzling seas of liquefied essence around him circling him in a unique manner as he felt like he could command the very fundamental essence and fabric of space around him. You have attained a preliminary understanding of the natural law of gravitation. This prompt rose within Noah's mind as in the span of a few minutes, he obtained the preliminary understanding of 2 natural laws of reality, as he had to spend at least a longer period of time than this to truly comprehend what he could do with them now and how to best optimize himself with them. This also had to be considered along with the decretum of different dimensions, as even though it was much more difficult, one could also infuse them into concepts or relics to birth heresy instead of dharma concepts or relics. Just how vast was the distinction between heresy and dharma? Could the 2 truly be considered the same level, or would one always lean toward heresy due to the difficulty of achieving it? This was something Noah had to ponder on and choose the best route forward. But this thought didn't last too long, as the next Naker he infused his will into also sank a pristine and unknown authority into him, a Naker holding a random bloodline. Even though there were only 9 dimensions, there were many races within them, as the types of bloodlines were innumerable. What were the chances for Noah to attain something from the dream dimension that he wouldn't necessarily need? What he wanted was something new and unique, as he didn't want any redundancies. And his destiny shone brightly as the heart of destiny above him that had already ascertained its new owner surged with stellar golden light. Destiny flourished in fervor as the Naker that exploded before Noah shone countless flashes of color in an instant before settling on a bright verdant green, a green so majestic and vibrant that it nearly caused the dream essence within Noah to tremble. From the depths of his blood and soul began to buzz and illuminate as his stellar visage became bathed in a profound green light, his mind facing the rising prompts soon after. The venerable tier prana dimensional bloodline, preponderant Irminsel, has been attained. Boom! The grandeur of green exploded out as immense life force permeated all around, and Noah's body was not averse to the changes as on his throne. His stellar visage exploded as dimensional essence proliferated madly, his form beginning to enlarge as the image of a heart-shaking dimensional tree began to enlarge. It enlarged to reach the constantly expanding skies of the dimensional Holy Land as the trunk of this tree shone with a stellar verdant light, its leaves shockingly being illusory masses of chaotic green dimensional energies, as countless branches holding such leaves stretched out all across the dimensional Holy Land. Your true vitality values are undergoing rapid elevation. The life force in the surroundings only became more maddening over time, as Noah's body was the source, the preponderant Irminsel being a terrifying species of dimensional existences in the prana dimension whose origins and history were unknown by many. For dimensional beings, they had their racial bloodlines, and then they had physiques. What Noah had from the dream dimension was a mythical natural-born infinite dream physique, and it had granted him a profound access to the dream dimension as this physique built up his very body. Caitlin had a mythical natural-born mirror physique of unknown distinction, and she also had whatever racial dimensional bloodline from her mother, who was a native of the mirror dimension, and she wasn't just any common native. What Noah had unlocked now from the prana dimension was a racial bloodline of the dimensional preponderant Irminsel. The life force and vitality it came with was no joke, as the boons it brought were simply ecstatic. The vitality ecritures have utilized the chance opportunity of this budding life force. The number of vitality ecritures has doubled to 750. Noah's golden crimson blood surged as the vitality ecritures branded within it proliferated madly. The glorious possibility in existence had brought to fruition in the past era being replicated early as the blooming life force was terrifying to sense. Boundless boons erupted before Noah's eyes as his raging will observed the changes closely. Because it seemed the grandest one was yet to come, the bloodline of the quintessential Kainos emperorized the dimensional bloodline of the preponderant Irminsel. A magisterial sense of tyranny rose at the depths of his soul, body, and origin as his main bloodline woke with a bestial gaze. Chapter 1898 Caches and Destiny. LV, a bloodline was unlocked as no matter what it was, the quintessential Kainos Emperor would always be there to take its strongest aspects. A venerable dimensional bloodline. Was no different. The quintessential Kainos Emperor continues its sublimation of bloodlines as it takes in aspects of the venerable Tyr Prana dimensional bloodline. The massive stellar dimensional tree with leaves surging with chaotic dimensional essence released bursts of brightness as the surroundings became permeated with a new type of dimensional essence. This verdant essence coiled like raging streams of sentience across the vast trunk of the preponderant irminsel that Noah had taken the form of, its barks alone seeming like vast stretches of treasured material that would be unbreakable by anything below the alpha strata, while the leaves that seemed like accumulations of prana essence caused the surrounding space to tremble. Noah could profoundly control dream essence and dabbled in mirror essence, but the essence of the prana dimension rose up to nearly achieve the same height as dream with this single venerable bloodline with the countless leaves and extending branches that put Yggdrasil and the infinite willow trees to shame. Prana, it was a word that signified boundless life force, and that was exactly how Noah imagined this dimension would be, one that would be filled with fantastical domains with dimensional trees exceeding Yggdrasil or anything like the infinite willow trees, one where other races he had not even met reigned as beings that had lived for eons controlled everything. Being who had lived longer than most due to their life force, Noah's quintessential Kainos Emperor bloodline commandeered this newly rising dimensional bloodline as prompts continued to rise while his body exploded with vitality. The quintessential Kainos Emperor bloodline has begun the slow ascension past venerable. Noah's tripupilled eyes released beams of authority at this prompt as it was but a matter of time. In the past few minutes, he had eradicated millions as any unique racial bloodlines were attained by him and they were all assimilated into the quintessential Kainos Emperor as the tier of this bloodline was bound to start going past venerable sooner or later. This dimensional bloodline of preponderant irminsel was the last domino to fall to begin this ascension. Noah didn't know how many more powerful bloodlines he would need to complete this ascension and arrive to a new tier, but he enjoyed the boons now as new information buzzed in his mind, under the quintessential Kainos Emperor bloodline. The abilities of Irminsel's dimensional life bloom, rejuvenating healing totems, breath of the Emperor Saint, and Prana's embrace can now be utilized. The additional multiplier for every 10 ascendancy halos has risen to 7,500. Your true dimensional vitality values have risen to 50 billion. The quintessential Kainos Emperor reaped wondrous boons from the dimensional bloodline of the preponderant Irminsel, with the capabilities of this race being terrifying as just the description of a single ability was already domineering enough. Irminsel's dimensional life bloom, a single target ability that recovers 80% of the target's true vitality values in 5 microseconds. A lifeblood dimensional barrier appears during these 5 microseconds as it can absorb up to 10 billion true dimensional damage values. Some of the abilities brought forth contain wondrous tanking and healing possibilities as Noah wanted to spend time later on going through them, but he wanted to finish delving into his current gains so far as from the preponderant Irminsel, SHA. He could now easily wield the prana dimensional essence as verdant dense green rivers of light surged around his magisterial branches and leaves that seemed to be constantly forming their own life domains, millions of light years in the surrounding region and past the core of the infinite reality. This budding life force was already beginning to cause changes to the domains where spiritual herbs were planted, the changes to be brought by this bloodline being numerous and abstruse to understand. What was easy to understand, though, was that at the depths of Noah's blood, he could generate the prana dimensional essence as he had gained a strong enough connection for him to be able to bud Kainos prana dimensional cosmos that would allow for the birth of the prana dimensional reality seed, the seed that can be chosen to bloom his second dimension as soon as he able to saturate his first dimension. This was merely an extension of the boons from the quintessential treasure cache as Noah allowed the blooming changes of his life force to continue while gazing at the other loot to come from the cache, heresy, obsidian queen, a vessel relic born in the essence of a concept infused with a decretum of the Apollyon dimension. It can instantly cross the boundaries of any dimension so long as the input essence is of that dimension. It has offensive and defensive capabilities that can have an output of values ranging from 10 to 60 billion. The decretum of Apollyon is required for its full usage as many of its features are currently unknown and unusable apart from dimensional travel. Emperor essence regeneration flasks, flasks that contain a profound panacea that can recover up to 50 million units of the essence of reality and fully regenerate all other types of essence resources. The allure of new loot caused Noah's eyes to shine as the obsidian queen was a massive vessel that was circular in size, its color being tainted with so much darkness that one might not be able to distinguish it were it to be floating in space. But when Noah's will delves into it, he found that the space inside of this massive vessel was gargantuan compared to its current size, with it being vaster than multiple realities as one could fit entire legions within. He wasn't privy to explore all of its intricacies yet, as the item below it was a vibrant glass flask that contained a condensed reality, or it looked like it anyways, as it could instantly recover more than twice Noah's current reserves of the essence of reality. And the more wondrous thing was receiving acknowledgement from Ruination that she could sextuplicate this new loot. He was about to finish gazing at the rest of the items from the cache when a surging wave of rising destiny rose. A wave of destiny he couldn't ignore, as it stemmed from the heart of destiny, this fantastical treasure floating down and shooting towards Noah as the bright celestial light around it slowly faded to reveal an actual pulsating ancient golden heart, a heart that released waves of destined light while sinking into Noah's body, an ability being cast even without Noah's permission as this treasure acted on its own. The heart of destiny has activated clandestine destiny, radiance. Overflowed as the pristine waves of destiny surged up like endless stellar golden rivers. Chapter 1899. The Heart of Destiny. The Heart of Destiny has activated clandestine destiny, clandestine destiny. For Noah to understand what this truly was and why it was activated, he had to gaze at exactly what the Heart of Destiny entailed. His eyes were penetrative as they watched this dazzling image of a heart that seemed to be made of clustering waves of destiny, its aura seeming grand at one instance and normal in another. But what it did do was position itself near his genuine pumping gold, crimson, and green stellar heart that was now heavily influenced by the dream and prana dimensional essence, the arteries and veins pulsing from the heart of destiny going forward towards his heart like tendrils as when they came in contact. BZZT, Noah's massive visage jolted as he felt like he had gotten an electric shock. The aorta, pulmonary arteries, and veins, whatever seemed sectioned off from the heart of destiny, linked onto Noah's own heart in its own unique manner as pristine waves of essence and information began to flow into him. Heart of destiny, I am an object of immense destiny that can either bring one to the peak of power or drag them to the depths of oblivion depending on my usage. Nothing is known about my origins, as I have had many past masters, some managing to own me for mere minutes, others days, and others millions of years. Each of the past masters that have taken in the heart of destiny have never been able to fully utilize and unlock my usage nor understand my source, with my basic features currently being in use as they include proliferating destiny, clandestine destiny, mark of the chosen, blooming destiny, book of destiny, and the way of the unrecorded. My abilities cost nothing to cast as they are triggered when destiny wills it, or the abilities that are free to use for the master are just abilities that can be passively triggered if destiny wills it. The master cannot actually activate any of the abilities, though anything can change if they understand enough about destiny. I can be utilized or given up under preset conditions, with emperors rising and falling from my influence. I can be the bringer of profound destiny, but cannot fundamentally change your own destiny, as if it is too weak. You might join the masters that have only owned me for a few minutes. I traverse across space and time and seek a master that can accept me not just by their will, but with the capability of their destiny. I long for the day I gain freedom from this desolate mausoleum, whether it is me alone or with all the others. Noah's tri-pupiled eyes turned grave. The description he received was unlike anything he had read before, as it was a description of an item, but the item introducing itself to him, and more fantastical than anything else was the fact that apart from this, Noah didn't feel any form of communication being established between him and this item, as it wasn't like Lavalier where he felt while talking with him. Until now, no will or voice directly talked to him about anything, as even its activation of its abilities had happened by its own bearing. The abilities of the Heart of Destiny, he couldn't actually activate any of them himself, as this was the reason that they had been activating in a seemingly random manner this whole time, but each time they were activated, they always produced an astounding destiny for Noah, changing the resplendent treasure cache to a quintessential treasure cache, triggering an unknown blow of destiny when opening the venerable dimensional bloodline maker, and now, activating clandestine destiny. But going past all of this information, there was the description that contained somewhat unnerving information. The desolate mausoleum, Lavalier. What is the desolate mausoleum? Noah asked in a stern tone as Lavalier was extremely quiet. And the profound heart of destiny was not even communicating with him. Lavalier, he spoke sternly once more, as it was because he already knew the answer to his question. He just wanted an affirmation. The will of a treasure spoke slowly. I've referred to it as the barren lands. The heart of destiny refers to it as the desolate mausoleum, WAA. Lavalier's voice was actually filled with emotion and reminiscence, as she seemed to be recalling a distant memory, her words serene as in her mind, she was gazing at the many shackles that bound her while also gazing at the heart of destiny. This item. There were many possibilities with it. One of the shackles that bound her could very well be torn off with it in the picture. A mausoleum. That was what the main reality, or simply reality, that is what it was. And the 9 dimensions were the anchors that wrapped around and suppressed this mausoleum. At least that is how things were before that man came. The way they are now, who even knows? Despondency could shockingly be felt in the words of Lavalier as Noah found himself stopping briefly. Mausoleum, this word straightforwardly could be likened to a grave or sepulchre, a place to keep the dead and things to be forgotten. Why would the main reality be termed a mausoleum? The 9 dimensions that were termed the anchors, why were their people restricted and yet possessing such extreme power? Noah received no answers as he retained his silence. If Lavalier was going to answer him for this, if she was even capable of doing so, she would have continued to speak. But she stopped there, so Noah pondered a little longer as his vibrant form of a preponderant missile continued to cause massive waves of life force to reverberate throughout. Millions of thoughts crossed through his mind as he thought of and went through many things, his will only becoming more first soon after as he moved forward. So long as he continued moving forward, all the answers would come. So long as he continued to get stronger, there wouldn't be any existence that could withdraw information from him, so he would simply keep moving forward. Chapter 1900. The quintessential Kainos Emperor enters the main reality. Silent waves of destiny flowed as Noah stepped out of his thoughts and did not ask any more questions. He didn't try to probe the heart of destiny that didn't send any thoughts to him, nor did he probe into Lavalier's thoughts. He only went ahead to look at the ability that had been triggered from the heart of destiny, clandestine destiny, a feature that entirely masks the destiny of the master to a normal and acceptable level that he instinctively wishes for. The heart of destiny goes even further as it masks the very origins and form of what the master wishes to display to others, along with their bloodlines, abilities, and even concepts. Regardless of their rank, nobody can pierce through the veil of clandestine destiny, as the only possibility lies with other items similar to the heart of destiny. If you have managed to trigger this ability, consider your destiny sufficient as just due to it. Your possible survivability has been elevated by a few million years. It was actually an absolute masking ability, one of domineering nature at that, is whether they were of the Alpha or the Ultima Strata or of the Grotto Haven realm and above, it didn't matter. If they didn't have something like the heart of fortune, the heart of karma, or even the heart of fate, they would always see what Noah wished them to see. The heart of destiny seemed to perceptively sense Noah's wishes, as when it felt possibilities rising for them to be affected, it acted on its own. As for what had triggered it? Noah's mind buzzed as the eyes of a certain clone met a new scene. For now, the case seemed to be that the heart of destiny had sensed the possibility of Noah's secrets being pried out by even a small margin as he left the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest, so it went ahead and activated clandestine destiny autonomously. The domain rift outside of the unexplored Grotto Sanctum pulsated as, even though they had just begun sending new beings, and those who had survived a deadly plot began to come out as multicolored light flashed over the massive rift portal. BZZZT, the only Ultima Strata legend here, raised his hands as everything came to a halt, everyone watching closely as the pulsing portal began to release one aura after another. But there was a single one that stood at the very forefront. It was the visage of a being they had seen make deadly moves in the illusory screen that had now disappeared the existence who to them, he had been capable of wiping out tens of thousands of legends easily. The pristine figure of Alexander King appeared as Acharis and Ezekiel were behind him. Caitlin's figure floating closer to Noah as she didn't seem to be paying attention to the myriad of things occurring around her, with her gaze distant and exotic. Noah's clone currently looked to be adorned in simpler obsidian pants and a loose white shirt, the black hair of this clone weaving powerfully as his broad fair chest pulsed with power and beauty. Even though one couldn't see an aurora of wings or powerful waves of power, Noah was still in his ascendant quintessential Kainos Emperor form, as he could instantly erupt with billions worth of damage values. Above his head and behind him, an empty space could be seen as his authority was not wildly displayed for all to see. But this wasn't even needed, as when Noah stepped out the whole area became silent. The eyes of many primogenial Strata legends seemed to recall how he could wipe out tens of thousands of them when they gazed into his own endlessly surging eyes, their figures silently developing respect and fear as they treated this being, similar to how an existence of high ranking in the main reality would be perceived. The Beta Strata legends watched him with powerful eyes of disbelief as they tried to figure out how someone with his power and realm could exceed and even kill beings of their stature, while the Alpha Strata legends representing the pure-blooded primordial races gazed at Noah with luminous eyes of wanting. In the structure and power of primordials, those with special identities and unique lineage were respected. But those with power that other beings could not even deny, they were respected. More than anything else, Representative Aileron, the wings of Acarus, were the first to buzz as this existence spoke while gazing at the Ultima Strata legend that was staring at them all with care. The two siblings seemed shockingly alike as Acarus called to her brother in a somewhat cold tone, but Aileron did not return the same coldness as he smiled lightly while nodding towards her, his eyes becoming locked onto Noah's visage at this moment as he spoke. Acknowledgements are in order, as well as orders from above. You all have done well to explore this grotto sanctum and survive the threats within it. All those involved in large-scale skirmishes with ancient races and any foreign dimensional existences, though, are to report to the Primordial Assembly, WAA. Even though he was gazing at the party of geniuses that were continuing to come out, everyone could clearly tell his eyes were mainly on the visage of Noah, and for a few brief seconds it also stayed on Caitlin and Ezekiel as his words seemed to be more so directed towards them. Floating in the midst of space, Noah's gaze was unfettered as he showed shocking valiance and might from his mere eyes alone, turning his head towards where the royal human Alpha Strata legend was floating along with countless vessels and even the shaking figure of Brightborn that couldn't even bring itself to gaze at Noah's eyes. The authority that the existence known as Aileron carried seemed to be immense, as the Alpha Strata royal human did not even send a mental message to Noah. The authority of a representative being too astounding as this being continued. Rewards and positions will be decided during the debriefing, as geniuses who have successfully withstood the rising threat of our enemies deserve recognition and honor. Shirring, as he spoke, a massive white gold vessel bloomed marvelously as it seemed to be made of mithril gold and crystals, its bottom taking on the form of a ship while above it, an advanced interstellar vessel with transparent white gold glass manifested. It seemed like a massive oval vessel that released wondrous waves of none other than Dharma, albeit it was weak waves of essence at that, as its massive glass opened wide while Representative Aileron motioned towards it. They had survived a shocking ambush and an army of ancient races, as many of the geniuses were shocked to find that a representative of the main reality had actually come to receive them, the smarter ones realizing that all of this was for a few key figures who nodded at this moment. Then we shall accept the representative's offer, as if waiting for his cue. When Noah nodded calmly and replied while floating towards the fantastical Dharma vessel, Ezekiel and Caitlin followed. After surviving the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest, Noah had gained many things, but the boons from this event were still not done, as one of the major ones was playing out right now. The entrance ticket into the main reality, a ticket that came in the form of an existence that was Representative A. Position that was much sought after by all primordials, by immensely hard to achieve.